Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 291-295. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower, 13. What is the meaning of this, wench? Wow, right out of the gate with that one, wasn't he? Ritska cast a vaguely disapproving stare at the side of Avenger for a half-second, but then realized that they wouldn't even notice and gave up. Instead it seemed as though Avenger and Jean were drawn into their own little world. Especially as he glanced across and met the eyes of the tanned guy standing opposite him beside Jean, he looked on with just as much visible surprise from the words as Ritska felt. A questioning gaze in the eyes, prompting only a slight wince from Ritska. Problems. He mouthed across to the guy, jerking his head towards Jean and Avenger subtly. With a flash of understanding, the man nodded his head up and down. Are you so surprised, Avenger? Jean remained cool, despite the rather vitriol opening salvo. I do not recall stating that I would ever forsake your soul, nor did I leave you with the impression that I would abandon you. Her lips pulled into a tight frown. Or rather, I should have hoped not to leave with that impression. Though it was certainly a swift parting. She was cut off with a furious hiss. This one shall be swifter still. Avenger stabbed a finger towards her. Any day, woman. Any other day and I would relish the chance to set you aflame, but not here and not now. I shall not see this festival soured by your presence. I came here to burn away one holy man and shall not have you steal away this avatar. Ritska glanced pointedly at the man who wore an expression of innocence. Indeed, they were giving him a knowing grin and then a slight nod of the head. Big shocker. But they were being really civil, weren't they? So, was this guy the avatar? Ritska raised a hand and waved at them. The guy waved back, smile widening just a fraction. Huh, nice guy. I will not admit defeat, Avenger. Jean's words echoed with certainty. And I have come to the resolution that I shall defeat you instead. Your goals and desires for eternal revenge shall end by my hand. I will not permit you to suffer this existence way. Not while I have the power to render aid to you. Avenger released a booming and mocking laugh. You sound so broken indeed, holy maiden. A tale of mercy. Since when did you speak the words of my kindred? Ritska flinched at the mention of it, glancing at Avenger and then towards Jean herself. He was not sure if she would understand the context of that remark and, indeed, she looked somewhat puzzled for a fraction of a second, but quickly grew back her confidence and hardened her face. It is a tale of mercy and kindness. A kindness I would consider indeed, to you and those around you. Your rage shall burn and burn until you have been reduced to cinders and those who walk in step with you have been caught up in its haze of fire. Such is not a life for any man. She stepped forwards, gesturing to him with a softer face. Even we of heroic spirits, who had lives of power and strength, should not be shackled to such an existence. I shall say these words as often as needs be, Avenger. I shall never surrender until I have seen you saved. I shall hear no more of it. He spat venom. Your salvation interests me not, maiden. You have nerve indeed to even speak of such madness to me. Madness, you call it? Jean shook her head. You should not be so quick to decry it as such, Avenger. How well could it be called madness, when you yourself have experienced it before? Wait, what? Ritska was a bit taken aback by that. But it was nothing compared to the reaction of Avenger. Darkness burst out from under his feet, a roaring inferno of shadows streamed upwards and cloaked him. Eyes burning like rubies, his voice cracked and warped. Do not speak of such things. He stepped back on instinct, eyes fixed on Avenger. It was a sight he was more familiar with. The endless shadow that he fought in the tower. Ritska felt his throat go dry as he tensed. Even if he knew himself and Avenger to be allies, it was hard not to be stricken by the sudden turn of events, especially as the fury dripped from every word that was spoken. That is not me. I am not that thing who found freedom and life. Who endured the light and salvation. Your words are wasted. Your futile struggle insults you far more than I. The shadow spread its arm wide, laughing and cackling. Kuhahaha. Do you not see? Can you not grasp it, holy maiden? I am the Count of Monte Cristo. I am the eternal Avenger. The shadow that begs for no forgives, who wields flames that bring no salvation. A creature of vengeance whose existence is carved into the skin of our very history. A tapestry forever stained with my life. With my deeds. Blue fires burned across the shadow, peeling it away in a flash of light. Avenger stood there, unblemished from the fire and exposed to the world once more. The laughter had tapered off, leaving only a frown in its wake. But Ritska could tell it easily enough. Avenger was angry. Properly angry. I am not the man who found the light. I am not the soul that found salvation. I am the shadow cast upon such a man. You see no creature of forgiveness, you see only the rage that can never be ignored. Ritska looked back to Jean. She had not reacted. Rather, she only nodded her head. Yes, Avenger. I know this well. Even if what remains before me is not the man, but the anger itself, my words remain unchanged and my heart is far from swayed. For even if the soul can be saved, what use is it without its feelings? Avenger looked disgusted by this, if the twisting of his features meant anything. You and I cannot join hands, holy maiden. We shall forever be bound as opposites. His arms lowered, letting in a deep breath and exhaling in the same moment. This is what I can see now. We are forever foes. So, here and now, I shall kill you. There will be no escape from this. Then Avenger was looking to him, eyes flashing. Will you stand beside me once more? Ritska looked at Jean. They both knew what his answer would be. I said it before, Avenger. Taking in a breath, he moved forwards and beside the servant. And I'll say it again. I'm here to support you. Even if he had to fight these people, then he would support Avenger. Though he did not know the man who was still standing beside Jean, they had watched with that same placid smile. Until now, at least. Stepping forwards, the man lay a hand on the shoulder of the saint and shook his head. There are times when words alone are not nearly enough, and some hearts are not quite so swayed with prayers. Jean dropped her eyes. I know. But I cannot surrender on this. The man only chuckled, removing his hand. And for that reason, I am sure that God still loves you deeply. The eyes flicked over to him. And at last I might have the chance to speak. I did not wish to interrupt before you were able to air all your troubles. It seemed rather rude to immediately rush into fighting. Even if it is the case that we must, of course. Ritska only shrugged. Yeah, I get that, thanks for waiting though. I take it you're the avatar of greed. The response was an abashed chuckle. Hearing it said aloud like that makes me sound like some sort of fiend, doesn't it? I can't say I terribly approve, but then again, perhaps it is accurate. Else I would not have been found suited for this particular role. It could be worse. They could be a cannibal. But I am not alone with such things, it seems. His eyes flicked past Ritska and moved along where the others probably were. I see many companions, all with one master. Someone is certainly feeling rather greedy for assistance. Jean shot him a faint look. Coming from you, Amakusa. Ha ha. Amakusa threw back his head and laughed. Now, I believe I was an exception at the time. Doing such things was well within my rights. He is an ordinary human from the looks of things, it could make him just as exceptional. The laughter faded away. Tragically, it seems this might be our first meeting. For that I am sorry indeed, but know that I forgive you for what needs to be done here. There is little choice. He swallowed and nodded his head. There was something about him that made him believe this guy when he said it. Being forgiven was certainly nice though. Even still. I'm still gonna feel rotten about this when all is said and done though. Ritska grimaced deeper. Sorry if that makes your forgiveness seem wasted. Not at all. Amakusa blinked. I cannot force forgiveness to be accepted, but understand that it could just as easily be my fault. At least in this capacity, I am doing something that is not terribly abhorrent in lending my aid to a fellow ruler. This guy was a ruler. Oh dear. He tensed and took a half step backwards, lips going thin. Indeed, master. Avenger sounded calmer now, but still noticeably on edge. The ruler who belongs to this place more than this holy maiden. Amakusa Shuru Tokusada. Ritska glanced from Avenger, then to the named ruler. Hey, he knew about this guy. I think I learned about you in history class once. The name at least sounded familiar. Something to do with Christians. Amakusa made a small noise. Well, I'm not sure how I should feel about being known already after such an introduction. I can't say it fills me with a particular sense of pride for being, well, remembered like that. For the first time, the guy frowned. Ritsuka felt a little bad at seeing them look dejected like that. He didn't even remember what it was that the person had done. Well, I'm Fujimaru Ritsuka. A fellow countryman. I suspected as such. And then the smile was back. Okay, now he was getting some small red flags at how a guy could switch between looking downtrodden and looking pleased at the mere drop of a hat. Nice to meet you, I suppose. Amakusa chuckled. You do not have to force pleasantries with a man you'll be fighting to the death in mere moments. Maybe, but he still felt like it. Glancing quickly over his shoulder, he met the eyes of Stolgina. Yep, there was a lot of incredulity there. She probably figured out what it was that he was asking her to do. With a groan, she stepped forwards and stood up straight. Then if we are to give true names, I shall also satisfy my pride and grant my own. You stand before Esser Stolgina of Chaldea, slayer of dragons and veteran of the Dawn War. The Dawn War. Now that was definitely something. And his superior. She added on. So if you wish to claim his life, you must first take mine. Ah, I'm rather relieved to see comrades standing so tightly together. It makes me somewhat nostalgic. Another flash of something in his gaze before it vanished. Ritsuka wet his lips, then looked at Avenger. It seemed to him that everyone was just standing around and waiting for the right moment in which to throw the first punch. Not something he was quite used to, and there was normally some building tension at times like this. It felt more awkward than anything else. I must say, Amakusa began once more, that a meeting such as this is rather peculiar. Perhaps in another time and place, we might have had a rather different conversation to the one we are moments from having. Would you not say that is so, Avenger? How odd. Avenger pinched his brows in silent confusion, not that the answer wasn't fast coming. I understand that you are a man who has seen hell on earth, walked through horror and come out the other side. So I am sure that you as well understand what is truly valuable in this world. Amakusa smiled brightly. You did not join the King of Mages' plan, and therefore. Be silent, priest. Avenger shut him down quickly. These are your words, not my own. My reasons do not relate to the saving of this world, I merely held no interest in him. A creature without vengeance could never hope to sway me to its side. That is all there is to it. Such as he had heard before. Which was weird to consider. If the King of Mages did not hate humans, then why would he go out of his way to kill all of them? Unless. Ritsuka found his mind torn from the thoughts as Amakusa laughed. Ah, perhaps this is so. All the same, I do believe in you, Avenger. Perhaps more than you could possibly realize. Taking a half step back, Amakusa stood beside Jean, hand moving down and towards his hip. With a slow and clear movement, he drew forth a katana and held it at the ready. I am not one to enjoy fights, but if this is how I must go about saving you, then I can do just that. Jean, as you asked me, then I shall ask you. Would you be willing to lend a hand to me, so that we might save his soul? Of course. Jean smiled. There can be no reason to let the past cloud our mission. We both wish to see him saved. For that reason alone, I can trust no one else in this moment more than you, as a fellow believer of the Lord. Fighting two rulers at once. Ritsuka felt himself lean back a little. Fighting you guys makes me seem like I'm a bad person or something. Avenger apparently found that terribly funny, letting out a cackling laughter. An amusing comment indeed, master. Ironic, even, but such a thing is not so far from the truth. In this place, there is no such a thing as good or evil. I learned long ago that salvation is not found at the hands of God, so I shall cast down his avatars here and now. Amakusa's face was wry. I'm not so sure about that, Avenger. You do stand before two rulers, and while I am not one to brag, I would say the odds do not favor you. Because you are blind indeed, rulers. With a sweeping hand, Ritsuka was suddenly being pointed at. Wait, why was he being pointed at? Shooting a questioning stare at Avenger, they kept on speaking without even taking notice of him. For what can the desire to save another mean against one who wishes to save themselves first and foremost? Is it not the most human desire? The most natural? This was a little uncomfortable. Come then, Master. Avenger's hands became coated in flame. Let us see this through to the end. These avatars of their god, lords of greed and wrath, we shall see them put to a final rest in this tragic tale of futility. Well, Ritska turned his eyes on the pair of them and took a half step behind Avenger, drawing in a deep breath and then exhaling. Yes, he supposed it was time. Even still, good luck, he said to the pair in front of him, who looked perhaps a little shocked by what he had just said. Maybe he was a bit surprised as well, but he couldn't let it end with just that. Giving the both of them a ghost of a smile, he felt that little bit lighter and saying it. I have the feeling your work is going to be cut out for you. Amakusa stared, then chuckled. The work of the Lord is hardly a trivial thing. Jean followed, but it is a reward in its own right. He supposed, they should begin, shouldn't they? Well, on with it, Stolgina. An unspoken command and a silent intention. It carried the weight of the opening move. In a single second, the room was divided and pleasantries vanished. He knew that the moment he started. But this time, hey, it didn't feel quite so bad this time around. Would he regret it? Maybe he would. But, that was fine, he figured. Yes, this time, it was fine to regret it. It's chilling to see when the young man's intentions flash through his eyes. When the warmth dims and the coldness rises. But Amakusa knew that was going to happen. One did not clear halls of judgment if they could not find it within themselves to do battle. Yet the conversation before it began was a novelty. In this place which had tried to bring him forth as the worst of himself, he refused. And in the eyes of the boy opposite him, the master who commanded the avenger of this prison, he saw that same rejection in those blue eyes of his. Perhaps Avenger was not the only one who needed some words of comfort this day, but it was past time for that. Accepting softness from a person you were destined to kill would be a little bit of a strange notion. And then the armored knight with red and white hair had crossed the distance and swung down. The axe roared as it smashed into the space between himself and Jean. The divide opened up like a maw. He cast himself away from the impact and rock and dust chased him down. And the moment his feet touched the ground, he had to duck. The speed of the blow caught him unawares. It was frightening how a person could move so swiftly with such a mass of armor to weigh them down. Sword raised, he grunted as the blow came next. An armored shin into the flat of his sword, and it was a struggle to stay on his feet and avoid being launched up. Instead he pushed down and sent the boot back to the earth, lunging and thrusting for the head. A flash of light and a grinding of metal. His blade did indeed strike true, but it was a shower of sparks and not blood that followed. Blade glancing over rough metal and past a curved horn on the side of the helm, he jumped back as the mass of rounded metal swung about to try and catch him. Skipping back several steps and sliding to a halt, then thrust his hands into his sleeves. A strange feeling. He knew very little of this. But they arrived with him. And he brought them forth, a dozen red hilts, and hurled them into the air right above the charging knight. Flashes of blue flame caught him in the distance as well as the howl of laughter. Set. And the hilts jerked to a halt, frozen atop glowing circles of red. And then they dropped down like arrows. He stepped back again as they plummeted onto the knight, who grunted as they shattered across their back. My. Amakusa felt his lip curl as he put himself a bit further back, feeling a touch uneasy about the display of endurance. A rather tough shell. He cut himself short and dropped down, eyes flying wide as he stared straight up. The shield whistled as it carved through the air above him. A crunch of stone followed as it doubtless embedded itself into the wall. Snapping back upright and holding his sword before him, braced with the other hand as the axe closed in on him. Oh, this was going to be rather troublesome, wasn't it? Crashing into his guard, he slipped across the floor with his body still upright, feeling the soles of his shoes grinding against rough stone. The noise was still ringing in his ears, the echoing clang of metal. And she was rushing him again. Were those some sparks of electricity he saw spreading across her axe as well? What a horrifying sense of déjà vu. Swinging down at him again, he threw himself to the side and hurled more of the black eyes at the knight. This time she swung up, catching them all in a single move and flinging them to parts unknown. More cackles of laughter and spiraling blue flames shot past him. He dared not take his eyes off the danger before him. Yet the danger behind could not be as easily ignored. So he kicked off the ground and threw himself backwards. Once more, she was clashing with Avenger. And once more, he was bringing out some old habits of hers from fighting. Rather shameful, she supposed, but it was fighting. Fights were never pretty. A fist caught her cheek in the same moment her knuckles impacted a chin. Avenger stumbled from her and she gave chase, swinging her polearm down and into his shoulder, earning a growl and a flash of light. Ducking her head, heat raced past her chin and she swung again. Nothing. Where did he? Behind. Turning, she brought her arm up to cover her face. She should have known better, gasping and staggering as a fist crashed into her gut instead. Another coated in flames dropped down at the other side. Twisting her standard, the wrist was struck with the dark pull and sending the punch wildly off course, bringing the weapon about and striking him in the chest. Avenger was flung from her, only a short distance, but enough of a distance. She twirled the standard, drew it back, then hurled it like a javelin. Her opponent ducked aside of it, taking his eyes off her for a fraction of a second, and she lunged in that moment. Except he vanished once again, the signature movement of a master taking action. Her fist sent cracks through the wall, diving away and wrenching her standard from the wall and turning about in the same moment, wrenching a section of stone away and hurling it towards Avenger. But she saw past him as he reduced her barrage to mere molten chunks. Amakusa closed the gap from behind. Avenger stopped and made a swift turn. Flames coated his hands once more, eyes falling on the exposed back. His intentions were clear, but would certainly not come to pass with her around. A short lunge and she thrust the standard, unfurling the flag and holding it between Avenger and Amakusa as flames burst out. Blue fires rolled over the top of it and left it without even so much as a burn. Amakusa dove under and thrust up. Avenger snarled and avoided. Jean caught him in the midst of his dodge. He moved at the last moment. Her punch caught his collar, rather than his throat. A swift kick from Amakusa sent him further back, but she could pursue no further. Not with an axe falling right towards her. If she dodged, then it would land on her ally. She placed herself between it. She slammed the standard down. Light burst out from the point of impact. A swift explosion of blue eyes blinded all in the room. All save her. Swinging out, she caught the flat of the axe and knocked it off path, then closed her hand into a fist and thrust it right out into a jab in the center of the pointed helmet. It struck and the attacker retreated with an echoing crack, soon followed by a muffled grunt as she brought her standard right into their side. Where would the counter come from? Where? Her assault continued as she forced them further backwards, blow after blow ringing clear. The echoes of metal striking metal. Yet they were all from her. So where was the counter? Where? Unless. She turned her eyes at the flash of movement, then swung out. Avenger ducked under and caught her in the chin. Her eyes flashed up to the ceiling and pain raced up her cheeks. She was sure Amakusa was trying something and she saw it as her eyes dropped back down, saw Avenger catch the wrist of the servant and stop the sword from falling upon him. She knew what would come next and the sudden billowing smoke was proof. Racing forwards, then jerking to a stop. Her left arm was yanked backwards as a tight hold formed around her wrist. She turned swiftly and tried to yank free. A boot struck her like a hammer, folding forwards and gasping as she found herself lifted off her feet and soaring through the air. And then she was painfully striking stone. It did not give way for her path and caught her instead. Dust and rubble tumbled down and past her, clattering to the floor by her feet. Who? Pain slipped past her teeth. She stumbled out and away from the embrace of the wall, feeling rather dazed. A flash of blue blinded her. Pain in her gut and back as she was struck again, forced into the embrace of the wall once more. She ducked on instinct. Stone cracked above her head, dust showered her. Jean lashed out at the shape, landing several rapid blows then stepping out of the counter. The flash of burning fists is a dead giveaway. Even if her vision was poor, it was bright enough. Her haymaker connected with a sharp crack, eyes focusing just enough to see the hat of Edmund get knocked clean off the top of his head. She gave chase, and caught his head, gripping it tightly. The moment she saw his hands fly upwards, she acted. Her thumb was thrust into his left eye. It was savage beyond words. But she had done so before, and battles were always contests of savagery. Though she did not pierce too far, just enough to earn a hiss of pain and distract him. She kicked him hard in the chest. Right into a slash from Amakusa. Blood spilled as the sword opened up his side. Avenger. A shout of true concern. She saw the movement behind Amakusa, he likely sensed it as well from the way his eyes went wide. Jean launched herself forwards and past the wounded Avenger, swinging up and, with an echoing clang, parried the axe above both hers and Amakusa's heads. A fist swung about into her line of sight, sidestepping it and watching as the armored knuckles just about grazed the side of her cheek. The knight spun, pivoting on their heel and coming around once again. She backed off, dust flew and stone cracked. The head of the axe embedded in the floor by the two of them before being twisted. It was not immediately withdrawn, however, it stayed there for a fraction of a second longer than it should have. A rumble of thunder and a flash of light caught her eyes and ears, little more than a trickling of golden arcs off the blade of the axe buried under the rock, but her eyes narrowed to pinpricks all the same as a sudden burst of caution flooded her. Crouching low, she tackled Amakusa out of the way and swung her flag out, giving it a twirl as a barrier appeared between the two of them. In that next moment, the axe was torn from the ground and unleashed a singular burst of lightning right to the center of her shield. Jean grit her teeth, staggering backwards as the arc of power rolled over her defense chaotically. She could see it pounding and clawing to get past. Shadows cast all around the room, her eyes squinted as she struggled to gaze into the light. It lasted no more than a fraction of a second before it dimmed away. A singular but short attack. But then she caught something else, something that was missing. Where was Avayan? Magical energy thrummed right behind her, then an impact in the side of her head. Her eyes snapped shut, pain flashed over her temples as she stumbled forwards, a rush of metal and then another impact to her scalp. Dropping down into the ground, a grip on her hair yanked her up and out, dragging her backwards. A brief cry of pain, she stared through narrowed eyes. A burning blue fist smashed into her nose. Gasping and stumbling backwards, she could feel the crack and felt the heat remain. It stung and burnt at her as another blue fist caught her in the shoulder, then the ribs. Raising her arms, she struggled to find her ground as they came one after another, the punches across her guard and into her sides. Wincing with each one that came, it was a continued barrage. She needed a brief moment. Just a moment. So she stopped blocking, widening her guard just enough to show her face and, as expected, Edmund went ahead and punched her in the nose. It was painful, he had really went and put his back into that one. She felt her head spin to the side, the muscles in her neck going taut. But then her arms closed again and she caught his arm before it could be drawn back, her eyes whipped around and met those of the man. A flash of comprehension, his other hand swung towards her. She dropped and looped her arm around his neck, placing her leg behind his and throwing him forwards. Gah! A shout tore from him as she threw him down onto his wounded side, her flag found its home in her hands once more. Goo! What happened? Something slammed into her and a shout of alarm came from her, but also from whatever struck her. Spinning into the impact, she wrapped her arms around it and braced herself, feet skidding across stone until she came to a dead halt. Her eyes glanced past and down at the messy head of white hair that was in her face, then past it to where the berserker slid to a halt by the side of Edmund, not casting their sight down, but keeping their gaze solely upon the pair of them with shield and axe at the ready. There was the sound of running feet. Then the master slid in behind the two servants, hand out and glowing. Pale green light at the ends of his fingers, and then Edmund let out a more confident cackle, rising to his feet and rolling his arms. She could see the bruises and the blood stop, the healing spell or whatever had been used taking effect. With a sharp breath, she pulled Amakusa back to his feet and strode past him. This is rather tough, isn't it? Could he still find the time to be so glib? Jean did not make for an immediate response, instead she glanced between the servants and then their master. She knew she was at a disadvantage. It had been obvious from the very beginning, not even relating to her summoning, but also the presence of a master. There was teamwork with those servants that she and Amakusa just did not have. They were individuals fighting against a pair. We need to disrupt their cohesion. Amakusa let out a soft hum. She did not need to glance down to know what he was doing. Taking another step forwards and moving just in front of him, prompting attention from the group opposite her. It was a matter of waiting for timing. And then, now, she threw herself to the side. Stolgina saw the movement. She knew something was coming. When Jean ducked aside and out of the path of the second ruler, she moved forwards and with shield raised, ready to intercept the attack. His hand was raised, a flicker of deep red light in the center of his open palm, and then he started to close it, crushing whatever was in his grip. Except something gave her pause for one horrifying moment. His eyes had never once been on her, instead they were locked on something behind her, and she knew. She knew what it was that he would have been looking at because it made the most sense. Stomping down, she kicked back and swung her body in the opposite direction, throwing herself back towards the others. When fighting a servant, there was one surefire way of scoring a swift victory. Killing the master. How could she have been so careless as to forget something like that? She had known for a fact that the ruler could somehow bring forth blessed weapons, but she had ruled out the possibility of further weapons. But she should not have. He was a cleric. Using miracles was something they could all be capable of. And she saw it right behind Fujimaru's head. The crackle of light as a distortion started to open up. The same energy as had been crushed started to grow rapidly behind him without even the sense to know what was coming. No, she would not allow this. Not to her subordinate. Not when she was supposed to be keeping him safe. She pushed herself as fast as she could, hand flying outwards and catching him in the shoulder, closing around and yanking him towards her and swinging about, trapping his body against her own as the build-up of the magical surge released. It was like naked flames against her skin, eyes widening under her helm and a sharp gasp of pain tearing its way through her. Her armor was seared, the light rolled over her and she could see her own shadow cast in brilliant detail upon the ground. Very nearly thrown forwards from the shock, but keeping herself still through some means or another, but it was hard work. And then it was over. She could feel the heat of her armor spreading over her now, letting Fujimaru go. He stumbled away from her with a flash of panic, mouth open to say something. But then his eyes flicked to a point behind her. She turned. A dull metal clang pounded through her head, her eyes snapped shut as her body fell backwards. She did not see what hit her, but she certainly felt it. Staggering backwards as another blow caught her knee, she dropped down into a third, and that one knocked her off her feet and towards the air. What was happening? A span of time not even measured in blinks was all she had to put the pieces together, eyes opening back up and staring up at the darkened hall as he plummeted back to the ground, landing hard on her back. Her armor, hot to the touch, pressed against her back and she jerked upright with a hiss, scrambling to her feet. Gee! A gasp. It was a sound that came so suddenly that she was at a loss. As much as she was as to when her right arm was suddenly being thrown backwards against her will, eyes flicking around to the shape which had all but appeared in front of her, then down to the glinting silver blade which had been thrust right into the joint of her elbow. Piercing chainmail and hitting flesh. She felt it. Her hand clamped down and pulled, yanking it free of her and hurling it away. It exploded not even a moment later and she was left temporarily stunned. She had come that close to losing her arm. Wait, why was she getting distracted? Amakusa was right before her, slapping a palm onto her side. She brought a fist down. Why was she staring at the wall, and where had that awful racket come from? A throbbing pain was spreading over her head as she tried to right herself up, but her body didn't feel like it wanted to work with her at the moment. That was not right. It was her body. How dare it do anything other than what she wanted it to do? That was absolutely unacceptable. She was. Names flicked through her, names she knew but could not connect. Stolgina. They were right but wrong. Wait, no. This was not the time for any such nonsense that she could be distracted by. Someone was trying to harm her subordinate. They belonged to her and she would allow nothing and no one to threaten them, least of all would allow them to try and command her body. It was an insult of the highest level, not just to that of her pride as a leader, but also her pride as something. She forgot. Or she couldn't remember clearly. It did not matter. Footsteps were closing in on her. She had been lying on her back and allowing herself to be lost amidst trivialities while there was still fighting happening. What an utter disgrace she was being right now. How could she expect to command respect if she could not even stand up when she had been knocked down? Pitiful. Snarling, she forced her body onto its side in the direction of the rushing feet. Amakusa was closing in, sword poised for a thrust. She swung her fist down and punched the ground right in his path. The stone grumbled and broke inwards, jutting out pillars. Pillars that Amakusa tripped over, falling towards her with a flash of surprise in his face. Her hand raised and caught him, fingers curling around his head and holding him there before rolling back over. Swinging him into the wall beside her with a loud crunch, her other hand rose up and gripped him by the scruff of his clothes and drew him back, then battered him into the wall once more. A final time for good measure, then she hurled him away from her into somewhere else. He was a nuisance and she wanted to get him before she gave him another good beating. At the very least, even if it was a rather dishonorable tactic to go for a master when a perfectly good servant was ready and waiting for a fight. Though he wasn't a knight, so perhaps it was a bit of a stretch to demand the same level of thought. Especially as she might have done the same in his position. With a groan, she rose to her feet and looked around, feeling her vision dim a little as she stumbled forwards, then glanced down and felt a frown cross her face. Why was she missing half of her breastplate? And what was this hideous black lump on her body? It looked disgusting, like some sickening tar. Her fingers barely grazed it before pain burnt over her, yanking her hand away and gasping with another stagger. The breath was ragged and like a lance through her gut. Oh, so it was her chest then. Ow. Weakness clawed at her, dropping to one knee and holding her hands just an inch away from the burnt remains of her ribs. Drawing in sharper and sharper breaths, each one like fire. Wrecked. She blinked, rather dazed, and looked up at the rushing shape towards her. Cloudy spots in her eyes, she barely saw the white mass until it slid to a stop and right beside her, then held a hand right above her wound and it glowed. She drew in a hiss and looked down, burns peeled away and flesh knit itself together. Slowly at first, but every time it started to dim, the light would flash again. Wait, this was. Idiot. Seething, she caught his hand and pulled it away. He was going to exhaust himself if he used all of his energy on healing the worst of her injuries. To make matters worse, he was doing it now instead of. Her eyes jumped up, then she yanked forwards and manifested her shield, covering Fujimaru as the sword struck with a resounding clang. A frown wormed its way onto her face and she shoved, knocking Amakusa away and surging to her feet. It was a jerked movement. More of a staggered rise. Her arm was stiff as well. Her right one that was, and bringing it up to swing was much slower than it should have been. Amakusa sidestepped her blow with ease, swinging down onto her wrist. She had to yank her hand back to avoid losing one or more of her fingers, but it left her axe there in the ground. Another swing, she brought the shield about, then glanced past for a mere fraction of a second. Just in time to watch Avenger get punted into the chains above with an awful crash. TCH. Another swing at her shield. No, it was past her shield. An effort for a thrust, she dropped down and almost caught the sword, then launched forwards, throwing her fist outwards and narrowly missing. She hated how slow her arm was in turning. Another swing and this time clipping his blade with the shield when he raised it for a guard. Nearly knocking him off his feet. Get ready. The pounding voice in her head was the only warning, but she knew what he meant. More so when another enhancement found its way onto her, strength flooding her limbs with real power. And then she moved, appearing a few feet away from Amakusa. Right as flames shot towards him from Avenger off somewhere else, in the second he turned to parry away the fire, she shot forth from another angle. He retreated only an instant too late, something she noted with some small irony. Turning to face her with widening eyes. Yes. Her thoughts conveyed to him, it was going to hurt. Her hand clenched into such a fist that she heard the metal groan and creak. Then it was falling down towards Amakusa, halfway through making another guard for himself with his sword and perhaps even his arm. But he was too slow, at least for the sword aspect of it. Her fist crashed into his raised elbow and held there for a fraction of a moment. It was as if she had punched her own shield with how tough it was. But she could see the glow of something under his clothes. Magic. He was a sorcerer as well. That was a surprise, but she did not let it distract her. Instead she pushed forth and let a scream slip out from her, twisting and dragging her knuckles across his forearm. A wet crunch as the limb rolled over and bent. His tanned face twisted in a rictus of pain. At least until she caught him in the chin with an uppercut, and then she lost sight of his expression. Mostly because he was now halfway across the room and ragdolling through the air. But that was all she managed, stumbling forwards and onto her hands and knees. Sweat dripped off her brow, the stench filled her helmet. Lifting a hand to it, she tore it from her head and allowed herself a breath, eyes climbing upwards and to where she could easily spot Avenger still engaged in battle with Jean. It was hard to tell who was winning or losing, but it was. Light bathed her body and she blinked. Strength, that was the only word for it. A true and pure strength like she had not felt was coursing through her veins. Where before she would have been trembling to her feet, now she pushed herself up with a single graceful movement, looking down at her hands and opening and closing them. Then glancing down to her mangled torso. Or where it should have been. True, the armor was still shorn and bent, showing off pale skin, but that was all it was now. Pale and unblemished skin. How did? The glow was traced back to the source. Shizuko rested atop the shoulders of Mercedes with a hand outstretched towards her. Told you, Fujimaru chuckled, having a healer is better than another fighter. Begrudgingly, she would grant him that. With a flourish of movement, her shield was in one hand as her other sought out the shaft of her axe, fingers curling around and giving a single solid pull to yank it free of the ground. Resting it upon her shoulder and rolling her neck until it popped. Perhaps you could have called upon her assistance before you exhausted yourself with healing spells. Fujimaru, to his credit, looked slightly abashed. Sorry. I saw you got hurt and just reacted. Well, keep a calmer head in future. Her face was not hot. It was definitely not hot. Why did she have to take off her helmet now of all times? She was off to do some more fighting. That was easier. Ritsuka darted back towards the direction of Shizuko but then stopped. That last attack had been aimed at him, and if it hadn't been for Stolgina. He shuddered at the notion of just how close he had come to dying there, then set it aside to be panicked about it another time. When he could actually panic about it in the first place. Eyes flicking across, he moved to where Avenger was still fighting Jean, and like with last time, the two seemed pretty evenly matched. Which just meant that he would need to find a way to even the odds more in their favor. Or uneven the odds, he supposed. Hand flying up, he caught Avenger with another evasion. They blinked from existence and reappeared. Jean was getting faster at reacting to them though. Not even a moment later she just appeared right beside the man with her standard swinging through the air towards him. There had been a small delay, but it was minute. Ritsuka knew he would never get to take advantage of it. Not unless. He looked between Stolgina and Avenger, his mind coming to an idea. Could he do two at the same time? He'd never tried it and it would probably suck. He glanced down at the command seals on the back of his hand, then back up. What was it the director had said about using command seals to empower spells? They were batteries, he supposed, but that it would be really dangerous. No more dangerous than right now, he guessed. It was just a matter of using it right. If it worked, great. If not, he'd worry about that when it failed. Wow, he was getting really reckless these days. Was this what happened when Mash wasn't around to have him keep a clear head? Maybe he would catch some flack from Mercedes later if she got idea of just how dangerous this idea really was. Better get to it though. Jumping back, he raised his hand at the same time the mental command flashed through the two servants. A chance was going to open up. The command seal burned across and he felt his limb go numb. Like pins and needles all across his hand and rapidly climbing up his wrist. The red symbol burned away into a faint mark as he felt a shock of recoil, eyes flying wide at the sudden burst of pain as he staggered backwards, hissing through his clenched jaw and fixing his eyes determinedly on the battle. He couldn't let himself get distracted. Both Avenger and Stolgina vanished in the emergency evasion. For only a brief window of time. Jean swung about quickly, charging the rematerializing servant. A heavy crash echoed out. The dull crack of metal as Jean's standard was caught on the edge of a very large axe and then swung about. Both it and the axe crashed into the ground. A whoosh and a thump, Jean went flying from a dropkick, courtesy of Avenger, and crashed into the wall. Avenger gave chase and was quickly followed by Stolgina, the two of them charging the downed saint as she struggled back to her feet. What happened next was less of a fight and more of a one-sided beating. Jean tried. She really did. But another well-placed blow from Stolgina crashed into her side and Ritska saw blood splatter the wall. The head of the axe carved through the metal plate armor and sent her flying off, crashing and grinding over stone and sliding to a halt. Her flight left a trail of blood across the wall and seeping down. But where was the other? His eyes narrowed and he turned, kicking off the ground and throwing himself back. From how the battle went at first, he should have expected it. His eyes bulged and he fought back a shout of pain. The sword glanced down his arm. He dared not look down as he stumbled back, clasping a hand over his bleeding limb as the trail of red seeped down from the elbow down to his wrist. It was a burning like fire. But Amakusa was closing in, thrusting once more. The seal on his hand flashed. Then the sword stopped inches from his chest. You aimed well, priest, but far too slow. Avenger pivoted and knocked the sword aside, hand speared and thrust up. Ritska jolted at the crunch of bone and wet splat, stepping backwards with his hand still holding his limp arm, breathing heavily. Sweat poured from his brow. If it even was sweat, it might have been something else. It was hotter than his skin and trailing down. His eyes remained fixed on the arm which speared right through the chest of the priest, flashed of blue fire seeping through the bubbling red and then another crunch. The arm was ripped clean out and a savage punch threw Amakusa halfway across the room and landing into a heap. Right beside the bleeding form of Jean as well. Avenger swung about and sent him a sharp look, eyes flicking down the wounded arm. Ritska tried for a shrug, then winced. That was a bad idea. He still wasn't wanting to look at it, instead he hobbled past Avenger and towards the wounded pair of servants. No, not wounded. They were dying. Amakusa coughed and choked, rolling onto his back. Jean leaned against the wall, a hand at her side in an effort to stem the flow of blood, but it was never going to work. It was over. ... Sorry it turned out this way. He was surprised how easily he could speak despite the pain. Jean looked up and met his eyes. There was a softness in her face even if she did not say it. He knew what she was going to say. What she wanted to say. It has ended now, avatars of wrath and greed. To that, there was only a quiet chuckle. Amakusa turned his head, eyes looking past Ritska and to Avenger. Do you truly believe that? Edmund, that mere death would stop? Avenger was silent, striding past and looking down. Are those to be your final words on this matter? More declarations of futile goals that shall never. Avenger stopped. ... Had you embraced your true purposes in this place, you could well have achieved your goal. Surely you understand this. If you had not denied your nature, denied your very being here, then you would not have been plagued by such weakness. What now? Ritska felt his brows shoot up, turning and staring down at the servants, even as golden light started to break away from their bodies. Neither one of them denied the accusation. Rather, they simply stared back with some strange knowing gaze about them. Avenger sighed. It was the first time he heard them sound so tired. Not even exhausted, merely drained. When he next spoke, his voice was softer. ... No, I insult you by accusing you of casting aside your nobility. Even in this place, you remained determined to your paths until the very end, you, who deny wrath, and you who would end strife and turmoil. Avenger shook his head. It was more fool-I that there was ever a moment when I believe you could be convinced, even in the deepest dark of this tortuous realm. Know this, I might mock your God. Insult and deride him, but I shall not mock you. Until the very end, Pushed to your limit, you did not succumb. There was a brief silence. Avenger raised his hands. But there was no need for it. Ritska stepped forwards, placing a hand on the shoulder of the servant. A sharp eye was sent his way, but he only shook his head. They were dead already. The golden light had claimed more than half their bodies by now. Edmund. Jean whispered the name, prompting a stiffening from Avenger. You are deserving of salvation. Even if you do not believe it so. Avenger chuckled, such ironic words from a woman of faith. Belief is the lone constant of all humans beyond pain and death. Love and hate. There is only belief and hope. I have long since discarded such things, there is nothing left but hatred now. The servant turned his back on them and walked off, his parting words echoing as the bodies faded. Find another soul to save. Ritska glanced back down, but it was much too late for that. They were both gone already. Yet he stared down and then thinned his lips. Amakusa went for him, but it was because he was Avenger's master. There was little interest Jean ever showed in him at all. Avenger. Ritska turned around and looked at him. Do you think No, I was supposed to defeat those two. Avenger did not turn and face him, instead they kept their back pointed his way. Who can say? It was with a flippant tone. Ritska opened his mouth to say something, but stopped and stumbled. He felt tired and, oh, wow. His uniform was really red. Dropping down, he felt something cold catch him before his eyes rolled up. Exhaustion. That's what he as sure as felt. Some distant yet close bond. It seems now is the perfect time for it. This place. This cell. It is familiar. They stayed here. So they will either return or. No, they will return. And he will wait for them. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower. 14. She feels him waver, senses his resolve flutter, then remained powerless as his legs failed his stance, as he let out one final sputtering gasp and dropped forwards. She did nothing as she fell, could do nothing, as it was not with eyes that she could see. But with her mind, she could feel the changes. Even had she been there, she could achieve little. Blind and frail. Merely the scuffle of falling bodies and the soft thud of it striking something solid were her companion. Her grip on her guardian faltered as she leaned forwards far too much. They held on firm, but she felt them tense under her. Ritska. A sharp gasp from Mercedes, a false name, and she feels them shoot forwards, so swift is their panic and strong are their urges that she cannot quite react in time to the movement. Her hold tightened just a fraction at the burst of movement, but she understands it well enough. It is natural. There is the scent of blood in the air, the distinct feeling of injury. And his heartbeat thunders in his chest, faster and faster and then slowing down. That, Stoljina, another false name, is quick to react with anger. She can feel it burning through her quickly, it lights her up as though she were made from it. Such a bursting display of righteous fury, but then it gives way as the voice crackles just an inch. A mere inch. But it changes the feel of her words entirely. That careless idiot, what has he done? Stoljina holds him up, she knows this, holds him up and carries him into the air. Command seals used on himself. That absolutely imbecile. It's an anger born of worry. Of fear. Yes. Because she fears to lose him. The blood. Mercedes whispers out, and she knows what must be done. Holding out her hand, she calls upon the miracles of the angels. Feels their words drum through her mind. Mend. And the stories of old come true at the tips of her fingers. Tales of old and tales of new. She wields them forth and the world sings the song of her legends made real, the scent of blood retreats and the scars become memories. Her mind focuses on the young man who showed her such kindness without knowing much else. She laments that she was not open with him. She knows who she is. There has never been an ounce of doubt who she is. Yet to be another, if only for a brief time, has been a delight to her. Though if the cost of her selfish wish is to allow suffering, then she can bear the mantle once more, despite where it led her. But she fears it, fears what it might do to her. Fears the path that could follow if she treads it once more. If she does this once more, if the voices of the angels are given form in her teachings. How many might die this time? How can she allow it to happen again? Perhaps this is the reason she was called to this place. Her crisis of faith dragged her to the depths of this deep prison in the hope that she would fade to nothing. That her teachings would fade to nothing. Maybe it would be better if they did. Or maybe it would be better if they remained. She does not know. Perhaps it does not matter. Her wings creak and crack, the bones are old and worn, her muscle thin and malnourished. But it is all a product of her mind, for this is how she felt. As she lets her power mend the body of Ritska, she cannot feel the pulse of his mind. The slumber has claimed him and it is a blessing, she feels, that he has earned. This place has been a greater burden on him than she could have thought possible for herself. His kindness has remained, yet is it a kindness or is it something else? A desire to be free of something. A deep and terrible sadness. The bleeding stopped and, Stolgina released a short but breathless sigh. He should be fine when he wakes up. He had better be fine for the. Another long silence, but this one carried a far greater weight. Then perhaps it would be in your interest to carry him the way back, so that he should awaken. Don't tell me that, I know that much. She frowned at the words shared between Edmund and Stolgina, it seemed to carry a degree of bitterness. Or perhaps resentment, but she could not see the reason for why there would be such animosity. Unless. Oh, she was projecting, wasn't she? Anger at herself for letting him be hurt and anger at others when even that proved too great. A shame. HMPH. Edmund reacted to her words with only a mere grunt of affirmation and little else. It seemed the argument would end here. Good. Reaching out, she tapped Mercedes twice on the cheek and then pointed the way of the door. Her bearings were still right from the turn of the head to the direction she gestured. Then came the short pause before Mercedes offered her words. Please, then let us be on our way. Ritska would not want us to be fighting now or at all. Let him wake to see us at least tolerant of one another, if we cannot find it within our hearts to be friends. Do as you please, woman. I shall offer no kind words in this place, they would be wasted. Footsteps and a tired sigh. Edmund continued, she could feel the mass of anger stride away. But I am exhausted and have little interest in crafting some new argument with this one. I shall return to the cell and await the time where our master rises from his slumber and makes ready to fight the final lord. Perhaps you should prepare yourselves as well, for that is when all shall come to pass. Yes, the final lord awaited them, did it not? These judgment creatures who gave Ritska trial after trial. And they were for him and him alone. Her hold tightened around Mercedes and she allowed her warmth to trickle through to the woman. There were feelings of doubt and discomfort all through her. Anxiety aplenty from the passing remarks staunching fears through her. A singular truth that had remained even when there had been efforts to stem it. The trials were for Ritska. Freedom from this place would be his and his alone. From the moment she heard the name and knew the legend, it had been clear to her how this would end. There had only ever been a single escape from this prison. At the cost of a dear friend's life, the innocent man had found his freedom. Cycles repeated themselves. And history would come to pass now, as it had done all those long years ago for the man who was once Edmond Dantes. She knew it and he likely did as well. There would be only one escape from Chateau d'If. And yet she felt no fear from that knowledge. To die in prison was always her fate. But perhaps this time she could let someone else find some joy in their life. To let them cast aside the bars of the cage which trapped them and allow them to bathe in the warmth of the sun once more. To join hands with their friends who treasured them so deeply. Yes, for that, she could endure the cold and dark. The isolation all over again. Ritska would be free, that was her pledge to herself. For he still had so much life left to give, so much he could accomplish. It was the will of the angels that he return to his home and continue his battle, and if she needed to ensure none could stand in his path, that none could prevent such a thing, then she could shoulder that burden as well. If there was a price for freedom paid in blood, she would pay it willingly. As she had done before. Her hands tightened further still as her mind steeled itself. Perhaps Edmund had sensed her resolve, or mayhaps he was a perceptive fellow. She felt the turn of his thoughts to her, the swell of his mind cast its light onto her, and she was sure they were gazing at one another. Through the fabric of her bindings, she raised her head and cast her sightless gaze upon him. He, likewise, met her stare with resolution. A silent conversation spanned between them. They both knew. It became clear to her that he had realized she understood and he knew that she knew. A strange turn of events, and now it was the case of who would strike first when the time came. Whether she would land the final blow for the sake of Ritska, or if he would find his freedom as he had done before. She tapped Mercedes twice and shuffled her legs. The woman who carried her stopped for a brief moment, then slowly loosened her grasp. Dropping onto shaky legs, she clung to the woman for a short moment to find her bearings. In this form she was frail and weak. No stronger than a human, even if her might lay elsewhere. But she could accomplish this much with her will alone. With shaky steps, she forced herself down the narrow corridors, the feeling of rough stone on her bare soles. Her feet dragged, a sense of great discomfort as her wings folded down, the weight of them holding her back from a true walk. She hobbled forth, emaciated and weak in body. But not in spirit. Inch by inch, she grew closer and closer to Edmund. And then she stood before him, looking up and staring at the Avenger. The man who should not have been and yet undoubtedly was. The voice of the angels sang for him, the man who was so human and yet so different. Whose soul was drenched in the deepest of the dark, a madness so twisted that it could have been the abyss itself, and yet it did not run wild as it should have done. Kept tempered by a will like steel. He was magnificent, so very human. Yes, he was beloved by the angels just as much, and she could hear their praise for him, hear the way they sang of his hatred and his fury, of how his anger could endure so very much and continue for so very long. Eternal and unchanging, as it was meant to be. What is it you believe you see, woman? What can your frail form and crippled sight behold that has you take such shaky steps towards me? Edmund asked as a whisper of challenge. Do you see the light which others claim? Shall you speak of your Lord as one who offers salvation? Or is it yet another effort to claim I am more than what I claim? Do you believe in a spirit of some lost soul? She reached out, slowly but surely, and placed her hand upon his heart. Laying her palm flat across his chest and allowing hers to link with it. Thump, 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 two hearts as one, freedom, or death. The voice shared between them. Edmund let out a sharp gasp and drew back. She felt the discomfort as she lowered her hand back down into her side, smiling to herself with the knowledge he could see. A choice that lay before him now. Freedom or death. Ha 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 ha. It was a mere ghost of a laugh, but it sounded far more pure than any she heard before. The laugh of the man and not the spirit. It seems as though without eyes, you have beheld the truth before all others. Perhaps I have underestimated you, woman. Or perhaps it was clear to me that you were always beyond the grasp of this place. No. Edmund was silent for a moment, then he spoke again. How familiar you are with bondage, with the shackles that hold the body. I see those marks of chains across your wings, those plucked lumps of flesh mounted across your back. Did you also meet an end in a place like this? As she thought. Perceptive. She nodded her head up and down. And what would you do, in my place? What choice do you believe would be made were you granted the chance, tell me? Her head tilted. Was it not obvious? She could never be more than the person that she was. All she ever wanted, all she ever needed, was to help those who could not help themselves. It was the angels who offered salvation, and she did only as they directed her to. Yet she saw the good in them, the light they brought to the kingdom below. Even as she was decried as evil and cursed, she saw only the light she brought. Very slowly, she smiled and turned her head to where Stolgina walked. It was her answer to his question. The souls who were right before her needed her help, here and now. Even if the voices of the angels cared for Edmund, he was not the one who was in true need for care. It was for the human who had not yet met the end of his life. For the one who had not taken his final breath. Her head returned to Avenger at the scoff. Ever am I to be surrounded by those of purity and valor. I cannot even laugh at such an irony. How is it that this place can attract both sinners and saints en masse, and yet their selfish desires rarely come for them and them alone? She could only offer a faint shrug at that. Indeed, it was most peculiar. But that was all right. They were all only human. Turning, she limped away and dragged her feet. A hand on her shoulder stopped her before she could get far. You shall spill your blood across these halls if you are to drag your feet so clumsily. This is not a place that is deserving of your spilled blood. This is my prison. You are no more a sinner here than the boy. Ah, now that was not true. Shaking her head, she turned to him. She committed sins. From the very beginning, she saw the world as it was deemed right and declared it was wrong. Her actions were selfish from the very beginning because she could see the way things should have been, even if that was not the way they were. Arrogance or self-righteous. It did not matter to her. All that mattered was bringing about good. And to her, it was good. So there were no regrets in her path, even if she wished there were things that could have been changed. From the brothers who spelled her end, to the brothers she never got to bring her light upon, Gawain and Gundyr, souls she would never be able to save. Her smile was sadder this time. She shook her head from side to side. Oh, how strange. You are one who brings salvation, and yet, do you acknowledge that it is evil to those without a desire for it? She nodded. Strange indeed. As you wish then, woman, split your feet and spill your ichor. That is the only path that would await you now until the very end. My flames shall embrace that evil you speak of, your self-righteous salvation will not endure. This much can be said with certainty. Naturally, salvation only existed until there was no one left to save. Her mind was playing tricks on her again. She knew that. Knew there should have been something more, but she was missing it. Like there was something she should have known, but she didn't quite have it. Her memories weren't lining up properly. But none of that truly mattered while her subordinate was in a bad state, though at least it wasn't physical anymore. The wounds had healed up very well and there was no physical sign of damage, which meant he must have just been very exhausted. He should not have been so tired. There was no need for him to have been so tired. Not if she had been the diligent knight that she prided herself on being. So long as she could hold her head high and say with certainty that she could care for anyone under her command, then it had been enough for her. She needed people to at least see that she could do what she said she could. Yet holding her unconscious subordinate in her arms. It was hard to say. She should have been better. Knew she should have been better. He had been the one making all the decisions and she had just been standing beside him and going along with whatever it was he decided because she didn't know what else she was supposed to do. She didn't know what to do or how to react. She should have been there leading from the front and instead she was walking up beside him like some demure and lost child. It angered her. She was better than that. Needed to be better than that. What sort of person follows a leader who is merely putting on airs and utterly worthless when the going got tough? Had anything changed from the time she did battle with the Black Dragon? When did she fight the Black Dragon? They had been around millennium before she was ever. Wait. No, that wasn't right. She recalled the Battle of. What battle was it? She knew she fought them, but what was she even thinking about again? It wasn't all lining up right and she was sure that there was something missing. Maybe this place was scrambling with her head and that was why it was so hard for her to focus on past battles. Yes, that was probably it. But that was unfair to her subordinate. He was picking up the slack because his director was so useless. Director. Where did that come from? She was a knight. Or a mere knight. What nonsense was she allowing herself to surrender this time? She was nothing at all like a knight. The armor was donned purely because it had taken her fancy at the time. A knight. HMPH. How laughable, she was far greater than that. As such, it was expected of her to delegate responsibilities to those down on the pedestal. Naturally her subordinate would handle all the leg work and all he needed to do was sit back and support her as she demonstrated why she was the one who got the final say on all matters. What gross negligence on his part to not put his safety at the forefront of his mind. If he went and died, then who would allow her to demonstrate her prowess and her natural aura? Truly, she would need to have some words with her herald for being so careless. Holding her head up higher, she strode forwards and shifted her grip on the young human. Yes, she would have him nursed back to health if only so that he could be properly disciplined for being so clumsy. Really, she would have thought he had a lot more sense than to allow himself to get so close to servants in the first place. Actually, what business did she have in being injured by mere clerics? They were supposed to worship her, weren't they? Who else were they going to offer prayers to? HMPH. Unruly clerics. That must have been why she was so harmed in the first place. Who would have expected one of their own fingers to suddenly turn and attack them? That was why she had been so unprepared and wounded. She had merely been so shocked at the sudden nature of it all and the mere audacity. Now that she thought about it, they went and did battle with them only for the sake of this vagrant who had attached himself to her herald. Her eyes narrowed and her lip curled down. Maybe it would do some good to reevaluate the value this miscreant had within their ranks if he was a mere invitation for trouble in the future. She could hardly allow her herald to come into contact with such needless danger again. We shall have words, miscreant. Calling over her shoulder, she did not do him the courtesy of looking into his eyes. Not at first, at least. Then she realized that it would be beneath her to say that this man occupied such a level of thought that she was needing to put effort into ignoring him. With a marginal turn of the neck, she stared back at the dark-suited man. And what words do you have an interest in trading, woman? What utter gall, to speak as if he was on the verge of hearing a joke. I am curious indeed, what anger boils within your head that you must wait until our master is in the throes of slumber before you bare your fangs? Surely it would have been better to wait until he was awake. He does not need to hear my words if I do not believe it necessary. Tomfoolery to even think otherwise. And he would see you only as a case of charity. I have no qualms about continued partnership with you, but I am not so blind as he. I shall not hesitate to slap his hand away from casting alms to such lowly beggars. Avenger blinked and raised a brow, then his lip quirked up. Lowly beggar. What a strange turn of phrase, woman. Whose mind has found a home in your body today? I sense so many changes of thought that I find myself unable to discern which among you has more or less sense than those who came before. What drivel was he spouting now? Multiple spiritual entities inside a single vessel. She was certainly no pseudo or demi-servant, she had always been like this as far as she was concerned. Clearly he was just surprised. With a huff and a roll of her eyes, she turned back around and shook her head. With a mere sentence you retreat. Is your anger worth so little? My anger is worth plenty, thank you very much. Hissing back, she held her master a bit closer to her. Why did he have to go and make contracts with such vexing characters? And I cannot help but notice that there is a definitive link between your name and this place. Or am I supposed to interpret it as a mere coincidence indeed that we shall walk hand in hand with Edmond Dantes through the halls of Chateau d'If? Did he think her some idiot not to notice something so obvious? They were not being helped. They were helping Avenger, that was the only thing she knew. Well, ... Sharp indeed, despite your fractured mind. Apparently sharper than him. Stop speaking nonsense, does this truly work to the benefit of Ritzka or not? If you even try to lie to me, I shall split you from your crown to your groin. She stopped and turned around, facing him directly with narrowed eyes. Then her gaze snapped to the pair just beside him and she jerked her head. Not a word from you two, I want to hear this straight from him. Her eyes locked onto Avenger's once more. Well, he stared back at her with his eyes cut like diamonds. Then he responded. Our goals coincide. It is as you say, I am just as deeply a prisoner here as our master. Without his support, I could not escape from this place and, just as well, he cannot progress without my knowledge to lead him to his next destination. This entire prison contorts to my mind. It was a product of his. Her gaze sharpened. ... A self-inflicted noble phantasm. Avenger chuckled, if only it were so simple. I spoke truth to master and he relayed it correctly to you. This is a product of the King of Mages, an endless prison, my mind merely gave it a greater truth and an escape it lacked before my coming. Chateau d'If is a prison that can be escaped, this is an established fact from the world. The laughter faded away and he glared. But do not think for a moment, woman, that it does make us anything more than allies of circumstance. She felt her jaw clench and her teeth grit. They were being used. Ritska was being used. Her subordinate was being used. Her squire was being used. Her herald was being used. How dare you? The words came out as spittle, a low growl that surprised even her for the venom. But no, it was venom she would have spat. Once again his kindness was being used as a tool. The Audica city. She sucked in a breath through her nose, then exhaled. To dare do this to him again. To make him suffer for his kindness again. I did not conceal a single thing from him, before you hurl your anger at me. Avenger interrupted with cold words. He knows or suspects this and aided me all the same, just as I aided him. We are accomplices with a shared goal, he and I. Two prisoners who seek the same exit. Allies of circumstance at best. He trusts you to lead him to the exit and I shall do exactly that. His head cocked. But what shall become of you when that time comes? What? Avenger opened his mouth to speak, then stopped and suddenly narrowed his eyes, body stiffening. That was a rather sudden reaction, his eyes suddenly flicked to something behind her. Stolgina narrowed her gaze, then turned about. What? Took you long enough to arrive? The voice cut through the silence, followed by an irritated sigh. I heard you stomping down those halls for quite some time, but to think you would pick now to dawdle about and argue. Clearly his standards have not risen too greatly, or perhaps he is cursed to be burdened with such worthless help. She couldn't make sense of it. She knew that voice, knew that face, but it was just all wrong. Striding out of the shadow of the darkness, through the door of their cell, came Fujimaru Ritsuka. Except he was wrong. His expression was alien on his face, cold and detached, those pale gold eyes of his looking at her as if she was some sort of bug. He didn't see her. To say nothing of his attire, it was a complete mockery of the Chaldean uniform. Everything was just reversed about it, the coloration of black instead of white. Arms folded behind his back, the person who could not have possibly been Fujimaru Ritsuka stepped closer, face set in some bored frown now. Her eyes were drawn to the very bold shade of white that now colored his once dark hair. Drifting her gaze down, she stared at the slumbering form of her master, then back up towards the duplicate in confusion. How? No. Who are? He held up a single finger. Be silent until I have spoken. Then you make waste your words or thoughts however you might please. Flames surged past her, she did not even get a chance to react before the hallway was bathed in deep blue and cloaking her with heat. Taking a half step backwards in surprise as the blur of Avenger shot right past her, without even a word of warning, and spilled more fires into the hallway. It was such an amount that there was barely even a trace of anything else. All that existed beyond Avenger was flame and heat. It lasted a full 5 seconds. Gah! Stolgina jolted, the wall of flames parted and there came a shout of pain. The scent of blood rushed up her nose, her eyes flicked off as Avenger staggered backwards, a spike of glowing blue crystal sticking out of his shoulder. Or rather, the one glowing blue crystal, it had been dyed red when it punched clean through his shoulder. The fires dimmed away. The copy wasn't even singed. Instead he just looked, annoyed. She saw the flaking remnants of blue disappearing from around his body as he folded his arms behind his back once more. I truly have not even a clue who you are, but from your reaction, I assume I have wronged you in some capacity. He said that like it was some nuisance. But for the rest of you. Bored gold eyes skimmed over them briefly, landing somewhere over her shoulder and behind. Oh, wonderful. Another of her children. It seems that Fujimaru is collecting them now. A rather troublesome habit to pick up but nothing that cannot be remedied. His eyes rose up, meeting her own. Now then, if we're done with the theatrics, hand over Ritsuka and you can. He trailed off, then pinched his brows. No, as servants it would be odd for you to hand over your master. I forget that not everyone has such a thing as self-preservation. Then he sighed and brought his hands out from behind his back and adjusted his sleeves. Very well. One at a time or all at once, I do not care, just try not to be too much of a nuisance. I'd rather not damage Ritska when I'm killing you. Stolgina worked her jaw, taking a half step back and narrowing her eyes. This person wanted her master. And they were not going to get them. Mercedes. Calling back, she never once removed her eyes from the copy as she handed back the form of her master into the waiting hands of the woman. In a flash of light, shield and axe fell into her grasp. Keep him safe until we meet up. The duplicate raised an amused eyebrow. Yes, do keep him safe until we meet up. He copied her words but stressed it perfectly fine. I do not make a habit of entering battles I am not certain I can win. Waving a hand, she watched trails of light flicker through his fingers, pale blue sparkles. So it would be sensible if you saved yourself some pain and just accepted the inevitable. A brief pause, then he shrugged. Or don't. And then he thrust his hands forwards. Stolgina barely had time to raise her shield before the shriek of light went tearing down the hallway towards her, the corridors and walls shredding apart in the wake of the titanic blast. Something was shaking. He could tell. There was a dull rumble somewhere but he had his eyes closed, so he couldn't see it. He was really tired right now, so if whatever was rumbling could stop then he would appreciate it immensely. Shifting his body, a groan slipped out as he realized he was being pulled along with a fair bit of discomfort. Eyes fluttering open at the rumble which had grown louder and louder in the few seconds he hadn't been listening. Then there was something falling on him, tickling his nose. A cough and a sneeze dislodged it, but it was enough for him to wake up a bit faster now. What? Words were slurred, he felt rather exhausted as he stared through dim lighting down to something. A few seconds passed before there was another rumble, louder than before, and a flash of light which had him snap his eyes closed all over again. It had been like staring at the sun and he registered it as nothing more than light. Turning himself ever so slightly, there was a ringing in his ears and yet another rumble. Was there an earthquake around here or something? Did they even get those? MMMMMMH. Pulling forwards, he placed his weight on his feet and started to rise up, but whatever was holding him under the arms didn't quite want to let go of him. Another groan and he pulled a bit harder this time, dislodging the grasp on him. Wah! He staggered and blinked, eyes flying open as he stared out. Oh, they were in the hallways again. Did he pass out or something? He must have done. The last thing he remembered was there being a fair bit of pain and something hot running down his arm and then nothing. He looked over and turned his left arm about, raising a brow as he observed it, then looked over at his right and gave that one a quick examination. Neither one of them seemed to be bleeding, but there was a rather long cut down the sleeve of his right arm, running from his elbow down to his wrist. Man, the sleeve was ruined, wasn't it? His fingers pulled at the cut and he stared with raised brows. It was rather clean, like someone had taken scissors to it or something. His eyes jumped up at the sudden crash, he stared rather dumbly at the explosion of dust and rubble tearing its way through the corner ahead of him. Not even feeling the sharp tugging at the back of his clothes that was urging him to move away. He just kept on staring as something went flying through the cloud of dust and smashing into the wall, disappearing in yet another explosion. Except this one seemed to drag all the debris with it, the force of the impact wiping out whatever dust had been hanging in the air. Ritska blinked. What the heck was happening? Huh, what? The pulling got stronger, he was stumbling backwards as his feet gave out underneath him, balance carrying away as he turned, caught in the arms of Mercedes. She was suddenly dragging him along with a rather fearful look on her face. But then where was? The patter of feet had him turn his head. Shizuko. What was she doing walking around? It looked like a struggle, she was clinging to the wall to guide her and shambling forwards, strain all across her face. None of that. With a frown, he pulled out of Mercedes' hold and moved forwards, ignoring the fatigue as nothing more than, well, nothing. Clearing the gap, he dropped down and scooped the younger girl up into his arms with only a faint gasp of surprise from her. Looking down and giving her a quick once-over, then looking up as another hefty clang of metal reached his ears. Like the deep echo of a distant drum. It brought about a silence. Then came another sound, like a high-pitched shriek. Building and building. Then it popped. Blue light shot out and Ritska took a step back from the sudden intensity of the source, a stream. No, it was not a stream. It was as if a wall of light had just burst out of nowhere right in front of him, cutting the hallway in half. Lasting for not more than a few seconds before it faded away, leaving clean cuts right through the wall it had just blasted through, the smooth surface as if someone had just taken a scoop right out of everything. Ritska took a few steps backwards. Wait, where was the director? Where was Avenger? What was even happening? Ritska. Jerking about, he turned and faced Mercedes as she called out to him, frantically waving her hand for him to follow. We have to run. You have to run. Run from what? Another crunch. He turned and stared. Something shot out from the cutout section of hallway and struck the wall. He blinked twice as the shape dropped down with a thud. It was Stolgina's shield. Except it had been dented inwards, like something had struck it hard. Almost like a hammer except. Ritska stared at the imprint of knuckles across the surface of the shield. Then came a shout, a pained gasp bordering a scream, and his eyes snapped back upwards and stared towards the source, or as close as he could manage. That voice sounded like, Director. Ritska realized with a sharp start, then turned about and rushed to Mercedes. Take Shizuko and run. He didn't give her much time to understand what he was saying before he was thrusting her into the hands of the older woman, then making an about turn before there could be any sort of protests and taking off in a sprint. Rounding the corner and staring into the blackness, another rumble shook the rubble from all around. Dust fell like raindrops and far off he could see pulses of faint blue light, more shouts emerged from the black. He charged right into the thick of it. Sure, this was probably a bad idea. But then again, he was good at hose. Hopping along the ruins of the hallway, he rounded another corner into a walkway. The mangled remains of iron bars surrounded him, the remnants of what had once been one of the cells, or perhaps an entire row of them, and he had to stop and stare at the sheer level of devastation. Like a hurricane had torn through and wrenched everything out of place and haphazardly thrown it all around. The rumbles did not abate, growing stronger and stronger. As well the flashes of light grew brighter, soon followed by another pained shout. The director. No, not the director. But they were as close as for him. He bounded forwards once more, leaping over a crevice opened in the ground and charging right for the thickest part of the smoke. Another turn which was where the echoing crashes and thundering booms were the loudest, the waves of smoke and battle surrounded him to such a point that he could hear nothing else. Not even the shouts and cries of whomever was fighting met his ears anymore, it was all just a jumble of noise. He slid down and whipped around the corner. A body crashed into the wall and slid down. Ritska stared for a brief moment as he found himself entranced by it. The wall was smeared with blood from the impact, the figure coughed and let out a wet sputter as they forced themselves back to their feet. Avenger's suit was torn, slashes right across his chest oozed blood to the point it was gushing. Ritska was there before he even realized it, hands pressing flat against the servant and pushing them back down to the ground. Avenger's head whipped up and met his eyes. There was a brief flicker of surprise in them before it dimmed, replaced with some odd sense of amusement. He didn't know what was so funny at the moment though. The mystic code was pulsing healing spell after healing spell activating to stem the tide of bleeding and right the damage done. For one who seeks life, you are swift to rush to the aid of a man who stated he would. I'm not debating this with you, Avenger. Really, he had heard enough of the same argument again and again. We're partners and you're not dying if I can help it. Got it. He did not wait for an answer as he continued his work. Avenger just watched him in silence, then gave a faint nod of the head. I shall waste no more words on the matter then. It seems, my accomplice, that we find ourselves doing battle with another unexpected visitor. Another. Ritska glanced up and frowned. I thought the lords couldn't leave. No lord. Avenger spat blood from between his teeth off at the side, offering a crooked smile. But another prisoner who seeks a prize. One that I am not so keen to offer up. Great. Be less cryptic, please. Grumbling out, he looked up when he heard another thunderous crash, louder than all others, and a brilliant pulse of familiar blue light. Blue light. Ritzka's eyes flicked left and right as he noticed something. The faint trace of sky blue across the walls, the remnants of crystals. His skin turned cold and numb. There was a ringing in his ears. He couldn't move. It wasn't his body. No, it was his body. Why were his hands so hot? Why was his face so hot? It was sticky. He smelled iron. The world cracked around him, a metal shape flew from one corner of his eyes to another, vanishing amidst a cloud of smoke where he could see it no further. Then came silence. Just the endless ringing greeted him. Crystals. It was all crystals. Footsteps. He heard the footsteps one after another. His throat closed up as they grew closer and closer, louder and louder. Like they were in his head. His hands were red. They had always been red. Did they ever stop being red? They stopped out from the smoke. Sighing and rubbing their wrist. White hair. Golden eyes. Their heads snapped around. Ritzka looked at his own face. His reflection gave a warm smile. "Ah," they said in a voice almost gentle. A sickly gentle, nearly nurturing. Ritzka felt bile rise up through his throat. "There you are, Ritzka." At long last. Like lightning shooting through his body, he stumbled backwards and away from Avenger, staggering as his feet failed him. No, this wasn't right. It wasn't real. You're not. His world span and he fell back hard onto his shoulder, gasping from the blow and looking back. They were still there, still smiling at him. No. It wasn't. You can't. Ritzka scrambled backwards, pushing away at the floor to give some distance from the thing that couldn't possibly be here. They were stepping closer. "Why you stay away from me?" His voice cracked. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. With a flick of the hand, the corridor was bathed in blue light and Avenger vanished under the storm of crystals. Ritzka went stiff. No, that wasn't. Why you're not, you can't, this. He kept pushing back until his back struck something solid, then he pushed further into that. Further and further, like he could somehow break whatever was behind him. But he couldn't. They just kept walking closer and closer. "Please, stay away." They didn't. Their soft smile never leaving their face as they stood over him. His reflection slowly started to crouch down, then reached out. Ritzka stiffened and whimpered. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. Not again. He didn't do it again. He didn't. I didn't. You can't. There was a hand on his cheek. Hush. He sucked in a breath at the gentle voice, eyes daring to meet the golden orbs that peered back at him. "There is no need for such a pitiful display with me, Ritzka. Such things do not need words." Very slowly, the smile turned softer. "I understand. But don't worry. All is well now." The head tilted. After all. Ritzka felt the tears prickle his eyes. "We're together again." Golden eyes hardened. "Try not to think too deeply on the how and why of my presence here. In a few moments, I shall be doing more than enough thinking for the both of us." She never liked being away from the room. Not leaving Senpei all alone in case something happened. She was not even sure what would happen. There had been nothing in the last few hours, but it was all the same to her. The moment she stepped outside, she feared that there would be something that happened to which she had no knowledge of. And she wouldn't be there for him. It made her feel a little guilty. Her hand tightened ever so slightly around the mug in her grasp as she sped up her walking. Not quite into a run, but fast enough that she would be there much quicker than she otherwise would have been. It was worry that drove her on. The urge to just get there as soon as possible. Mash. She almost stopped at the voice, then gave a quick glance over her shoulder and found there was no need to do so. Nud was effortlessly keeping pace with her at a brisk pace, striding beside her. "I thought to find you out here at some point or another, though I would have just as quickly gone marching to the room and seek out you by the side of Ritzka." Having him say it like that made her feel bad for not being there. The doctor thought it would be good for me to go and stretch my legs." Admittedly, they had been feeling very tired. Nud rumbled out a swift agreement, "As well you should. I commend your diligence in remaining by his side for so long, but that is no cause to neglect your own health on the matter. Though it seems fears unfounded for the exhaustion of your limbs," he said with a brief glance down and a touch of a smile. though it was quickly removed. But that is not what I wished to speak of. Truthfully, there is a thought which dawned on me that I am not so certain has been explored yet, and I am not hesitant to say that it would be with good reason none have thought of it. Mash stopped for a brief moment as the words registered with her. The god stopped a few steps ahead, his back still to her. She replayed what he said and then found herself pushing out the words. What do you mean? Another option. What did that mean? Another option for what? Waking Senpai. Reaching him. Helping him. Nud let out a sharp sigh, then turned about to face her. The plan of the stall is inspired and I believe it might well have worked, but there is a fear that drives me forwards. A fear that it might not quite be enough, and I believe you might share that same fear. Mash flinched ever so slightly, but nodded her head up and down. Yes, she was afraid. And I am hesitant to say, but it seems as though we might need to resort to more desperate tactics, yet I am unsure whether one could even call this an option at all. No, that sounded like he was giving up. Like he was going to keep it to himself. If it was a chance to help Senpai. Please, Nud-san, tell me what this option is. He looked at her, lips drawn thin. For long seconds, she feared that he would dismiss it. Then he released a breath, his silver arm coming up to rub at his brows. Has the concept of summoning stones been brought up yet to you? Summoning stones. The magical summoning that came from the other world. Mash slowly shook her head from side to side. I don't believe so, but there might be a good reason for that. I do not know if we can find the link. Finding the link is not an issue for some varieties of them. What? Nud-san. He turned and started walking on, and before he could even manage more than a few paces, she was right by his side and staring up. Nud-san, please. The blonde bit his lower lip. There are other variants of the summoned stones that I do not doubt are in the possession of Ash or Bedrick. Cracked red-eye orbs which could, and I would strongly emphasize the word on this matter, could be used to send an individual across the span of worlds to where Ritsuka is. Mash wasn't quite sure what to say. Rather, she didn't know how to express her thoughts. All this time, and there was a solution here. A solution both Bedrick and Ash had. Then why? He turned on her, finger raised. Because it is an invasion. A forceful invasion of another world, and it is not used by those with benevolent intentions. The tool of killers and scoundrels. The weapon of dark wraiths who sought only to strip the souls from those they preyed upon in other worlds. He kept the hand raised for a few moments, then lowered it down. And for that matter, none have tried to use one since their arrival. There is no telling what the result could be, which is why I was hesitant in even discussing it to begin with, but I am growing restless with the lack of news. Leaving him without confirmed aid is troubling to me, and I fear we might need to delve down disturbing roots. Mash did not really hear much after the fact. It could let her be at the side of Senpai. Even if it was dangerous, then it could help them. If it could help them, then it was at least worth discussing, surely. Thank you, Nud-san. Do not thank me for this, Mash. He was quick with a response, as I suspect there is good reason it has not been brought up. Ask if you must, but do not demand them to act with such things. There can be no confirmation. Yes, that was also true. It could be dangerous and it might not work. Mash nodded her head, turned on her heel and continued off at a faster pace. She needed to speak with Ash and Bedrick, and needed to ask them why. They were already there when she arrived. Which was good. Both Ash and Bedrick on opposite sides of the room to one another. With a deep breath, she opened her mouth and spoke. What are cracked red-eye orbs? The immediate reaction from the pair was to quickly turn and look at her. The others in the room, the doctor and the director, was just confusion at what she had just said. Bedrick stepped off the wall with his eyes hard. Lady Mash, there is desperation and then there is what you speak of. I do not know who would even utter such a solution, but it is not one that we can think of using. Yes, she heard the same. Please, just explain. Further hesitance, but then his eyes were on the other side of the room and narrowed. Mash followed his gaze quickly. Ash had stepped forwards and she could see something held in his hands. It was a very dulled red and looked like the broken fragment of a sphere. About the size of an apple but no larger, Her eyes remained on it and then darted up towards his expression. Ash looked over at her, then at Bedrick. He is right. As far as solutions go, it is not a viable one. Just answer her. The director demanded swiftly, pointing towards the item in Ash's hand. What is that and why are you acting as if it is somehow incredibly dangerous? It is the tool of dark wraiths. Ash explained slowly, coldly. That which grants them entrance to other worlds. It is not via the method of invitation as our summons granted via soapstones are, it is forceful. Crossing the distance of time and space to appear by the side of the closest world and striding through it to the host. He was quiet for a moment longer, then continued. It does not require a prior link to exist. Mash heard it. So too did everyone else. And it is dangerous. Bedrick argued, even he can see the sense in not wielding something such as that. The tool of fiends and scoundrels, a weapon for harvesting souls and little else. But wouldn't it depend on the person using it? Another sigh from the night, yes. Perhaps. One less inclined to acts of brutality might not wield such a thing, but even then, I cannot say for certainty how it would interfere with the rules of this realm. For that matter, we do not even know what the closest alternate world is. Yes. He pointed over at Senpei, all while his eyes swept over the room. It could very easily carry one of us over to the same world as Ritsuka is currently in. I will not deny that, but it could just as easily cast us out to some unseen realm. Some other place that we know nothing about and where dangers lurk. Mash locked eyes with him. Ash-san said that being killed would only snap you back. Yes, it would. Bedrick admitted with a slow nod of the head. That much is true, but I do not know whether that is because we are undead or because of our external spirits being destroyed. We could just as easily die and remain dead, and returning is not possible until the host is dead or you die. She found herself flinching at the intensity of his words. Or unless he has the capacity for banishing phantoms, but that is not a talent known to many. Not without one of these. The eyes of the room turned again, this time Ash held a black crystal in his other hand. Using this would return you to your world of origin. Mash stared, then looked across to the director. Her expression was thoughtful. Then, it is an escape method if it does not work. Ash hesitantly nodded, yes, but I have a limited number of them and, the Lord of Cinder speaks truthfully. Dark wraiths walking between worlds are not doing so because they were kind souls. They invite upon them the wrath of sentinels who might exist here. It is a chance better left. A groan permeated through the room. Mash's eyes dropped down to the bed as Senpei started to twitch violently. Shuddering and gasping. Dr. Romani was already there, hands on Senpei and keeping them from moving too much. Help me keep him still. Came the swift words and the director was at the other side, pinning his arms down. Someone get his legs. What is happening? I don't. Senpei started to choke. Say Seath. She heard it. She heard it clearly. Seath. The person who was Senpei alone with. Mash felt her mind blank out. Her eyes flicked over to Ash as he was already moving to return the items in his hand to the box. If he did that then. She was reckless. She knew that. Even as she lunged across the room, even as the strength of the servant within her came on full force and Ash turned on her in surprise. Even as she yanked the crystals from his hand and knocked him backwards to stop him from grabbing her, she apologized in her mind. But she hadn't been there for Senpei when he needed her. She still wasn't there for him when he needed her. Dr. Romani was the first to react beyond it, eyes shooting up to meet her own with horror in them. Mash, don't. She offered a smile without words. She hoped he would understand that she needed to do this. Sitting at the side of the bed just wasn't something she could do anymore. Her hand flexed and the orb of red shattered in her palm, fragments spilling out from between her fingers and to the floor. It was such a loud noise. Deafening. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion as Bedrick lunged across the room towards her with shock over his face, and the hands of Ash were reaching her as well. But it was all too slow. She felt it quickly, like a cold hand around her entire body. Then she fell, like slipping over. And plunged into darkness. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower. 15. It was when both hands were on him that Ritska reacted. He didn't put conscious effort into it. He just acted. Nothing more was going through his mind beyond the fact he needed to get away. Scrambling, he lashed out with a kick to the side of the body in front of him and rolled away as best he could, clinging to the wall and launching himself to his feet. A firm clasp at his collar yanked him backwards, accompanied by an exasperated voice. This sort of display really does not need to happen, Ritska. Get the hell. He reached back and tried to claw at the hand holding him in place, more frantic than before as he struggled in it. Yet it was as if he had been caught in a vice and was unable to move. The more he struggled, the tighter the grip seemed to get. Ritska, you are not thinking clearly. He whirled around, fist cocked, and slammed his knuckles right into the side of his duplicate's face. They didn't so much as twitch, instead staring back at him with a slowly raising eyebrow. Like they were surprised he even tried it. He stood there, now free of their hold, and jumped away from them and further along the wall. Nothing else really mattered but getting away from this person. For goodness sake, Ritska. His duplicate let out another irritated sigh as they reached up and rubbed the bridge of their nose. It was such a casual movement that it was out of place in the situation. The hand came back down and they looked at him. They looked at him like he was an unruly child. He still had enough sense in him at the moment to know what that sort of look was, but he just didn't care for it right now. What mattered was getting away from this. The hand of his duplicate swung up and there came a flash of light, a brief crackle like splintering glass, and his body struck something hard, bouncing off and whipping around to see the wall of luminescent crystal which had blocked off his escape. Trapping him like a rat. He turned back, arms raised and in fists. Even if he was trying to ignore the now throbbing pain in his right hand, the one he had used to punch the copy in the face. They stood there, hands on their hips, and stared at him. Ritska, enough of this embarrassing display. You cannot hurt me and I have no wish to hurt you, but the longer this goes on the more rough I will need to be. You're only wounding yourself with this display. A step forwards. You stay the hell away from me. Golden eyes rolled. I can hardly do that. It defeats the purpose of my tracking you down in this. Trailing off, his duplicate turned and swept a hand around the ruins of the hallway. Place. Quaint little hole that it is. I would assume you would rather be out sooner than later, which is what I am going to offer you. I don't want anything from you. Ritska spat back at them, feeling the burning rising up in his eyes as his chest pounded faster and faster. They had the nerve to look insulted. I am going to ignore that because you are clearly emotional. Do not be so short-sighted, Ritska. I have done nothing to you that would warrant such a display. Ritska just stopped. What? What did he just say? Still with fists raised, he stared at them in shock. What? He wasn't sure he heard right. There was no mockery on their face and just confusion. He didn't get it. Why would they say something like that? You haven't done anything. Ritska found the words coming to him easier than he would have thought, but they were so quiet. So quiet that he himself struggled to hear them. You haven't done anything. With their expression searching, the white-haired person gazed back at him before cocking a brow and tilting their head. Comprehension came to them, but not before their face scrunched up in disgust and they let out a sharp sigh. Oh, do not tell me this is because of the servants. It is, isn't it? Are you truly so upset about I would hesitate to even call them deaths. A dismissal perhaps, but they were in the way. It is hardly as though there was any great loss. No, great loss. He said they were no great loss. Ritska just. His heart went still and he stared at them. They can be brought back. Came the dismissive grunt, accompanied by a handwave. They are not gone forever and you can use them again. It was hardly as if I killed anyone permanently in that little altercation and I very easily could have done so. Truthfully, I was expecting gratitude that I left that pair of women alive. Oh, right, of course. What did he expect? You killed them. Ritska replied slowly. I banished summons. I killed nothing. He paused for a moment, then folded his arms. I would have preferred it to be much cleaner, but I can see you aren't still stained over it, so there was no permanent harm. It just came flashing back to him. The feeling of punching through flesh. The moment when his body was no longer his. When he tried everything he could to make himself stop but just couldn't. All of it. It just came back at once. Next thing he knew, he was right in front of Seath or Haku or whatever they were calling themselves now. The feeling of his knuckles driving into their face burned right across his arm, like he had struck a brick wall, and took in a sharp breath from the flash of pain that shot right the way up his arm. Not that he cared. The next punch smashed into their chin with the other hand. It didn't mean anything. No lasting harm. You killed them. Ritsuka didn't recognize his voice. You killed them and you made me do it. Another punch drew blood, though not from his opponent. Stole my body to kill them. Mordred. Percival. He chopped the side of their neck and yanked his hand back with a grimace of pain, like his entire limb was on fire, and drew it back. Though the placid face staring back at him just made him all the more angry. Driving a kick upwards and into their body, he pulled back and hissed in pain. Your own daughter. Enough. A hand shoved him back and he dropped down to the ground, hissing from the impact. Trying to get back up, a palm flashed in the corner of his eye, and then there was a weight pressing down on the side of his head, forcing him to lay there. He felt the curl of fingers around his head and the way he could just about turn his eyes to see Seath squatting down over him. Golden eyes narrowed. Look at what you've done to yourself with this display. I did tell you how pointless it was, but you just don't listen to me, do you? Ritsuka glared. You made me kill them. He just needed to say it. Needed to shout it out. Yes. Seath stole his body and made him kill them. I trusted you and you made me kill them. Golden eyes peered down, then they let out a breath. You are not listening to me, Ritsuka. These servants, these creatures, are meaningless when compared to you and I. They perished long ago, and therefore why should they not exist purely to be used by the living? And really, if they were that suited for living, then perhaps they should have been more prepared. Ritsuka just stopped. What? I could explain it to you, but you're not in the right frame of mind just yet. With a frown, the hold on his head tightened. Not painful, but certainly discomforting. But that is why I am here. To help you make sense of it all. Ritsuka, there is nothing more valuable than your life. You know this. Those servants exist to preserve your life, and they did just that. Well, they preserved my life, but the two of us were linked, and like I said, they could be brought back. His lip curled upwards. You have done so already, haven't you? I can tell. You're oddly sentimental like that. Ritsuka tried to push. Stop struggling and listen to me. No. It just encouraged him to struggle harder. I cared about them. They're dead. They've been dead longer than you've been living. When this ends, you go on living and they remain dead. Don't you understand that? Their time has been and gone. I don't care. He pushed harder and harder, but it gained nothing. He didn't care what anyone said about servants being tools or anything. They weren't tools. They were people just like him. He thought of some of them as his friends, and he had spoken with them. They had dreams and aspirations. They made friends with other people just as easily, and they had lives. They had done things and other things they wished to do. They wanted to have fun and they wanted to help. As far as he was concerned, they were alive in all the ways that mattered. Then what about if it came to you and them? He stopped, eyes flying up. Seath looked down and tilted his head. Sacrifice a servant to save your own life, would you do it? Would you? But it went further. Or all those servants you have fought and killed in the past. The ones you did battle with, if you think of them as equals, then surely you must think of yourself as a monster that kills. But you don't. Because you did it to live, Ritsuka. You did it to preserve the one thing that is so important for us. The hand removed itself, but he didn't get the chance to get away. Not when it was around his collar and dragging him to his feet, knocking his back against a wall as Seath planted him there, still meeting his eyes. To continue living. I know you feel that desire just as strongly as I. Not. Ritsuka took in a breath. Not like that. Seath stared at him. So you would let a servant live if it meant you would die. Then how did you crawl so far into this wretched place? His breath hitched. That was not the same. That was not what he meant. Seath's voice turned softer. You want to live, Ritsuka. You wanted to live and they stood in the way of that. Killing those who would obstruct your right to life is nothing to feel ashamed of, it is only natural. Death is a frightening thing, all the possibility and potential left in your life washed away. It's unsettling. The hand around him loosened. But I do not want to hurt you, Ritska. I want to help you. I want to help you in a way that no one else could. Ritska let out an ugly snort, it was a hideous sound. He barely recognized it coming from himself. Help. Like you helped last time. Like when you stole my body. Borrowed. Seath interrupted him with a dull stare, you got it back, didn't you? And what's this? Seath looked down and pinched at their clothes, this. It seems as though being pulled into this place let me choose the manner of my soul's true shape. Really, it says a lot about our connection that I walk these halls with your face. Then he looked back up. Enough about that though. All you need do to leave is take my hand. Like hell. Did Seath think he was crazy? He pushed himself further away, staring at them aghast. Why do you think I would want to go anywhere with you? So you would rather remain here? Seath tilted his head, raising a brow. You're contradicting yourself. Freedom lies through killing, but apparently you care for the lives of the servants in this place. I'm not sure what to make of it. I am offering you the chance to leave, right now, without needing to banish another phantom, and you won't take it. Yes. It was a stare that lasted a long time. Then Seath just shrugged. Very well then. And advanced. I'll make the choice for you. Ritska. He stopped, then looked past. Mercedes. Seath narrowed his eyes and turned about. What is this? Another nuisance or? Mercedes, run. A hand clamped around his collar and held him there before he could even think about trying to do anything. The woman froze for a fraction of a second as her eyes went wide. Just run already. Why wasn't she running already? Is this what stays your feet? This connection to those already gone, Ritska, it's sabotaging your future. Seath was raising his hand and holding his palm flat out towards her. Seath, don't make him watch this again. Don't make him. Ritska reached out, clawing at the arm holding him and trying to grasp the outstretched limb. I am doing this for your own good, Ritska. You'll come to understand it soon enough. This won't change anything. Please just don't. It was an experience she could not have been prepared for. The sharp tugging and then the pulling. The sudden lack of feeling. It was. The closest she could say was the time she had fallen in the ocean. Everything felt like it was a little uneasy. Almost slow. Yet she was quick to focus her attention on her surroundings. They were dark and damp. Horrible, even. It was a very unfriendly place indeed, and she could not help but shudder as she stared at the dirty mold-covered walls and the dim lighting through it all. If there was such a place she envisioned when she heard the word prison, then this would have been it. Chateau d'If. The prison where Edmond Dantes had been placed. Mash took in a deep breath, then placed her hand against her heart to control her nerves. She needed to ignore the odd feelings and focus on finding Senpei first and foremost. Hand diving into the space of her shield, she removed her helmet and placed it atop the head. The fit was rather perfect, and she found it certainly impressive by the way that it had been crafted. Apparently Sir Lancelot was very talented when it came to making armor. Finishing adjusting the straps, she took a single step and then paused when she heard something in the depths. A shout echoing out. A familiar shout. Senpei. Her neck twisted and her eyes whipped about. The hallways looked the same either side, but she was certain beyond a shadow of a doubt what she had heard. Spinning about, she took a brief moment to gather her strength. Then she kicked forwards. Both hands on the shield, she moved as a sprint and cleared the cells one after another. Then happened upon destruction and chaos, a clear sign of battle in this section with masses of brick and metal scattered across the ground. Mangled bars of solid steel and shattered links of chain. She looked down and spied the familiar sight of Stahl's shield. Though it was a little bit smaller than she remembered, but she saw the clear dent on the surface of it. Then came another shout, the same as before, and her eyes spun to the source and she moved once again, sprinting forwards. And change anything. It was clearer than before, and she had never heard Senpei sound so desperate as right this moment. The yell served only to fuel her charge all the more, the cracking of stone under her steps propelling her faster and faster. And then came the next shout. "Please just don't." He was begging, pleading. She never heard that sort of voice before. Yet she immediately decided that hearing it just the once was far too much for her. She never wanted to hear such a thing ever again. She could scarcely imagine the sort of face that he would have been making at the same time. None of it felt comfortable to her. None of it felt right to her. Someone was making Senpei feel this way, making him say these things with such hurt and desperation. Something unpleasant nestled within her, it was something she could not put words to. But there was a thought. A drive. She would make sure that they did not make Senpei say anything else like this. Mash pressed onwards and leapt, catching sight of a silhouette ahead of them, vaguely like that of a woman, but there was something else. A flash of light and she reacted purely on instinct. Diving between with shield raised, she swung into the path of the light and knocked it aside, sending it spiraling upwards and into the ceiling with a thunderous crash. Her eyes moved past the shield and towards the sight before her. Then she was momentarily struck silent in shock from what she saw. Two senpais stared back at her, both with equal expressions of surprise. Yet one of them was just wrong. Like someone had reversed everything about them. The black copy of the Chaldean uniform and the stark white hair were completely alien on the senpai she knew. Yet she saw the one she knew held firmly in the hand of the duplicate. It was clear surprise in his face, yet when it melted into shock and relief. She knew then and there. But that meant that the other was. Her eyes narrowed instantly on the duplicate as she came to understand in the split second who it was that she was looking at. The person who had caused Senpei so much heartache and grief, the person who had hurt Senpei so deeply and taken advantage of their kindness. The person who had used the same hand that Senpei had let her hold, they used that hand and stained it with the blood of friends and allies. Mash hurled the shield like a missile. Not at the duplicate, but rather at the arm that held Senpei. He was quick to release and yank the limb back, just to avoid being caught by the attack, and she watched Senpei stumble away and drop to the floor just as the shield cracked into the wall, burying itself in solid stone. But by that point, she had already launched herself forwards. Light flashed once more, but somehow she knew something vital. Something important. The light struck the nothing in the air, her magic resistance, and it faltered within moments, shattering into mere dust and advancing no more upon her. There was a brief flash of surprise and alarm in the face of the copy. But she knew something important. If she did not know this, she would never have been able to act. This was not Senpei. This was a cruel person who used Senpai's face to hurt people. It was so much. She could not put it into words. But she could put it into action. And her immediate action was to drive her fist into his face, striking with such force that it knocked him clean off his feet. Her fist continued on through, firmly pressing upon his cheek and hammering his head right into the wall. It vanished amongst brick and mortar, disappearing under dust. At least until she took hold of the uniform and yanked them out, spinning and hurling them down the length of the corridor as if they weighed nothing. Then she took flight once more, feet raised as she copied exactly as she had seen Medusa do. A move that felt very comfortable. Her drop kick sent the already ragdolling body further down the hallway and crashing into a wall somewhere in the blackness. She was on her feet and sprinting before they even made contact, flashing up her shield and hurling it down the narrow maw of the hallway. Light connected and split in half, the shield losing none of the momentum against the beam as it closed the distance, and she saw them. Watched as they dove to the side to avoid being struck by the shield. Once more it implanted itself in the wall, jutting out like a shelf. But they could do nothing to stop her from landing a solid blow against the side of their head, rebounding their face off the shield with a heavy metallic thud. A wild swing from them was caught and she turned, pulling and spinning the arm as she dragged them over her shoulder and flat onto their back. Hands raised high, she clapped them together and swung down. It landed right into their chest and on their ribs. Separating her joined fist, she wrapped her fingers around the uniform once more and pulled upwards, hurling them into the air and the ceiling above them. It was a heavy crash as they vanished into a cloud and fell once more. Mash spun. A roundhouse kick knocked them into a cell. Or rather, it knocked them into the bars of a cell which were wrenched out with a terrible shriek as they did not even slow the momentum. She chased them down and swatted aside the remains of the bed which were hurled at her, never once blinking or breaking eye contact as she once again landed a solid blow to their gut. Seath folded over with a gasp. Perfect position for a knee to drive itself into his nose and break it completely. She grabbed his shoulders and pulled, sweeping him off his feet and throwing him back the way they had come. It was barely a second later she heard the dull thud of his body striking her still entrenched shield. The hole passed her by a moment later, her heel clipped him in the temple and knocked him against the wall. He bounced and left an imprint of his head shape in the stone, then she kicked him again just for good measure, hands gripping the scruff of his neck and throwing him across the room. His back struck the wall. Her high kick struck his chest. Then she followed it through. The memories of how to throw punches came easily to her, striking again and again. Never once did he get the chance to so much as raise his arms, dropping low and striking the inside of his knee just to prepare him for another uppercut. She was sure the teeth flew from his jaw with that one. He caught her next fist. Her hand opened up and wrapped around his own, squeezing down until something popped and he let out a gasp. Then she twisted the arm around, pulled it forwards and drove her elbow down into his own. It let out a sharp crack. Her falling elbow changed directions and shot upwards, right into his chin and freed her hand. Blow after blow struck his ribs one after another. She thought of how he had hurt Senpai. Thought of how he tried to hurt Senpai again. All while with Senpai's own face. It made her upset. Yes, she was upset. Not just for Senpai, but for the people he hurt. So, yes, Mash was upset. A hand tried to grab her. She slapped it away and yanked the collar again, hurling the body out of the wall and into the open. Her shield once more fell into her grasp, pulling Seath forwards and letting them stumble past her. It was almost lethargic. Her shield arm drew back, then pistoned forwards right into his nape, dropping him face first into the ground with such force that he bounced right up. Throwing her shield into the air above them, she rolled under him and planted both feet against his chest, hands braced either side of her head. Then kicked upwards and knocked him right into her shield, sending both upwards. Completing the roll, she bounced upwards and spun. An axe kick landed right in his spine and sent him flush against the ground, cratering it instantly. She snagged the shield out of the air and braced her feet against the corner of the ceiling behind her, coiling herself backwards and raising the shield up. With a sharp breath, she launched herself forwards like an arrow and connected with his body. An explosion of force followed next, blasting both brick and metal in all directions, shrouding everything in a thick layer of smoke. Yet she knew where Seath was. Her hand plunged into the smoke and caught them by their clothes, or what remained of them, and tugged them back into the open and off their feet. She spared barely a glimpse for the dazed face as she dropped them down. Another roundhouse kick struck their jaw and knocked them into a cartwheel, only ended when they landed upside down in another section of the wall and bounced off it. Mash panted heavily. It had been in a single breath. Her hands clenched tightly. They were still moving, shuffling and trying to rise up. She rocketed forwards and drew back her leg. In that moment, they looked up to stare at her, eyes dazed and unfocused. That was the moment her kick slammed right into their face and knocked them back into the air, striking the ceiling once more and breaking the dangling chains. She saw the trench carved above her head as the dust was knocked aside by the thunderclap of force, eyeing it until they dropped back down. She cleared the distance in a heartbeat, catching them behind the head and slamming them face first into a wall. Then she started to run, still with their face pressed against the wall. Raking them over a distance that stretched on for a length of time that did not seem to end. She stopped and yanked them out. Another haymaker knocked them into a spin, a kick to the base of their spine dropped them down flat onto their back, then she swiveled her leg around and dropped the back of her heel down into their head once again. It crunched rather loudly as she lifted it back up. Mash let out another sharp breath. Then she leaned down and caught them by the collar, yanking them upwards and slamming them against the wall, feet dangling as she kept them there. She did not know if they were even conscious at the moment or not. Not until light streaked up and right into her face. Naturally, she reacted quickly and swung a punch right down into the source, earning a meaty thud and a pained grunt. Ritska was having a hard time piecing everything together that just happened. Hands against the wall, he started to push himself up before he strained his ears to listen to the sounds of fighting. There was a loud breaking and clattering, the distinct thuds of fists against a body but not a lot of blue lights. But no, that wasn't what bothered him. That had been Mash. He was certain, without a shadow of a doubt, that he saw Mash just now. The how and why of it didn't matter to him nearly as much as the who. Ritska, are you Mercedes? He was upright and bolting towards her, earning a brief startled look in response, but he quickly took hold of her shoulders, giving her a once-over for any sign of injury. Besides the shocked face she was giving him, there didn't seem to be any sign that she was suffering from pain or wounds. A relief. His heart thrummed with palpable relief as his head hung low. Thank goodness you're all right. Me. Mercedes let out a shocked sputter, taking his wrists and pulling them low. He looked up as she peered down at him with a surprising amount of confidence. Rather, it was like she was, not quite annoyed, but not quite pleased. It is you who should be worried right now. I saw you held in the hands of that miscreant. Are you all right? He opened his mouth to say he was fine. He was fine. He was fine. No. He mumbled out and shook his head, capturing his hands back from the woman and turning his gaze to the sounds of fighting. But however bad he was feeling right now, it meant nothing to the fact that Mash was out there fighting by herself. He needed to be there to lend her support. That was all that really factored into things right now. Help the other. Grrrrrrh. Blinking at the growl, he stared as a shape stumbled through a gap in the wall, staggering a couple of steps before wildly turning around in every direction, right until it was looking towards him and let out a sharp sigh. You're alive. Good. What happened? Where are they? Ritska pointed past Stoljina. Mash showed up. There was a brief silence. Then an incredulous grunt. Mash showed up. How would she even know? I won't question it right now. I doubt your eyes could have mistaken them for anything else. Where is Avenger and Shizuko? Avenger. Ritska turned towards the hole and stared at it. A crater where Avenger had been. Where Seath had. A fist punched out of the darkness, fingers clawed around stone and dragged upwards. Ritska was down there in a heartbeat, taking hold of the arm and yanking it with all of his might. Giving a grunt of exertion as he pulled the servant out of the rubble which had buried them, ignoring the lancing pain across his muscles as he did so, more and more of Avenger emerged from underneath the bit. Caked in dust and missing his hat. That was the first thing he noticed. Avenger's hat was gone. With a final tug, they both flopped down to the ground, Ritska breathing in heavily as he stared at the servant in shock. You're alive. Avenger barked a wet laugh, raising his head to meet Ritska's eyes. The right side of his face was soaked in blood, streaming from a nasty gash across his temple, to say nothing of the scorch across his chest where he had been struck by whatever spell knocked him down. So soon you would offer my last rites. Avenger let loose another cough as he pushed himself up to his feet. Ritska's hand flashed out in an instant, as did his legs, shooting upwards and catching the servant by the shoulder, tugging them upwards until they were on their feet, holding them steady. I seem to have missed a great deal, and is that relief and joy in your eyes, oh master mine? How strange indeed. Did you find victory while I was incapacitated? Victory. No. His mystic code got to work in healing the worst of Avenger's wounds, then he turned and started doing the same to Stoljina. But we got some more help. Yet there was another question. Where is Shizuko? He directed that to Mercedes, who blinked and then held her hands close together, looking almost ashamed. I'm sorry, I lost track of her. Lost track of her? How did that even happen? Ritska pinched his brows, staring at the woman in shock for a good few seconds, then shook his head and looked back to the sounds of fighting. We can worry about that later. Once he is gone, we should be able to look without there being further danger. Could Avenger stand on their own? It looked like they could. That was enough for me. Come on. With strength he didn't know he had, he pushed off into a sprint which cleared both the servants in a handful of seconds, tearing down the ruins of the hallway as the sounds of fighting drew closer and closer, yet kept moving further away. Was Mash trying to draw the fighting away from them? He didn't know. But what mattered was that it was Mash. He couldn't leave her alone against someone like Seath. He wouldn't. A crack of glass. Her fist rebounded as it struck a crystal wall rather than his face. She drew it back and then hefted her shields forwards. It was as expected. The thunderous crash glanced over her defense a moment later. She knew it was stronger than the last. Much stronger. It would have pierced her magic resistance if she had not blocked it. All those blows and he was still able to keep moving. He was dangerous. It bothered her also. An attack like that should have been enough to defeat a servant, but to him he just got back up and started throwing spells at her again. Was it her who was weak? That seemed to be the obvious answer here. Gritting her teeth, she placed her other hand on the shield and started to push it forwards, ignoring the blinding light dancing all around her. One step after another, she advanced into the shrieking spell and kept on pushing. Ha! She ducked and swung, hurling the spinning shield down the length of the hallway once more and charging right in after it. The gap was closed much faster. The shield was knocked aside by a backhand. His eyes bore down into her own, golden and furious. Nothing at all like Senpai. He might have stolen Senpai's face, but that was all he could take. No, she wouldn't even say he had Senpai's face. Because she had never seen him make a face like that before, and to see someone else do it was wrong. Her fist connected with a raised arm. Blue light flashed over and blinded her for a fraction of a second. She swung another fist and it went on for too long without connecting. Her eyes flew open and pain registered as she whipped her arm back and fell into a stance. Vision clearing, she spared a brief glance to her left arm, which had a thin series of slashes across her upper bicep. Then her eyes dropped down to the crystal-coated fingers, now slick with a thin layer of blood across them. He would get off another spell. Crossing her arms over her chest and face, she felt the next spell crash into her. A dozen crystal orbs at once hammered one after another into her, but she refused to let herself take a step back. Not even as the pain built up faster and faster. Her eyes searched. The opening was spied. Her fist shot out and connected with the next orb, shattering it like an ornament. Her eyes spied beyond it and she shot forwards. He ducked under her kick as it struck the wall behind his head. She dragged it down and carved a trench as she dropped it downwards. He rolled aside before she could connect it though. Gathering her shield once more, she held it up and blocked the next couple dozen spells against it. She knocked them aside and thrust forwards. His hand shot out, light peeled and hardened around it. Her eyes widened as she saw his mouth open up and light build up in the back of it. Then she pressed down hard and skipped away and to the left. A stream of light erupted from his mouth, spitting forth across the ground and up the walls in a heartbeat, leaving behind a trail of crystals which seemed to grow out from the scorch marks where the beam had touched. He twisted his head around and chased her down with it. She ducked and advanced, then pressed off the wall and flipped over the top of the beam. The distance was closed once more. She thrust her shield forwards. It stopped just before it reached him, striking a wall of crystal which had sprung up from seemingly nowhere. Light burst through the wall. A swirling vortex of white and blue ripped apart the barricade as it fell upon her. From all sides she was bombarded and she grit her teeth from the pain. Each point of damage she could feel her skin harden as it struck her point after point, holding her ground under the weight of the barrage. Then she twisted about and launched forwards, thrusting the shield again. She missed, swinging through nothing but air as he dived backwards and avoided her. A spell struck her chest, a spear of blue crystal. The air was knocked from her lungs as she was catapulted upwards and into the wall. A fraction of a second later, a stronger attack than the last pushed her completely through it. Hitting the ground in a roll, she went feet overhead as she flipped around and hit a crouch. Her eyes snapped up. She could see the band of light hanging in the air right at the gap where she had been launched through, smaller circles within it. Then at the center of those individual shapes, they glowed a brilliant white. Mash ducked to the side on instinct. Streams of light tore through where she had been standing a mere moment prior, shredding the wall as if it had been nothing more than tissue paper. The distance needed to be closed again. Shield raised, she launched forwards and struck the wall in front of her like a battering ram, charging through it and sending dust and debris in all directions as she emerged out the other side. But what she needed to do is relocate where he could have been. That was what she needed right now. Her feet touched the ground, she whipped about to the sensation of magic. Spells slammed into her from all sides, throwing her into a confused stumble, and she raised her shield to block as best she could. No, they were coming from above. It was akin to rain, save for the fact it was orbs of light plummeting down the size of apples. She needed to move. Throwing herself into a sprint, she dove away from the impact site of the next spell. But the other came for her again, much faster and stronger. The stream of light returned, she looked over her shoulder at the encroaching shriek and raised her shield to meet it. Her teeth grit and her jaw clenched. She could not retreat from this, and her footing remained firm. Yet it seemed to be without end, catching the attack and feeling it try to push her further and further backwards. It would get no ground from her. Nothing. The ground under her feet fractured. She stumbled for a brief moment. Then pain struck her, another spell such as before slammed into her, and before she knew it, her feet no longer touched the ground. The world span around her during the brief light, eyes wide as she tried to figure out where she was. Another flash of light thundered towards her, she raised her shield and blocked it. But the force sent her further back, shoulder striking something hard and grinding it down as she slid to a halt. Breathing deeply as she pushed herself back to her feet and clawed back her ground, her eyes narrowed upon the darkness of the hallway. Well, it had been a dark hallway. Now it was aglow with the dull luminescence of an entire array of crystals. The blue hue highlighted the approaching figure. Seath strode forwards, rubbing his chin with a deep scowl across his face. I do believe that perhaps I should have killed you when I had the chance. Mash narrowed her eyes and avoided replying, falling into a stance once more as she observed the servant. He was a long-distance caster. She could tell as such. He wasn't good at fighting hand to hand, but he had very good endurance. Or she was weak, a treacherous part of her mind told her. That was possible as well. But no, it would need to be some tough endurance. Probably because he was a dragon, it let him take so much punishment in a fight. But he could defeat her magic resistance if he had time. Was he glowing? It appeared as if he was glowing. She could see the tendrils of light bleeding away from his form as he stalked forwards, and she knew for a fact those had not been there before. As if he was coated in something. She recalled what Ash had done to himself when he wanted to get stronger, how it looked similar to that but red instead of bluish-white. Was it another strengthening spell? He was a dangerous caster, she would not put it past him. But if at first you do not succeed. He raised his hand towards her, fingers aglow with magic. One can always try again. She waited. And waited. She twitched. Seath ducked down and avoided being caught in the head by an axe. She blinked at the shape bursting through the wall. Once more the servant dived to avoid being caught by the following kick. Light burst from around him, he lunged away. Another person charged amidst a storm of blue flames and hurled them one after another. Seath was buried for a fraction of a second before banishing them all aside and countering with a dozen streaks of light at once. It was a barrage that shredded the scenery in the blink of an eye, all while the targeted servants dove around to avoid being caught inside of the attack. Mash did not know what was happening. Did not know who these two servants were. But if they were fighting Seath, then she would call them allies for now. Especially if, Mash, that voice. Her eyes widened, she turned her head and stared. Senpei slid around the corner and looked right at her, eyes wide and face split into a true smile. Yes, that was the Senpei that she knew. Senpei. Support them, Mash. Keep his spells from landing. Yes, that was the confidence she was so used to. That even here, he did not doubt her. But, it was too bad. She really hoped she could have been able to do it herself this time. But that was fine. She was a shielder who supported. It was fine. Yes. Shield up. She charged down and right towards them. It's not gone to plan at all. No, there was never a plan. Spells dance across his hands as he throws them forth with minimal effort. But he's trying to hold back. It's not an experience he is wholly used to as he flashes light, stopping an axe in its path before it can strike him. He steps back and avoids a blast of flames, feeling the heat across his skin and how it tries to strike him deeper still. Those flames are not normal. He would call them abyssal, or as close to it as one could factor. But he hurls a bolt right at the wielder, except the shield bearer flies between, stopping his attack before it can land. The lumbering knight makes another clumsy strike towards him. He skips back to gain some more distance and spits pure light once more. Save for the shielder who once again blocks his attack and takes it on the face of the snowflake aegis, crystals spread over the surface of it and shatter. They duck down as the knight launches up and over, swinging an axe towards him. Light flashes in an instant, he strikes them dead in the chest and throws them away from him. All of this is a mere distraction. He takes hold of a crystal orb in his palm, clenches his hand and scatters the fragments in a sweeping arc. The pellets of hardened gem fly with force. He watches the girl dive before the other flame wielder and protect him. The remainder of his attack turns the already ruined hallway into mere dust. There are few walls that remain around them and the prison is ruined. It works to his advantage more than not. Space has opened up but Ritska is still there. Using his more powerful spells might put them at risk of harm and that would make his entire trip pointless. No, it was not a trip. It was a kidnapping, bound in a curse that he glanced upon merely when he habited the same body as Ritska for a time. A complete accident that he was caught in it. But if he was going to be dragged here against his will, he demanded that he get something out of this whole fiasco. If Ritska needed to be dragged kicking and screaming like a petulant child, then he could endure that. So long as he got something out of it. Golden light crackles and he steps aside, the axe surges past him. Again with this nuisance. But it is not alone, flames fly towards him as well. He spreads his arms wide and unleashes a concentrated aura of power. It knocks both attacks to the wayside of his person, but the shielder remains strong. Her resistance to his base spells is problematic, but he is learning that she is not so invulnerable. His more potent spells are more than enough for her. Or perhaps that is not the case. If he were to enhance his basic spells with greater power, perhaps the greatest he can muster, it could well bypass her magic resistance. Yes, but their attacks have become far more coordinated now. He is unused to fighting. It was never where his interests lay, and being thrown onto the back foot like this is irritating him. But it is something else. Ritska is commanding them very well. A natural leader. The thought thrums his heart even more. He knew there was a reason more than their shared desire to live that attracted his thoughts to the human. It was making use of tools to the best of their ability, and Ritska was getting every use out of them that he could muster. If he could make the boy realize that, then there would be far less arguing from him. But sometimes humans could be foolish. Yet the matter at hand took precedence. The shielder closed in on him, shield raised and poised to strike him like a battering ram. Crystal flared and a bush of gems emerged right in the path of her charge. It shattered as he expected it would, but then as she passed it by, the scattering fragments twisted for a fraction of an instant. A mere glowing twinkle. Then detonated. He heard a faint gasp of pain buried under the shroud of exploding blue light and charged through into the midst of the haze. Sweeping aside the dust, he laid his eyes on his first target and swung out. His arm was coated in crystal and connected like a hammer. The head of the warden of this foul place let out a gasp, knocked aside and bouncing his face off a nearby wall. Seath turned and flashed his other hand up, soul spears tearing from his fingers and striking the axe-wielding lummox. They blocked the spell but not the force, catapulted away from him. He summoned crystal in the path of flames. The counter of the Avenger missed him completely. Orbs summoned over his shoulder shot forwards and chased down the servant as he avoided them. Now where was that shielder? The hairs on the back of his neck tingled. He turned ever so slightly and saw her glaring up at him, sweeping the shield. Oh, of course. Ritska could reposition them, couldn't. The shield struck the upside of his head before he could complete the thought. The sensation of pain and his feet lifting off the ground came next. The airborne time was ended when her boot flashed in the corner of his eye and struck him. The ground caught him with a heavy crack as he bounced perhaps a dozen times. Yes, pain was not a new experience for him. But this was something else. I compliment you, Ritska. Seath grunted as he pushed himself back to his feet, rubbing his chin and trying to avoid letting his actual pain show in his voice. You are skilled at commanding your subordinates. It is little wonder you have been able to last quite so long. It was earnest praise. Yet Ritska did not seem to appreciate his kind words. As he expected. Petulant. Ritska just continues to glare at him, no longer exchanging words. Though, he does wonder. He took a deep breath. All right. Perhaps it was time to expend a little more effort than before. Maybe that way Ritska would finally learn. Strength gathered, shooting through his veins like fire. Hands clasped together and held firm. Then he tore them apart with a crackle, revealing the crystal orb that had been forged between his palms. Light focused through his fingers and into the prism. Light did what it did best. It refracted. The single spell multiplied 100 times over, bathing the hall in a continuous barrage of soul spears. Over it all, he heard two shouts in rapid succession. Mash! Lord Chaldeas! A wall of translucent blue met his attack head-on. He would not bypass that wall. He knew that. But it was not his aim. Seath stepped back as the autonomous spell continued its barrage. In that fraction of a second, a dozen more spells sprang to mind and he summoned them forth. So long as they were focused on a frontal defense, then there was always the possibility of a flanking maneuver. He stepped back and cast his arms wide, letting reflections of himself form up all around and channel spells. Then they loosened them forth, the copies unleashed their own copies of his own spell and in an instant, the shield collapsed under an explosion. The Chaldean group vanished under the bulk of the assault and he heard the shattering of glass and immediately ordered a halt of the bombardment. There had been only one target. The one whom he considered the greatest danger to him. He strode forwards and moved into the thick of the pulsing mist, casting it aside with the wave of a hand and reaching forth to the hobbling shielder. Her eyes flashed up to meet his own and he saw the rise in determination shine through them. How droll. He swept out a leg and kicked the base of the shield with a reinforced shin, swiping it away to the side and away from her, then held the flat of his palm out and shot a spear right into her abdomen. She was not pierced, he could tell that much, but blunt force was good enough as she was sent hurtling away. Her phantom body twisting before colliding with the ground. Even a heroic spirit could only endure so much punishment, especially as a phantom. Though he would give her some credit for an inspired solution to bridge the gap. Invading the prison realm to reinforce her master. What an amusing notion. He doubted she came up with it herself. Now where were a crack of metal and a splintering of crystal? His eyes shifted to the side as the axe embedded itself in a mass of solid glass and remained there, twisting and fragmenting it as the blow continued through and right towards him. Naturally he parried it aside with a blast of magic, not even needing to move as the crystal orb spawned over his shoulder and struck the falling axe. As for the owner, his hand closed to a fist, the green hue of the sword felt comfortable in his hand as the shape of the great sword solidified. He swung and let the blade dissolve into an arc of light. Crashing into her chest and sending her sprawling away from him, armor cracked and splintering, he knew she was in rather poor shape. If she was even still alive. The last one. Now where was that troublesome fellow? He turned his eyes and scanned around, searching for any sign of movement. I see your drive, skinless serpent. Seath bristled at the insult and turned about, hands flying up and forming a shield. Flames burned across its surface as he glanced them upwards and away from his body. Enough of such nonsense. What manner of mummer's farce spawned you, vengeful wraith? Seath sneered back at them, lashing out and launching a spear. They ducked underneath and closed the distance, swinging to him again. Crystal spikes jutted out and caught their palm as they tried to grab him. Pain warped the face of the servant from the puncture clean through their palm. He detonated the crystals a moment later, driving a kick into the chest of the servant and throwing them back into the wall. And truly, what does it matter if you claim to see something? He stood above them, hand raised up. It will do you not an ounce of good. The spell flew, but the servant vanished before it made contact. Seath sighed out and turned to the owner of that. Ritska, you waste energy on the finite. Ritska glared back at him as Avenger dropped down behind them, nursing their mangled palm. You alone are the only one that I need here. All the others do not matter. This pointless struggle hurts you and exhausts me. That is the only victory you achieve from this mess. Why would you persist? Why? Ritska looked shocked. What do you mean why? Why would I ever want to go anywhere with you? Seath cocked a brow, because I have your best interests at heart. We have been over this before. Your drive to live and mine are so close they are one and the same. We both see our lives as the greatest importance. You know this. He had seen it. Felt it. It is not the salvation of mankind that drives you onwards, is it? Ritska stiffened and looked back with wide eyes. Seath chuckled. See, you cannot deny that I do know you, Ritska. Perhaps better than you claim to know yourself, but there is no need to deny it. No need to feel shame about it. I would never dare to insult your feelings. That was the truth. He empathized with it. We don't need to be enemies, you and I. Gesturing between them, he started a slow advance, but kept his voice gentle. You know this, as true as I do. We were joined, that was how I was dragged here. Do you not see? It was a reunion meant to happen. I can set you free of this foul place and you can get what you want. You can live. I can offer a certainty that neither the incineration nor anything else would threaten your life. He stopped when Ritska took a half step back. Is that not what you want? Ritska was silent. He was silent for a while. But Seath saw the conflict in his expression. Was he trying to save face for these louts? How awful that they had been feeding him the belief that he should not consider his life more vital above all else. How many would you kill to live? Seath raised a brow. As many as I needed. He replied, not even taking a moment to think about it. Is that not the same for you? Yes. Ritska answered, though shame coded the words. I know that, I've done it. I've killed to keep on living. Their head hung low. Yes, the admittance did Seath's soul some good. Ritska was starting to understand. But, would you regret it? It was a question that threw him for a loop. Regret? Why would I even care? They are obstacles to my continued survival. What reason would there come in regret? Ah. Ritska nodded his head, then looked right at him. I see. There was some strange clarity in their eyes. I really can't get along with you after all. That. Seath frowned and rubbed his thumb over his knuckles. He wasn't sure why. But that rejection was, oddly hurtful. Unless. Oh, he saw the problem. Ritska had been convinced that he needed to lament the passing of creatures if it meant he could survive. That was horrible. Who could raise someone to do such a pointless thing? He would correct it. You'll change your opinion with time. Seath promised, then resumed his advance. I really won't, Ritska shot back at him, because as much as I want to live, I won't ignore the fact I'm trampling over someone else to do that. The second I do, I become like you. I won't do that. Even if he knew Ritska wasn't speaking with common sense. It still felt rather painful to hear those words. He had never felt like this before. So close and yet so far. That feeling when Ritska rejected others and sided with him. He wanted that feeling back. That is hardly a bad thing. Seath chuckled as he moved forwards. But then he noticed something else. Ritska's eyes shot to something over his shoulder and widened. A second later, he felt it. It was a sudden pulse of magical energy. Seath whirled around and swung an arm out. The shield of crystal absorbed violet light, yet it did no more than that. But the sword of flame which burst through and nearly cleaved his head from his shoulders did far more than the spell. His arm flew wide from the recoil and his eyes widened as the shape lunged forwards. Tinged in the same deep red as the invading servant, he stared up and held firm. HRRRRRAAAAAA. It was a battle cry like the roar of an animal. Disconcerting as it spawned from the face of one without lips, the sudden blur of orange and violet melted into one another as he dodged backwards to avoid being caught in the whirlwind of light. Then it intensified, the smaller blade was drawn across and swung outwards. A crescent of light burned towards him, sky blue struck back and countered it. A torrent of orbs formed over his shoulder and surged forth without end. Only to be met by a wall of fire as the figure dashed through the inferno, propelled by wings of root and shadow. It was another lunge that very nearly claimed his head, yet he ducked low and kicked off the ground to avoid it. Unleashing yet another blast, this time striking the flat of the larger blade, the burning weapon whipped up like a shield and diverted the strike, albeit it at the cost of a stagger. Seath moved to capitalize on it. Then he heard the crackle of ice as he took a step. He jumped back as he noticed it in an instant. The smaller blade had been plunged down and then twisted. A vortex of ice surged upwards and shattered outwards, scattering small shards as if they were throwing knives. Crystal heeded his command and shielded him from the attack. Then the orange blade fell again, cleaving the barrier in two. But Seath was prepared this time. Light flashed and struck the chest of the attacking wraith. This time throwing them back and into a spin, Seath turned and drew his arm. Golden light slammed into him. Heathen. They are not words he heard. They did not filter through his ears. It was as if someone had carved it into his brain itself, the single burning word. He stumbled back, more out of shock than anything, eyes landing on the hobbled girl. That girl. Gertrude. Her wings flared and she thrust out her hand. Corrupter of my father. He winced at the sensation of words flooding his mind once more, the physical presence of the Braille coming into existence and then shooting across to slam into his forehead was a rather discomforting one. With my own hands. I shall excise you. Light bathed the hallway, originating from her. Seath closed his hands into fists and charged forwards. Shackle of the damned. Prison of the prophet. Close your hand around the seer. Entrap the words of betterment. The light spawned from all sides and shot upwards at every angle. Pillars of golden light surrounded him and curled upwards, uniting at a single point above his head. O cage of heresy! Let thy words meet an end in this place. A noble phantasm based on that. Seath snarled and whirled to face her, charging for the gaps and thrusting a hand towards her. The spear of crystal surged forwards to strike her. In the moment he launched the spear, a stream of violet light glanced over his arm and knocked it to the side. Burning across his sleeve and peeling skin, he snarled in agony and wrenched it back. The aim was off. It soared past her and crashed elsewhere. You think this will keep me? He snarled as the bars started to brighten. Already he felt them coil around his body as the chamber began to close. I will not be shackled here forever. She tumbled to the ground in silence, but Seath ignored her now. Spinning around to look past them all to the only one who mattered. This won't hold me, Ritska. We shall meet. The bars snapped shut and sealed him away. Again. He stared at the interior of the cage and lowered his arms down to his side as the virtues began to peel away his power. What manner of sick legend was it that she would bring upon his head? Seath snarled and closed his eyes. This had been a failure. Laying a hand upon his chest, he reached through their unified soul and made contact. I require assistance. His words intoned. Then he felt the surge of golden lightning from around him. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower. 16. It's only a brief moment of silence that he gets. The shock of it all keeps him rooted to the spot as he tries to make sense of what just happened. But none of it adds up. And then Shizuko's left side explodes in golden light. Then nothing else matters. Because all he can see is her tumbling to the ground, missing half her left side from the shoulder down. It was a burn right across her body. The smell of charred flesh made him want to gag. And he ran right there until the rising smoke of the burns floated right by him. His hands surged underneath her and pulled her up. She was hot to the touch and he could feel the sizzle against his skin. Even now she was still burning as the bandages started to ignite in fires. No, no, no. A frantic plea. Was it his own voice? He didn't know if he was speaking or thinking. But he didn't want to see all this again. Not again. He didn't want to be powerless to do something as he was saved and then watch his savior suffer. It was too much. He ignored common sense and pressed his hand flat against the burning embers of cloth. It burned, it was painful. It was something that he should not be doing. But until the fire was snuffed, he left his hand there and used his leg to prop her up. There was no blood, because why would there be? The flesh was like charcoal. A comparison like staring at old wood, and the moment he rested her on his knee, white power fell away and stained his trousers. Yet that did not even linger with him for all that long as he supported her. You're alright. You hear me? You're alright. They were words of comfort. They really should have been for her alone. Was Ritsuka talking to himself again? Maybe he was. Still with his fingers burning away over the wounds, he activated the healing mystic code and kept it going. If it was even a mystic code in the first place and not some illusion of one. He personally didn't care what it was as long as it was healing her. You're gonna be alright, aren't you? Resting his other hand gently under her neck, he gave her a brief pull upwards, propped up against his raised knee as he brushed aside the strands of hair right across her face. She wasn't making an expression, there wasn't even an ounce of pain on her face as he looked over her. But she must have been in agony. We're gonna keep on healing. Come on, you need a command spell to heal yourself. We can get you a command spell, alright. He looked at the back of his hand. Yeah, he still had a command spell. It was a relief to see two of them there, the return rate of them was something he would be forever grateful for. Just start using some healing spells to help me, or, can you not? That's fine if you can't. I'll just keep on healing you, or I can use a command spell as well. That's fine too. You're gonna be alright though, Shizuko. Don't worry about it. You're going to be alright. She was going to be fine. He wasn't going to let her die. It wasn't worth it. A stray bolt and she dies. No, that wasn't right at all. Not after all they had been through here. Ritsuka eyed the command seals once again and came to a conclusion. Right, he would not let her die here. His eyes closed and he closed his hand into a fist. With this command seal. Then he stopped. There was a grip on his hand that made him pause, his eyes opened up as he looked down. She had her one remaining hand around his own, it was with a grip so light that he barely noticed it at all. There was a smile on her lips, something warm and yet something full of sadness as well. Very slowly, her head shook from side to side. What was she even saying here? No, he refused. Everyone gets out of here, remember. No prisoner left behind. Ritsuka turned his hand about and took her own into his palm, holding it firm but not tightly. It was such a thin hold that he feared for a moment he could accidentally end up hurting her. Even if she was a demigod or something else entirely, he would not allow himself to do nothing in the face of this. They had been through a lot together in the short time since they had met. No, even if that was not the case. She sent Seath away. Whether she meant to get hurt or not didn't matter as much as the fact she was able to send him away at all. Now nod or shake your head. He kept his voice calm and clear. Do you need a command spell or not? The turn of her face was full of pity. Even without seeing her eyes, he knew what she would have looked at him with. As if she was telling him not to do this. I'm going to be really stubborn, he announced, holding her hand a little tighter. And I'm going to make a choice for you. I don't really mind how many command seals it takes. You're not dead yet and I'm not going to let you die. He wasn't that type of person. Maybe if there was no other choice. But that was the difference. As long as there was another choice, he would take it. Because he wouldn't allow himself to do anything else. By the power of this command spell, he intoned, unheeding to whatever further arguments she could possibly have for him. Take the strength needed to heal your wounds. It was a flash of crimson across the back of his hand and he felt the fatigue set in. The face of Shizuko warped in surprise for a brief moment, then rolled into frustration and upset before hardening into focus. What did she expect? He really could be very stubborn when he wanted to be. Senpai. He turned about rather quickly, not removing his hold on the person in front of him. He still had a hard time believing it. Also, it was very scary staring at her like that. No, it wasn't scary. It was just not something he was used to. Mash with a body that was translucent red, she was charging towards him with a look of clear relief across her face. He could make out that much emotion from the almost ghostly appearance she took, sliding to a halt in front of him, staring down with wide and disbelieving eyes. You're all right. Thanks to you. He blurted back out before he really registered any of it. What are you even doing here? How are you even here? I was very risky, senpai, and I apologize for that. She quickly replied back, then looked down towards Shizuko and widened her eyes. Senpai, I don't know how bad the damage to her is. Neither did he. But he wasn't about to give up. Help Stolgina back up and see how she's doing. Yes, senpai. Mash gave a quick response and a nod of the head, then stopped for a brief second and pinched her expression. I'm not sure who that is, senpai. Oh, right. I don't understand it much myself, but she looks like the director. Apparently that didn't explain all that much because now Mash was staring at him like he had gone and grown a second head. Okay, she probably had a point with that stare, but it wasn't long before she nodded her head once again and turned around, bounding back the way she had come and sprinting off towards the ruins of where most of the fighting had taken place. Ritsuka was eager to get out of this area as quickly as possible. The damage was bad, and if he didn't know any better, and right now, he didn't, then he would say they weren't far off from having the ceilings and walls come tumbling down atop their heads. Which wouldn't be good for anyone. Okay. Whispering, he started to give a gentle pull and lift Shizuko up. We're going to be moving slowly now, alright? It might be painful, but you need to. Give me the patient. He blinked, then looked up. When did Mercedes get in front of him? And what was with that super serious face she was currently wearing? Please, Ritsuka. Her voice returned to its usual tone for that brief moment, her gaze flicking to and fro. I don't understand it right now, but I can feel it slipping away by the second. Please just let me tend to her before it's gone. Let me do this much, let me do something. He looked at her eyes. She sounded serious. No, not just that. She sounded scared as well. He didn't have the slightest clue what she was talking about. Maybe it was some memories or maybe it was something else, but he didn't much understand a single thing she was speaking of. Not with certainty. But right now, she was convinced that she could help Shizuko. Quickly then, he pulled up and held her out towards her. Mercedes was quick but gentle in her claiming of the body, holding it upright with proper support, then looking around frantically with a determined glint in her eyes. We need a bed. A cell with something still intact. Then she looked past. Avenger. Oh, right. Ritsuka turned about and looked. Yep, there was that guy, picking himself up out of the rubble and clutching his wounded side as he stumbled forwards a few steps. A rather nasty slice across his brow as he leaned down and plucked something else out of the rubble and gave it a quick shake. So loud your pleas are. Avenger beat the dust out of his hat, frowning all the while. How do you suppose they will be answered? There are only the tools that you have here. Yet you call me name, woman. He sat that hat back atop his head. What power do you imagine I might wield to aid you in this dire plight of yours? Dire plight. Actually, that was a good point. What did she need Avenger for? He spared her a quick look as she held Shizuko closer to her all the same. I do not know the way back. Please, Avenger, quickly. Avenger was silent for a moment. Then he turned towards Ritsuka himself. And what of you, O Master? The final Lord of Judgment stands close indeed. With this number of servants at your disposal, you could well defeat them and make the final voyage to Chaldea. Ritsuka clenched his jaw. What was Avenger saying? But, Avenger raised a brow, should the cost trouble you so deeply? He said it with such a knowing smile as well. Yeah, Ritsuka figured what the cost would be for that fairly quickly already. He could take everyone and fight the Lord of Judgment, or he could go and heal Shizuko and then presume something might happen between then and now. Unless he was reading between the lines correctly here. Either he was right in his guess or he was wrong. No, if he was wrong, then Avenger would have never brought it up in the first place. That's sly. The face he got back was wholly unapologetic. Well, Master, we head back to the cell. Ritsuka declared, looking Avenger in the eye. Everyone is getting healed back up before we head out there. There was certainty. Yes, he knew what he was doing here. It was as if the puzzle had all fallen into place. He knew it. Avenger probably knew that he did as well. And thus the servant started walking towards him. They were such quiet steps and yet they echoed so loudly as he pushed aside the rubble and brick underfoot. The clatter of debris echoed all around them. Then Avenger was stood right before him, looking him dead in the eyes with a searching face. Everyone. Avenger. He repeated it again. Everyone indeed, master. For even your desire to live, you shall not sacrifice your character. No. Ritska let out a breath and shook his head. It was an easy thing to realize. Yet having it tested here and now. Yes. It would be easy for him to get out here and now, this was probably going to be the easiest it was ever going to be for him. But he wouldn't do it. Because there was another choice. Maybe he really was a massive idiot, but he wanted to hear them out first. Because Ritska dropped his voice into a whisper. Because we still need to have one final talk, don't we? He was sure it was only he and Avenger who heard it. That was the way this had all been going. His gut was telling him it right now. Avenger's eyes glinted for a moment, something that looked appraising, then the servant smiled. It was an oddly gently smile that lasted for no more than a second or two, then it vanished as Avenger brushed past them. Take flight and follow me, then. Gather your wounded and ensure they do not trail. The carrion will descend upon our scuffle soon enough and we should not be found, else we shall need to fend off vultures from easy pickings. Ritska kept staring straight ahead. Well, that confirmed it for him. Avenger really was the final Lord of Judgment. It was hard to say when he figured it out. Maybe it was because Avenger never confirmed the lords were confined to one cell. Or maybe it was because Avenger always seemed to know which lords were coming up next. I am glad to see your priorities remain unchanged. He stiffens at the voice, then turns very slowly. The second phantom of red stomps forwards, a hand pressed against their side as they move to the open, giving a cursory glance around the location before their featureless head falls upon him once more. Ritska isn't sure what he should say here. So he steps towards them and looks up. Sullivan. Ritska. It has been a while since they spoke. Either of them. The pontiff removes the hand that clutches at his wound and rises up. Shall I assume you have some safe haven to coordinate movement? We're following Avenger. There is no argument from the caster servant, instead they turn and shout over their shoulder. Get that baggage up and follow after us then, girl. You have made enough mess as it stands. He bristles at the words but Sullivan already stomps past him before he can offer anything else to say. He doesn't understand why they are here in the first place. But he's grateful. Whatever their reasons are. Senpai. Mash hobbles forwards with Stolgina leaned over her, clear confusion over her face under the helmet. It's the first time he's seen her properly in that helmet and it really does suit her. Apparently Lancelot had an eye for this sort of thing. Yeah. Ritska made a general wave towards Stolgina. I know. Okay. Mash looked slightly pensive, clearly wanting to ask, but then gave a stiff nod of the head and moved forwards once again. Ritska was pretty sure that he was going to hug Mash the first chance he got. Yep, that was what he decided on. He watches Mercedes work for quite a while. A long while at that. She's good at whatever it is she is doing and he's not sure she's realized it. Though it does confirm she is a servant as he watches her procure some manner of medical bag from somewhere and start pulling tools from it. Yet from the brief looks he catches of her face he can see some clear signs of fear and confusion. She's scared of this. She really didn't know. Laying a hand on her shoulder, she stops for only a brief moment and sends her eyes up to meet his own. Ritska smiled back down at her, giving the smallest of nods and whispered, "You're doing great, Mercedes. I believe in you." And that is all that he feels the need to say. Because it's all he needs to say. She gave him a rather uncertain smile in response, but the resolution remained as she turned back around and resumed her work. Most of it a little unpleasant for him to watch, but there would be time enough for that another time. Instead he turns to the elephant in the room, which consists of Sullivan sending a long and clearly considering look towards Stolgina, who is glaring back at him. Between them stands Mash with a clear face of unease and then somewhere off to the side is Avenger. Who was doing whatever it was they normally did when they stood in the corner of the room. Ritska still wasn't sure if they did something like sing in their mind or something. Okay, so, how? It was the only question that sprung to mind. Reckless endangerment. Sullivan responded right as Mash opened her mouth, then she flinched and closed it again. Ritska frowned for a split second, both at the comment and at the reaction from Mash, which was most certainly guilt. Which implied to him that Sullivan hit the nail on the head. Red specter forms an entering this weird place. Did you invade? That would have to be it, wouldn't it? Sullivan pointed, she did it first. And Mash winced again for a second time in as many moments. Ritska shot the caster a clear frown of disapproval, which was subsequently ignored if the scoff was any indication. Are you out of your mind? But nothing could have quite prepared him for the explosive response of Stoljina, launching herself to her feet and with an expression that could only be called pure thunder. You risked the use of a red-eye orb in coming here. What if you ran afoul of a true Darkmoon Knight? Or were drawn into a singularity? Did you even think for a moment as to how these tools would affect ordinary humans? Ritska stepped forwards and opened his mouth. It felt like it was going a little far. We get enough of this nonsense from him. And apparently he was getting slandered right in front of his own face. Stoljina stabbed a finger his way without even looking. But I would have thought you to have a clearer head on your shoulders. I'm not even sure what your excuse is. Sullivan let out a rumble and folded his arms. Apparently that was going to be the only answer to that question. Ritska raised a brow at them and made a mental note to ask later. I am really miffed right now because it actually turned out to be invaluable, you know. Mash jolted a little, sorry. Do you know how hard it is to scold you when your reckless actions probably just saved all of our lives? How am I supposed to keep it from happening again if you can just say, but it worked out last time? And then point to this moment. That is really inconsiderate of you. Stop trying to prove my concerns wrong. Mash looked a little flat-footed again. In fairness, so was he. Ritska rubbed his brow as he tried to make sense of what he was hearing. Well, he could understand it. To an extent at least. Sir. Stoljina turned about and looked at him for a moment, then she sighed and crossed her arms. All right, I am done. Was she though? The thought barely passed him by before she turned around and jabbed a finger at Mash. Thank you for saving our lives, do not do it again. I do not intend to. Sullivan supplied from across the room. You be quiet. The caster went back to his silence, but Ritska was left with the distinct impression they might have been grinning. Right. Stoljina raised a fist to her lips and cleared her throat. In any case, with your additional help and apparent lack of hunger for our souls, this presents us with a unique opportunity to lead the assault on the final Lord of Judgment and be free of this place. Ritska's eyes slid towards Avenger as she said that. Avenger looked right back at him. We should wait for Shizuko. Whom? Sullivan leaned past and sent a pointed look towards the wounded girl. Shizuko. Ritska didn't know how much knowledge the Grail actually gave Sullivan. But apparently it was enough from the low rumbling sound of amusement. Shut up. He crossed his arms and looked away to the side. Her name is Gertrude. Sullivan continued as if he did not hear him, and she is yet another daughter of Guinevere, though I am left only to assume. She was born after I had departed the city, though my outrider knights kept me apprised of her. She certainly looks as if her rebellion ended poorly. That doesn't matter right now. He declared and looked at Sullivan as if they were going to challenge his words. She helped me get this far. I do not know if I should be insulted or amused that you continue to place such faith in blind optimism and the trust of strangers. Ritska kept staring. Then he turned and exhaled. Seath has likely departed this realm. They have. That single comment silenced the room. The eyes of the assembled turned on the speaker. Avenger remained leaned against his corner of the cell with his eyes closed once again, lips pulled to a tight frown. He has called upon his ally and they have wrenched him free of this place, a most miserable turn of events that the strength of a god could tear them loose from their bindings. Yet in a single moment, they were no prisoner of Chateau d'If, but of yet another place. Indeed, that one moment turned our victory to a defeat. Ritska didn't quite get it. Unless, her noble phantasm. He gestured towards Gertrude or Shizuko. He couldn't leave because this place was trapping him. A prison where not even the light of God could bring salvation. Avenger continued with a deep scowl, arms crossed. But 'twas not Chateau d'If that was torn asunder. That sounded complicated. It is for the best all the same. Our defeat would have been certain if the engagement continued as it had. As expected of the grandfather of sorcery, his spells are on a completely different level to my own. Ritska was surprised. He didn't think Sullivan would so readily admit that. Sullivan looked around, then waved a hand. Yet I find myself in need of a comprehensive explanation for this, and who this washed-out vagrant you have stumbling around in your shadow is. Ritska felt really tired all at once, staring at the pontiff for a few seconds before shaking his head. Don't do this right now. Sullivan gave only a tilt of the head. Do what? I believe it was your own last wording that this servant was an enemy to be felled, and yet you now walk hand in hand with him through a prison linked inexplicably to himself. Mash jumped in. Ash San said. I would sooner trust a demon to swim in the coldest of rivers before I trusted the word of that unkindled halfwit. Ah, was he really missing these arguments? It was hard to answer that. Ritska rubbed his brow and took a short step backwards as he watched Stolgina jump in and start throwing out insults to Sullivan's character. All the while he sniped back. Such a colorful cast of allies you have, Master. Avenger sounded slightly amused. I wonder if this is truly the prison. That sounded like a joke to him. Ritska took a half step back and leaned against the same wall, crossing his arms over his chest and letting out a small breath. Would you believe it? I've actually missed this sort of thing in some weird way. No offense, Avenger, but I think that you and I were just way too chummy. HMPH, came the quick scoff, then perhaps I should have been crueler still, had I known you considered my efforts so charismatic. He felt his lip curl for a brief moment. Don't worry about it now. Besides, you're already the laughing guy. You're not going to be able to shake away that title. ... You faced your fear, Master. Ritska felt the smile drop away immediately. Did he truly face his fear? He wasn't sure. But he understood something important. ... We both want the same thing, he and I. Ritska murmured, but he'll do whatever it takes to achieve it and just won't care. I think maybe that's easier, but I think about it and then I don't want it to be easier. He turned and looked at Avenger fully. ... I want to remember the lives that were trampled because I think they deserve it. If I'm going to keep living, then I think it's only fair that I keep on remembering those who died so that I could keep on going. Good or bad, they were alive just as he was. Avenger looked at him for a few seconds. Those were very long seconds though. Then he turned about and started straight ahead once more, eyes on the arguing group. Carrying the weight of a single life is a burden indeed. Do you believe you could shoulder quite so many? Ritska didn't know. I don't think it's something you can really test to find out until it's happening. His head thudded against the wall behind him. I think that I'm going to have to, because I don't want to give up living. So it seems as if you have finally done something, Master. Have I? Avenger gave a small hum. You have cast aside the weight of the grief that is not your own, and your shoulders are all the lighter for it. Perhaps when you stand before the avatar of pride, you might have the smallest chance of leaving this place alive. Then the smile of Avenger vanished. Yet there was only one who walked out of Chateau d'If. Though your allies as specters do not truly walk these halls, the same is not true for the others. They as they are cannot leave this place. Ritska looked around. ... Why tell me? You wished to live with the burden of it, did you not? Their memories will be destroyed when they perish, and should they be granted the privilege of entering this world once more, it would not be as the versions who laugh and joke with you now. As you continue to live, they must come to an end. Ritska drew his lips thin. ... Why couldn't you have been a liar, Avenger? Why indeed? Came the soft words of the servant, there is only the truth in what I speak. It is unpleasant and cruel, as that is what the truth often is. I told you from the very beginning, until I was satiated, I would see your soul twisted and brutalized. Consider this an upholding of that promise. HMPH. Really though, why couldn't have Avenger not been as honest as he wanted to be? Has your answer changed? Ritsuka did not reply. But he did not need to. Raising his hands to cover his face, he kept his palm covering his eyes as the sounds drifted through his ears. Maybe he should stop that argument sooner rather than later, but he peeked through his fingers as Stolgina kept on shouting and jabbing fingers. Now she was saying something about serving Aldrich. Yikes. Well, Ritsuka pushed off the wall, giving a slight turn to face Avenger. No need to get it all out of the way now, we still have one more talk left, don't we? It was a thin smile he gave. Avenger met it with a more sharp one of his own. A conversation I shall await with bated breath, for now I know in my heart that you shall not forego it and covet it as deeply as I do. The answer of which of us shall find it, however, is indeed a true mystery. Kuahahaha. Yep. There was Avenger's rather crazy laugh. Ritsuka paced away from them and shook his head, signaling for Mash. She managed to break away with neither Sullivan nor Stolgina noticing him. Sen. He wrapped his arms around her before she could get a word out. Ah, wait. He should have definitely asked permission before he did that. It was a few seconds later that he let go and took a respectable step backwards and pursed his lips. Sorry, just been a rough couple of days, really missed having you around to tell me things. I like it when you tell me things that I don't know about. I'm rambling now, just glad to have you back, Mash. She was still a bit stiff. Actually, she was very stiff. Like a statue. Her eyes were fixed on him and the translucent body made it hard to tell what sort of expression she was making. Was she upset? She might have been a little upset. Sorry about the hug. Ritsuka awkwardly rubbed his hands together, not sure what got into me there, but, yeah. I don't mind, senpai. Was her voice a little higher than normal or was it just him? Mash let out a small sigh of relief and stepped forwards, smiling more brightly. I am glad I could arrive and be there when you needed me. Ritsuka smiled. Never doubted you for a second because you are exceedingly dependable. With his hands on his hips, he tilted his head. So what has been happening back in Chaldea? Ritsuka listened and listened until Mash finished. Then he let out a whistle. Sorry for worrying everyone then. Mash tilted her head, frowning clearly. You should not be apologizing for that, senpai. It sounds like it was the work of the King of Mages. Lord El Meloy too suspected that when he explained your condition. So they figured out that as well. That was good. Wait, Saniro and Elizabeth both came to my room and started singing. Mash's face turned into a pained grimace. They wanted to do their best to help you, senpai. Well, I appreciate the thought. Was that why he had been suddenly singing away to himself for a while? That would definitely be a weird coincidence otherwise. But I'm glad to hear that not too much time has passed on the other side, even if it's a little weird, but Avenger already explained that to me. He jerked a thumb over towards them. So that's been pretty good thus far. I had hoped that it wouldn't be that much longer, but you're saying it's been almost a day now. Guess that is really extreme. It's basically been a full week back here. I'm sorry that I couldn't get here sooner, senpai. Mash looked rather downtrodden about that. And really, why would she be apologizing for it? Hey, you all managed to band together and got Stolgina here. He waved a hand towards the knight, who raised her head and sent him a brief glance at getting called out. I knew you guys were looking out for me. So you don't have anything to apologize for. Sounds like this was really a last resort type of deal. I only really found out because Nud-san brought it up. Mash scratched the side of her cheek, then looked down. He said it was a bad idea. That sounded like Nud all right. Ritsuka rubbed the back of his neck. I guess it would be hypocritical of me to scold you for that sort of thing. I would probably have done the same first chance I got. HMPH. He pursed his lips at the irritated scoff from Stolgina and, yes, he could definitely feel her glaring holes into the side of his head now. Mash glanced over then leaned towards him. Senpai, I've been meaning to ask. I haven't a clue. Ritsuka whispered back, pinching his chin and furrowing his brows. It was a little strange for a while, but she's a bit different to the director sometimes. It's kinda endearing. You should have seen her when she was getting all confident. she made this really inspiring speech and everything. Mash looked a little surprised. Then they both turned their heads towards Stolgina, who rapidly glanced between the two of them. What are you both whispering about? Ritska gave her a thumbs up, just saying how great of a knight you are and how lucky we are to be your subordinates. Stolgina froze. Then her face burned bright red and she folded her arms, puffing out her chest, and then put on a confident smirk a few seconds later. All right. Of course you are. You're super lucky to have someone like me as your superior, and you better not forget that either. Just as long as you remember that a leader is nothing if they cannot take care of those beneath them. You two better be more careful in the future with this sort of nonsense. I definitely won't tolerate avoidable injuries. He glanced at Mash and gave her a, see what I mean, expression. She rapidly nodded her head in understanding, then turned back. Don't worry, Director Esser Stolgina. We will definitely be more careful to avoid worrying you in the future. It wasn't like I was worried or anything. Stolgina sputtered back, red-faced. I know how competent the two of you are. It's just the principle. All right, I understand, Esser Stolgina. Good. Then, Mash turned back to face him. How have you been, Senpai? Well, that was a question and a half. Ritska rested his arms on his knees and pursed his lips. The sooner we get out of here the better. It's had its ups and downs, but. Ritska shook his head. No sense in trying to downplay it. This place is awful and I want to leave. Mash looked a bit stricken, though he suspected that she already come to the conclusion of what this place had been like from the mere presence of everything around them. It had been rough. Really rough. It's just. His hands ran through his hair and he let out a long and tired sigh. I'm really tired, Mash. Really tired. You'll get through this, Senpai. I believe in you. Her hand pressed itself upon his shoulder, giving him a slight shake. And Mash Kyrielite is here to render help. Yeah, she was. It brought a little bit of a smile to his face that she was here with him now, though in some ways he really wished she wasn't, because it meant she was here. Then again, with the whole process of an invasion, he didn't know the specifics of how she came to be here. Avenger-san, she called out, standing up and turning to face the servant in question. Ritska cocked a brow and leaned forwards as well, curious to what she wanted to say to him. Thank you very much for taking care of Senpai. She bowed at the waist. I appreciate your efforts, and I am glad that Ash-san was right. Ash. Ritska blinked and looked past Mash and towards Avenger himself. The servant looked at them for a few seconds, then folded his arms and let out a scoff. So quick to offer thanks you are, girl. Though your words are earnest, they are born of ignorance. My motives are unknown to you, and thus, you cannot know if I was aiding Master for my own benefit. It was certainly not from some kindness you believe you see. Do not thank me for aiding myself in this matter. Maybe. Mash slowly rose back up. But I don't think that changes the fact you still helped Senpai. So even if it was just because you were interested in helping yourself, I am still grateful for it. Ritska smirked a little. Yep, she had him there. Avenger scoffed again and shook his head. And what words did my kindred have? He said you wouldn't go through the effort of trying to hurt Senpai after he thwarted your plans because that would mean that the King of Mages would win instead, so it didn't make sense for you to keep fighting Senpai. Kuha. Avenger threw back his head, clutching at it with a hand as he unleashed perhaps one of the loudest laughs yet. He truly said such words. Ha. Indeed. Perhaps his senses are far keener than mine. For one who carries a hell within his very spirit, I should have known as such. Yet to be seen through with such ease. Kuahahaha. Such is the nature of cynical optimism, yet he cannot grasp that which is simple. Avenger lowered the hand, the laughter still coating his words. The nature of anger is never reasonable, nor is it logical. 'Tis merely rage that lashes out and burns all it touches to cinders. Aimed it might be, but even a fire blown in the wind can still burn the one beside and behind. That sounded reasonable. It basically just sounded like Avenger warning Mash not to trust him, as far as he could tell. Hey, Was Avenger really just a big softy on the inside? Avenger glared at him with a sudden flash of irritation. Artisuka was sure he hadn't said anything aloud. Maybe it was just written across his face. He smiled back at them and gave a wave of the hand as he slowly stood back up. There was one more thing he needed to deal with first and foremost. Sullivan. Ritsuka started to walk for the door of the cell, jerking a thumb as he did so. Fancy a chat. The caster tilted his head. Have we something to discuss? Do you want to talk with an audience? Am I going to even be trusted with you? Ritsuka lowered the arm. I think you can be trusted not to be self-destructive. Killing me ultimately means you lose as well, you know. Sullivan let out an irritable sigh and started to walk forwards, passing him by as he did so. Then it seems we are compelled to speak once more. I shall provide all those in the room with the comfort that you shall not be parted from this dimwit for very long. It was a flippant wave of the hand as Sullivan rounded the corner of the open cell. He similarly turned back and gave the room a quick wave, won't be long. And then strode out and after the caster, proceeding down the hallway for a few meters before he came to a stop. I doubt we'll be heard here. Sullivan hadn't turned to face him, instead they were looking around with what Ritsuka would assume would be disdain. You have been roaming this squalor for almost a week, have you? I cannot imagine it to have been wholly pleasant. He couldn't place the tone. What was it? Was Sullivan mirthful or was he just annoyed? It wasn't. Ritsuka flatly responded, rolling his jaw from side to side. Is that what you want me to say? It's awful and I want to leave as soon as possible. Tell me of the Lords of Judgment, as you called them. Ritsuka clenched his jaw. Why? Sullivan slowly turned around to face him, because you seem a touch more miserable than I last recall. I can also see the truth of your words when you speak. Oh yes, you have not lied, but you are not speaking the full truth. You downplayed the incident for MASH while that curious collection of disjointed memories kept her silence. Disjointed memories. Stolgina. Well, that pretty much answered it then. Stolgina was a mixture of Olga and Stahl's memories, if that was such a thing. What do you really want to know here? Sullivan kept up the passive stare. I want to know if you would truly do it again. Yeah. Ritsuka didn't wait much time before answering. He didn't bother to lie either. I would. Sullivan. Well, it was hard to say whether or not they were surprised by his words or not, but they drew back in what might have been shock, but it didn't last all that long before the caster relented and kept up the stare. I am surprised you are capable of it. Which ones? Ritsuka folded his arms. Even he had his limits. I knew them and am friends with some of them at Chaldea. That's all I'm going to say. Sullivan let out a flat noise of disappointment. I shall take your word for it, at least you are speaking the truth. Yet my surprise does remain, to think that you would be capable of accomplishing at least this much and yet. The drumming of fingers filled the silence, Sullivan rapping out a pattern on his folded arms. Perhaps I should be thankful that you can at least do that much when it truly matters. There really wasn't a choice. Perhaps not. That didn't sound like they were all that interested. But now Ritsuka had a question. Why are you here? I can understand MASH, I don't see you being one of the first to ride to my rescue. Sullivan tilted his head. As you said, it is self-destructive if you die. Why should I not be concerned for my own health? Ritsuka raised a brow. I might not have special eyes like you, but that doesn't mean I can't tell when you aren't saying the whole truth, you know. Sullivan let out a scoff. Very well. I am saving your life so that Gwendolyn has to be thankful for my intervention. Does that make you more comfortable? Somehow that explanation didn't surprise him all that much. It was the right amount of petty he expected between the two of them. Not that it wasn't earned on the part of Gwendolyn. Why else? Sullivan cocked his head. You assume there to be more. Mimicking the gesture, you mean there isn't. The silence came about once again. Ended with a long and sullen sigh. Call it a whim or call it a flight of fancy. Either would be correct, but it was mere happenstance that I came upon the room in the few moments after Kyrilight tore the orb from the hands of the unkindled and cast herself off as an invader. The aftermath was chaotic, and there is likely an ongoing struggle to prevent that lumbering brute still in the room from giving chase. Shouting something about who he would not let the skinless one steal more of his family, or some other nonsense. Oh, Calamate had been there. Yikes. Ritska grimaced a little at the reaction. I inferred enough from that to know Seath was present in whatever realm you were trapped in, and thus, perhaps it would be more fitting to say that once again, I was the only one with the means of acting. That was surprising to hear. That made it sound almost like you're saying you came here just because you could. I came here because it was necessary. Sullivan replied back, because unfortunately, you are instrumental to our success. None others save for that girl who seemed willing to do what was necessary, and I refused to be cast off to the sidelines while I had the means of rendering aid. Thus I gave chase not even a moment later. Huh. ... Thanks for coming. Sullivan reeled back again, then let out a flat noise once more. I did not come for you. I came for what you mean to Chaldea. There is a marked difference. Ritska knew that. He nodded. Yeah, but it's still my life you're saving at the end of the day, so, thanks for coming to get me. ... Quite. There was a short pause. Stop having those servants watch. Absolutely not. TCH. I'm grateful for being saved, Ritska replied with a shake of the head, not stupidly enamored with the idea you're now a good guy, but I can at least get them to keep their distance so that you don't know when you're being watched. I think Sanora would appreciate it as well. Who? ... The knight who has been following you around. Was that her name? Ritska sighed and turned back around, striding the way they had come. Good talk, he said with a wave of the hand, glad we had it. She should not have been so anxious. All he was doing was going away for a chat. Did she even trust Sullivan? The hesitation in her mind was enough of an answer to that particular question. But Senpei had been fine. He was fine. He had endured a full week here with only a handful of servants, and he was fine. He had been fighting all this time and he was alive and well. A full week without her. And he was fine. Mash kept up her smile as the doubts ate away at her. He was fine after a full week of being away from her, only a few steps from freedom, and she had practically shown up at the final running and done a little bit to help, but even then she couldn't have done it alone. She knew that. She had been too weak by herself and needed the support of everyone else. And then it had been one of the servants already here that was able to banish away Seath before they could hurt Senpei. Mash flicked her eyes towards the wounded servant, Shizuko or Gertrude. That she didn't know her name made her feel guilty, and then flicked her eyes towards the one treating her injuries as she continued to stew in her own thoughts. Senpei being safe was the only thing that should have really mattered to her. And yet, Mash could not help but consider something she had not thought of until now. Was she even useful? She could not protect Senpei when it mattered. A full day of just sitting by his bedside and staring at his slumbering form while he had been fighting so hard. Her jaw clenched and her hands closed to fists. The mere thought that all that time, she had been doing next to nothing. No, not even next to nothing. Just nothing. Feeling guilty for herself and her inability to act. All the while Senpei had been in so much danger and she hadn't been there to support him even once. Not until the very end did she finally manage to show up, and her aid hadn't really mattered all that much in the end, had it? Once again she needed to ask herself a question. A deeply important question. What was she doing? How could a shielder servant be valuable if she could not even be there to protect him when his life depended on it? How could she ever hope to be a proper servant if she couldn't achieve anything at all? Yes, Senpei was incredible. She did not believe that her presence was the difference between life and death for him. That would have been arrogant of her to think so. Senpei had managed to make friends here, and then they had fought side by side. They had all been putting their all into fighting until the very end. Shizuko had gotten hurt in fighting Seath and had almost died. Perhaps she still would die. And Mash was there feeling sorry for herself once again that she hadn't been able to do more. It made her feel ashamed. Was she really so selfish that she wanted to be the one who said that it was her actions that kept Senpei safe? That felt wrong. It felt a little greedy. Yes, that was the right word. She wanted to be useful. She wanted to pay him back for the kindness that he had shown her, that he continued to show her, and she wanted to live up to the expectations of being a servant. That was what she wanted. But she felt like she kept falling short of all of those. Time and time again it was being proven that Senpei could manage without her. A sigh broke through her thoughts. The sudden nature of it made her head snap up as the woman, Mercedes, leaned away from Shizuko and rubbed her head through her hands. The short breath ended as she turned and hunched forwards. Mash thinned her lips and started to rise up, taking some tentative steps towards her. Mercedes jolted a little and looked up, then gave a rather tired smile. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. Mash felt like that should have been her sentence. Is she? Trailing off, her eyes flicked towards Shizuko. Still lying on the rusted metal bedframe with a hideous injury, though it had been bandaged and cleaned rather expertly in her own opinion. Mercedes shrugged. I would like to believe so. The knowledge has slipped away from me and all I can do is hope that it was enough. The woman rubbed her face, then let out a breath. I do not mean to dump my worries upon you though, Mash, yes. Mash nodded her head, then was surprised when the woman let out an almost shocked chuckle. I apologize, but seeing you, it doesn't quite feel real. I don't. Ritsuka. Mercedes replied with a shake of the head. He's been telling us all some stories about Chaldea. About the people who live there and about you. Hearing him say so many things and then to meet you I can scarcely believe it, but I am truly happy you are here. Mash could only stare in silence. Senpei has been talking about me. Good things, Mercedes was quick to add on, very good things. He told me about an interest in detective books. He says he wants to start reading those with you in the future. He did. Mash felt her eyes widen, then Mercedes let out a soft giggle. But don't tell him that I told you that. I'm sure he wanted it to have been a secret. Mash didn't know what to say here. All this time, Senpei had been talking about Chaldea and her. This might be a strange thing to say. Mercedes shuffled, but can you make sure he gets home? Mash blinked very slowly. What do you mean? Mercedes' expression turned pensive for a moment, then sad. Really sad. ... No, forget it. I'm just being a bit silly again, but I hope that I don't burden you all that much. I'm sure that's not. Mercedes waved a hand to Shizuko. That is about the only useful thing I have done. Ritsuka will get upset if he hears me saying this again, but I've just been dead weight this whole time. Watching him lead the way and following in his footsteps, I feel so guilty. Like I'm not doing enough for this person who did so much for me. This woman, she is Senpei, is very special. Mash found herself saying, but I think you have done enough, Mercedes-san. Senpei doesn't really seem to mind that sort of thing, but Mercedes' eyes flickered for a moment, then softened. ... You as well. Mash didn't say anything. ... He needs to go home. Mercedes replied, reaching over and rubbing her hand on the remaining limb of Shizuko. We both agree with that, she and I. So, can you promise that you as well can get home with him? I think he would be very upset if that didn't happen. ... Aren't you coming too? Mercedes gave a thin smile. Mash frowned and looked across. Even the director, Stoljina, had gone a strange sense of quiet as she held her helmet in her hands and stared at. No one was saying anything. Why did this silence feel so oppressive? And why were they all acting like? Mash turned her neck once again. Avenger met her eyes and stared at her. ... Have you something to say, shield girl? ... Are you really, Ed? Do not use that name. He interrupted her, but it was not unkind. I am not that man. Avenger continued and closed his eyes. Not anymore. Such a man does not deserve to bear my name or my presence. He who found the light at the surface must always cast a shadow. Mash didn't understand what he was saying, but it felt rather heavy now. Like there was something wrong here. Something that she didn't know that everyone else seemed to. Then her ears caught the sound of approaching footsteps. Senpei rounded the corner with Sullivan close behind him, entering the cell and giving a brief look around. Then he spoke. "We'll rest here for about an hour and then we'll head out once everyone is up and going." He turned. "Mercedes, how is she?" The reply was not long in coming. "She is, I think she's stable. I'm sorry it just got away from me." "Hey." Senpei interrupted her softly. "You've done more than enough here. More than me. I appreciate it and I know she would as well. So, just take a breath." Then he turned towards Avenger and stared at them. "An hour sound good?" Avenger only chuckled. "It is your own time you cast to the dirt, only a few of them remain before the chance for escape slips through your fingers. Treat this as you wish, nothing is lost by biding my time." "Don't worry." Senpei sounded resolute. "We'll move out. I believe you, Master." Avenger chuckled. "It would be a great pity indeed if our long song were to come to a close with such an abrupt and disappointing end. To fail at the final hurdle without even encountering it, such a betrayal of your resolve is something that I could not even find the words to express disgust in." Senpei found that funny for some reason. She didn't know why. "Right, well." He clapped his hands together, then put on a thin smile. "I guess, it's time for our final prison chat, huh?" Avenger let out a sigh. "If this shall become yet another presentation on dinosaurs. You liked it, don't deny it." Avenger was pointedly silent for some reason. Stolgina let out an amused huff. "I am sure we shall find a topic to pass the time." Mash didn't know what she was looking at but she wasn't surprised. Senpei was still finding ways to be himself. "No." He looked a little lighter. That would be enough, right? Needed to be enough. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower, ending. She knew now. No, that was not right. Perhaps she had always known. Or maybe she just ignored it. It was scary to look inside and see something wrong. She didn't want to admit it but that was the undeniable truth. Her memories weren't hers. Staring down at the gauntlet of her armor, she ran her fingers along it and kept her silence through what her master had been talking about. He and Mash had been so casual about the remaining time and the fact there was only one final Lord of Judgment left before freedom. Freedom. It wasn't freedom for her though, was it? She was starting to realize it now. Stolgina. Not even her actual name, merely a bastardized combination of the swirling mass of identities that lay beneath her. Clumsily stuck together and blended up to form the mess that was her personality. Subordinate. Superior. A knight. She must have looked like an utter fool the more she ranted and raved about all these things, recycling the words that had been spoke by those who were not her. Plagiarized notes of better people, of actual people, while she walked around and acted as if she had any real connection with any of them. She did not. There had never been a connection in the first place. Did Fujimaru know? Of course he would have known. She thought back to their first encounter and his abject confusion towards her, the lack of familiarity and his inability to recognize her. Even after she had removed her helmet, there was such a clear sense of bemusement for most of their interactions, until recently, but it all made sense to her now. Fingers clasped the strands of red hair and pulled it across, bright red locks, and right in front of her eyes. Her hair had never been red before. Always been white. She had her father's hair. The one thing she knew he gave to her except. He was not her father. This was not the hair he gave her. None of it was. The hand holding the hair released and dropped down to her knee with a dull thud. She stared out across the cell and let the noise be reduced to little more than a faint ringing. If it could even be called something like that. What was she, truly? What did it even matter? Her lip curled upwards ever so slightly as some distant lingering remnant of what had been one of her sponsor's more recent memories surfaced in her mind. The donor thought flicked and bounded about with the information. Ash. Was this what he experienced? She could see the clumsily blurs between only three distinct memories, her personality that twisted and crawled like some hideous chimera and he had to endure an entire world of that. That was truly unfair for anyone to endure. Was she supposed to give up now just because of that? None of these feelings were really hers in the first place. They were all Olga's. Her thoughts. The thoughts of Stalin one more. The name was older than all else and did not feel quite right, or perhaps it lay beyond her. She did not rightly know about that either. Nothing more than the lingering remnant of a name and identity, but it felt as if it had been discarded long ago. That she was working off the mere scraps of something. Like finding the crumbled up remains of a cast-off art project in a bin. Was that what she was? A collage of old art and memories. Yes, that was exactly right. Stolgina turned her head very slowly until she was staring at Fujimaru and Mash. Strangers. They were truly strangers to her. Yet she felt protective of them because they belonged to her. Olga, she was their superior and they were hers. They were no one else's to torture or abuse or even to hurt. The mere thought of letting anything happen to those she had claimed authority over was an insult to her pride. There should be nothing that happened to them. But was that even her own pride? No, of course not. She did not have any pride to begin with. It was all fake. She was not even a real person at all. An imperfect copy of a better individual, or an actual individual. Fujimaru and Mash should have at least suspected or known that she was not really anything to do with Olga, the director that they knew. Yet she had not seen an ounce of difference in the way he had acted at all. All this time, Fujimaru had been treating her the same. Why? Why would he do all that? You all right over there, sir? A blink and a sharp breath, she jolted to the present and flicked her gaze towards Fujimaru. Ah, he was not looking at her. Had she been absorbed in her own thoughts for too long? That would not do. I am debating our next move, Fujimaru. She declared in a brusque tone, turning her head away and closing her eyes. Ah, all right. Fujimaru sounded relieved. Don't worry, sir. We've come this far, so I'm sure it's not that long until we're out of here. She could pretend for a moment that it was possible. But this place, that name. Edmond Dantes. Chateau d'If. Legends were easy to know of once a true name was unveiled, and from that moment onwards, there had been a little gnawing of unpleasant truth. It had grown and grown and grown until it could bloom no further. The truth flowered. She would never escape this place. A cold and hard fact of it all. Perhaps it was doubt, or perhaps it was her knowledge of concepts, but so long as this place was known as Chateau d'If in combination with Edmond Dantes, there would only be one escapee here. Those who aided the path forwards would meet their end as the price for the prisoner to find freedom. Fujimaru would get out. But was that true of the rest of them? The thought hurt for the strangest of reasons. She was not really a person, so there was no need to mourn her. Not at all. And yet, it wasn't fair. It really wasn't fair. Why did it always turn out like this at the very end? She wanted to beat something until it broke, to scream until her voice went hoarse. But that would achieve nothing. Not a single tear shed would change what was going to happen. For the good of the world, for the good of human history, she would need to lay down her life so that Fujimaru could escape. That was the truth of the matter. Dying for the sake of the family dream. Hey, it wasn't even her family though, was it? She clenched her jaw tight and formed her helmet in her hands, reaching up and placing it firmly upon her head to hide away her face. There was no need to show such a shameful expression to anyone. Let them conform to the lie that she had been spreading with her every breath. That she was indeed someone who could lead them. Whatever pride from whatever drag of life within her armor had been pushing her onwards could at least carry her forth a little longer. That was indeed the right thing to do. With luck. No, she would not believe in something as fickle as luck. It was going to be her. Whatever she was and however she came to be. In this place, she had come forth for the single reason of getting Fujimaru Ritsuka back to Chaldea, to aid him through these trials. If it came at the cost of her life, if the sole value of her life was to achieve that goal, then very well. She could burn away this life for that reason and that reason alone. Her single original thought. Her simple objective in this thing called existence. Placing her hands down either side, a single push put her upright and onto her feet, striding for the door of the cell and standing there, folding her arms and gazing out through the helm to the darkness beyond. This miserable place was nowhere for Fujimaru to be. He did not deserve this to happen to him, and she hated it. She hated it for creating her. for dragging him here and making her experience this. The King of Mages for setting everything in motion so that she would be granted this awful existence. Most of all, she hated that she even needed to debate whether she could let it go. She was a servant and he was her master. That was something that had never changed, and no matter what came next or what needed to be done, the first priority of a servant was always supposed to have been the master. That would never change, no matter what happened or what anyone said. Fujimaru would escape. Mash would depart the same way she came in. That crystal of separation she had brought with her would see to it. All that remained was the rest of them. It meant Mercedes might not leave either. No, there was no might about it. No what if or chance. Only Fujimaru would leave. Her fingers tightened their hold, the low groan of metal rang in her ears. Then it loosened just as quickly. All for the sake of humanity's future, huh? Her eyes dipped. He'd heard Mercedes speak. She could read between the lines. They probably felt the exact same thing that she did as well. She really hated this place so much. Her fingers were still pretty weak. Ritsuka knew that. Her hold was like the grasp of a doll or something as close to it. Her entire posture was slack, and if it weren't for the subtle rise and fall of her chest, he would have never thought she was even alive in the first place. His fingers picked away at the matted clumps of hair again. You got your hair all ruined, you know. Ritsuka muttered to himself as he tried to pick it apart. The golden light had. He gulped as he realized it. It had been seared and melted together. He didn't even know that hair could melt together, but apparently that was exactly what had happened, and he hated it. Hated that she had to suffer like this. Shizuko, Gertrude, turned her head and stared at him. Her fingers twitched ever so slightly and he glanced down, watching as she opened and closed her hand. 5, 5, 5, 4, he counted. 5, 5, 5, 0, 5, 5, 5, 3, R, 5, 5, 5, 3, R. Ritsuka clenched his jaw and stopped her before she could do any more, closing his hand gently around her hand to prevent further movements. She stiffened only a little, the slight furrowing of her brows as she looked at him with some tremor of confusion and uncertainty. You don't need to apologize for anything. Her head shook. He could see that there was clear anguish across her face. Then he saw the tendrils of light. No, that was not right. They were orbs, skipping along the surface of her skin and then right across his hands. The moment they made contact he could feel it. Words sprung to mind, right in the tip of his head without any sort of voice behind them. Just pure words. I lied. She did. Ritsuka hummed in affirmation. I don't mind that. He muttered, I've lied a few times as well. I think I'm getting better at lying, you know. She shook her head with a bit more force this time. Did she feel bad for lying? My name, Gertrude. Ritsuka hummed and nodded slowly. Yeah. He heard that. I know your siblings. Not my brothers. The words came slowly. There was never inflection in how she felt, so he relied on seeing her face instead. It was so strange. The sensation of his fingers brushing against something as she held his hand, like rough texture of something across paper. Lumps or something else of the sort, but then his eyes flicked to the orbs and the patterns they held. He'd seen that sort of thing before. Braille. He was reading Braille. Oh, I don't think I've met those ones. He admitted, I guess you guys have a big family, but I did meet your sisters. Some of your brothers as well. Your family is very intense, you know. Her lip twitched for a moment. Yes, very stubborn. Ritsuka chuckled, his other hand rubbing at his chin. Then he glanced up and met the slightly bemused expression of Mash, giving a small nod of the head towards her. She says that she has a stubborn family. It was a little joke. An understatement, really. Even Mash gave out a little twitch of the lip. Ash-san can be very stubborn when he wants to be, senpai. I think he has gotten better. Compared to what he was like at his worst. Yeah, he got leagues better. Ash is Gawain. Ritsuka felt his smile dim rather quickly, looking down at her in the bed and nodding his head. His other hand soon came to rest atop hers. Yes, relation with brothers. Bad. So he had heard. Ash is pretty stubborn as well, so I can't say if he would get along well with you or not. I think that, no. I know that Caffrey would get along with you. His eyes flicked to her wings. I think your hair reminds me a lot of Hanlith, though. Does it? I forget my hair. Ritska felt his smile dim away immediately. It's very lovely hair, if a little bit messy. He said slowly, then sighed. Like I said before, we could have really done with a comb. Gertrude's lip curled up. Men can't be handmaiden. He blinked very slowly. Huh. I apparently make a convincing woman in a dress, you know. A stunned silence went across the room. Then he glanced across to the rather bemused face of Mercedes. Heck, even Avenger was now looking at him as if he had grown a second head. What? Truly, Avenger began in an eerily blank tone of voice, Chaldea is a place of strange happenings. I mean, you're right, but I get the feeling you're really misunderstanding me. Oh well, maybe it was fine for this misunderstanding. It wasn't like it bothered him all that much. He looked back down at Gertrude. Hey, was it fun? Ritska didn't know why he asked it. But he just felt like doing so. Gertrude's lips formed a thin but pure smile. Yes. The words resounded through his mind. It was. I'm glad. So am I. Then her smile dropped as her hand gained some strength. A surprising amount of it. More than enough for him to raise a brow and look down at their joined hands. You are going home. Ritska chuckled. Nice as this place has been, I wasn't planning on stay. Ritska. She pulled the hand closer. You are going home. I promise. The effort at humor slipped away. His eyes dimmed a little. I plan on it. I still want to live, after all. Don't forget. Gertrude exhaled softly. Never forget this feeling. No matter how bad I want you to live as well. Ritska pulled his lips tight. Not for the first time, he hoped Avenger was wrong. Master. Speak of the devil. Hey, that saying felt oddly apt here. His head turned towards Avenger, who only gazed back at him with an indiscernible expression. It is time. That was all he said. All that needed saying, Ritska supposed. But it was terribly anticlimactic. Already, mumbling under his breath, he rose up and faced Avenger. Best not keep you waiting then, Avenger only chuckled, already striding through the door of the cell. He wasn't surprised to find that the door was open when they arrived. Rather, he would have been more shocked if it was closed. Why is it open? Stoljina asked, to which she received no answer. Ritska walked on through the open doors, conscious of the fact that Avenger was right next to him. Perhaps he really should have been more concerned about what the servant was going to do to him. But he figured that Avenger would want to talk first before he struck. Or maybe his impression of them was entirely wrong and he was putting himself in entirely avoidable danger. His heart was hammering away in his chest as he became more and more aware of the short distance between himself and Avenger. His eyes flicked to the side and he froze for a brief moment. Avenger was looking right towards him, lip curled into a smirk. Yes, they knew the distance as well. Their eyes flicked back to the others and then towards him once again. The two of them were almost shoulder to shoulder. If Avenger really wanted to kill him here and now, then he was sure that there was not a single thing that anyone could have done to stop him. This was probably the closest he felt to dying in a while. Except right after coming away from Seath and his plans. Ritska felt oddly calm. There wasn't even a tremble in his hands. Like the worst of it all had been and gone. What do you know of Chateau d'If? Ritska blinked at the sudden question from Avenger. The servant looked across the length of the hall. Not a lot. Hey, of course, I knew that. You hold an ignorance most striking with times such as these. Yet that serves my own purposes, for I shall enlighten you. There was once such a man trapped in these dark halls. This place sealed away from light itself, where there would come no joy or life. Avenger looked upwards and let out a hum. Ritska knew there were others in the room. Yet it felt like, just for a moment, it was only the two of them. It was such a strange thing. That man, Edmond Dantes, was innocent of his crime. Framed for sin and cast down into the very depths of this hell. It was in these halls that he felt a vengeance and fury, and in these halls where he was guided to the light by the act of a single man. A name sprung to him. One of the first things Avenger said. Abi Faria. Avenger smiled at his words, indeed. At his lowest point there was a man who, a mad priest, who brought some semblance of hope to that man. One who taught Edmond Dantes all that he could need for his vengeance. Ritska thinned his lips. And indeed, Edmond Dantes was saved while Abi Faria remained and perished. On the final note of freedom, that man who brought hope to the one who despaired was taken by death. A final boon was the treasure of Monte Cristo. Such was his final act. Avenger slowly turned and faced him. Ritska found himself spinning and meeting their gaze head-on. Do you know why I spurn the name of that man? He did not. It is because he was saved. Such a man was saved from his vengeance by a love that was almost miraculous in nature. Yet, as is clear, I am no creature that was saved. My heart is black and twisted, a cruel monster who grins when observing the persecution of man. Yes, I am not the man who was saved, so how could I possibly bear the weight of his name? Whatever smile might have been on the face of Avenger slipped away in an instant. Such is an unworthy insult to the legacy he left behind. Edmond Dantes was a man who escaped and walked into the world with a flutter of hope in his heart, a belief that there existed a world for him beyond his revenge. You don't have such a thing, do you? Ritska understood that much. He rolled his lips and nodded his head. The eternal Avenger. He parroted the words from before, earning a hum of acknowledgement. You cannot forget and cannot forgive, so you hold on to all that anger. Avenger really was just like Ash, wasn't he? Or maybe they were the same. Neither could seem to forget any of the vengeance that was dealt out. Well, they did share the same class. It seemed silly to notice it now. Chateau d'If is the prison from which no soul escaped, with one single exception. Yeah, he figured that. A few more than one here, aren't there? Avenger nodded once, quite. While one is guided to freedom, the other must perish to open the door. The final note for them all. Those who broke into this place yet remain beyond its constraints may come and go as they please, they are no true prisoners. Yet for those who were trapped here, their only freedom shall come at the cost of slaying all others. Ritska wasn't surprised. He glanced over to study the reactions. No one else looked all that surprised either, no one except Mash. She stiffened and looked between the others with a mounting sense of horror, then immediately looked back and widened her eyes. She noticed how close he was to Avenger now as well, didn't she? His lip twitched upwards with a rather somber smile as he looked back to Avenger. So this is it then. Indeed. Avenger replied curtly, I, who is fortunate enough to be granted this second chance, have no intention of dying. Indeed, I am the seventh lord who stands before you. The avatar of pride who declares that his vengeance alone is worth more than the weight of all human history. Who would let all turn to ash if it meant his own legend remained secure. Then Avenger twitched a lip. Though, I suspect you feel much the same, if your words have not changed. No, that is not the case at all. I shall do you no insult in questioning your resolve. I understand deeply that you have meant all you said. Blue flashed between them as Avenger's hands burst into flames. His eyes were drawn down in an instant and then back to the servant. Your path to freedom lies through me, my former master. The way to Chaldea, the way to the future of humanity and the path which lets you live, all require you to slay me and keep on marching. To leave behind those who carried you thus far. Then his head cocked. Yet what of them? Shall they be willing to offer themselves as steps for you to walk the path of salvation? A good enough point. I don't mind if you guys want to live. Ritska called out to them. If you want to try and fight us then, yeah, it's fine. Not once taking his eyes off Avenger. It would be hypocritical of him to say that he deserved it more than them. All this time he had been treating them like they were real people and, and he didn't know what would happen to Stolgina if he won. Would she even continue to exist? He didn't know. Well, perhaps there was nothing to complain about now, all that was left was to fight. Ritska looked Avenger in the eye, then he smiled. You try your hardest, Avenger. Avenger met his gaze, then nodded back. Those should be my words, Ritska Fujimaru. It was just like that. Ritska kicked off the ground and launched himself backwards, and in that brief flash, it was like he hadn't moved at all. Avenger was still right in front of him and spearing a hand towards his chest. Then a dull metallic clang, a wall of metal flew past him and knocked the arm aside. Ritska slid to a halt, Mash landed right before him and swung again, countering another jab and lashing out quickly with a quick. Avenger did not laugh this time, there were no boisterous cackles. Instead there was only the silence of clashing blows and the roar of flames. That was all there was. She blocked the attack. She should have been faster. Should have been there before he even got the chance to attack, but what mattered was she blocked the attack. Another kick was blocked by a raised arm, but Avenger, Edmond Dantes, jerked a little from the power. The other leg flew up and she spun around, striking at his center mass with the next kick. He caught it and twisted, already moving to throw her away. She ended that plan with a swing at his head. Rather than taking the blow to the skull, he let her go with the shield flying right over the top of his head, almost taking his hat off in the process. Then Avenger was dodging to the side as Sullivan came swinging in, a furious display of blows. No, that was not right. They were swift and they were relentless, but they were alarmingly graceful as well. Each movement led into yet another swing, his whole body turning about as he went back and forth. Without even an ounce of rest and with only a singular, bordering animalistic grunt, Sullivan had started chasing Avenger across the room and forcing them onto the back foot. He stomped down, ending the flurry and swung out with a wide berth. Crescent light shot forth, intercepted by a haze of blue fire. Mash followed in the wake of the ash and dust, throwing herself forwards and right at the silhouette. Avenger ducked again, she turned and swung for his body. His hand closed around her fist and stopped her punch in its tracks. There was a build-up of heat. But she would let it get no further than that. The shield vanished and her other hand clamped down around his elbow of the arm holding her, twisting it roughly and spinning about, delivering a kick into his back which threw him right towards Sullivan. Or rather, right into the streak of violet light which slammed into him. Only the brief glimpse of a raised palm in the path of the attack was seen before blue and violet clashed with one another. Her hold on Avenger vanished as she went forth and swung in again. This time with her shield. Another miss, save for the wall which crunched under the weight of her blow. Her eyes searched for him. Or anything that would be movement. Sullivan was already charging though. He said nothing, merely just following Avenger down and much faster than she was able to do so. Block his path. Mash took off after him though, throwing herself into the direct path of the streaking comet. It slowed long enough for her to see Avenger lurch to the side to avoid it. But it was hesitation all the same. She expected Sullivan to take advantage of it. What she saw instead was the person who was and was not the director to slam a powerful haymaker right into the side of Avenger's head. Wind buffeted past her as Avenger flew. Mash whipped her neck about to stare, only just glimpsing the crash of his impact, rather than the flight. It was a short reprieve in the fight that lasted no more than a second. Stop gawking, Ma Shielder. Stolgina barked out and charged forwards, axe raised and dashing right towards the impact crater. He's not down yet. Of course he wasn't. She knew that. Her eyes turned towards the direction of the Avenger and she squared her shoulders and hunched her body low, then broke off into a sprint with all the others flanking beside her. Sullivan took the left while Stolgina took the right and her right in the middle. The three of them converged on the Avenger. He burst through the cloud of dust right towards her. It was feet first, a flying kick. Mash stomped down and cut her momentum dead, slamming her shield forwards and feeling the impact against the center mass. With a shout, she directed it away and sent him from her, off towards the direction of Stolgina. Another shout and burst of light, she lowered the shield. Had he used his flames to block the attack from Stolgina? It seemed that way as the axe crashed against the blue fire as if it was as solid as rock, but the impact launched him backwards towards Sullivan, who had already been swinging down. Mash heard the gasp and the sizzle. Avenger twisted about and landed a blow at the same time the burning greatsword whisked past him. Avenger was skating around them now, but she saw the flicker of fire along his upper arm and the torn sleeve. He'd been slashed in the attack by Sullivan, who, without mercy, pressed the attack forwards. That was the way to do it. Avenger is fast. He needs to be boxed in. Mash, take the lead while the others harry him. She remembered as much from their last battle, but Senpai probably knew much more about it now. With that, she charged forwards with shield raised and towards Avenger once more. Hearing just above the right cross of the shield, her eyes narrowed as she saw Avenger look to her. He was already moving to try and avoid her charge, but she would not allow him to do anything of the sort. Shield pulled back, she pistoned it forwards like a bullet and let her hold slip. It shot forwards and slammed into the wall right in front of him as he tried to dodge. She jumped, swinging her leg down for a kick to the temple. Avenger ducked under it, her shin cracked against the shield and knocked it loose. In the corner of her eye she saw the kick aimed for him. She reacted first. Spinning about on her heel and grabbing him by the ankle, she pulled forwards and slammed him face first into the wall, then continued to pull. Completing a full turn, all while his face was ground into stone, and heaved him up and over her shoulders before slamming him back down, or rather, bouncing his head off the falling shield. Another yank tossed him towards her, an open palm slamming into his chest and knocking him back down. Sullivan struck him with a crescent light once more. Avenger was sent reeling from the attack as the next one followed, arms raised as the flaming sword slammed into his guard, and with a rather loud burning sound, he was knocked back. Right into Stolgina. Already with the axe pulled back, it snapped forth like an elastic band and caught Avenger in his wounded arm. It bent horribly and loudly, launching him across the room in the blink of an eye. Perhaps less than. But she knew they could not relent. Not ye. Blue flames shot right by the side of her head. She ducked and leaned back at the burning sensation across her cheek and raised her shield once more as they came one after another, slamming against her defense as she rushed to close the distance again. She felt them one after another. They were strong as well, each one definitely felt more like a punch or a strike from a solid weapon. Mash, get ready. She knew what he meant. So she was already prepared when she vanished and then reappeared. A kick slammed against the side of her head and sent her reeling, another blow followed up and struck her in the gut. What happened? She was a little confused. How did? A burning fist caught her in the face and then she was airborne. There were some shouts of surprise but were swiftly drowned out by tumbling brick and stone when she crashed into the wall at the other end of the room. You think to use such trivial trickery on me, my former master? Just barely she could make out Avenger's words, accompanied by a cackle. We fought side by side. You think to use the tactics we employed and I would not see? Huh. Ah, right. Of course. Avenger and Senpai had been fighting, so of course they would have known what was happening. That was her fault. She should have been more prepared for Avenger to counter her. No, in the very beginning, she should have not underestimated him. Her head snapped up. A shout of pain and Sullivan stumbled backwards as blue flames parried aside one of his attacks and he jolted away. Of course, he was vulnerable to fire, wasn't he? She needed to move. It was a complete reversal. Sullivan forced back while Avenger, even with an arm limp by his side, was pressing him back with spins and kicks. The speed was picking up faster and faster to the point she was sure it might not be long until Sullivan was overwhelmed. Mash shot forwards and out of the wall, picking up speed. She was not alone. Thunderous cracks told her that Stolgina was making power strides as well. The knot director reached them first and swung in between the two of them. Avenger backed away. Mash jumped up and over the knot director, launching forwards with a kick that Avenger moved to dodge again. Was he too fast for her? She did not want to think that might be the case. No, she could not afford to doubt herself now. She charged forwards. Does it burn you, shielder? Avenger caught her shield with his working hand and stopped it dead in its tracks. What? Since when was he so strong? The shield was pushed upwards and her eyes widened. Avenger surged forwards. Her hand raised on the other side to protect her face. Instead he slammed a kick into her thigh. She hissed and jolted backwards. An elbow slammed into the side of her head. She countered swiftly with a cross. It impacted his jaw and he took a short stumble. Then a metal boot slammed into his chest and knocked him halfway across the room. "Shielder," Stolgina said from beside her, "are you well?" Was she? Yes she was. She could still fight. "I am fine, Stolgina-san. I can do this." That was how she felt. "Can you?" Avenger was slowly rising back up and tilting his head, "for it is strange to me that you have such confidence in your talents. What is the value of a shield if it cannot protect its lord? What is your value, Shielder? If you cannot even be there to keep your master safe." Mash froze for a brief second. Then her lips thinned and she narrowed her eyes, preparing herself once again. "Such careless behavior from you, Shielder, is it natural it would be exploited?" Then he held up his hand and her eyes widened. What? In his hand was held a dark gem. But that was. Her eyes swung down to her hip where she had kept it. It was gone. "When did he? So careless with your words indeed." Avenger chortled. Mash swung her eyes back up. "No. If he used it then." Mash broke into a sprint. Avenger's hand twitched and there was a sudden sharp pulling across her body. Something was wrong here. Was she being? "No. Senpai." Mash turned on him in horror as he stared back in shock. "This wasn't supposed to." It snapped. Everything fell away from her in that instant and her mind jerked away. Light flooded her senses and there was a cacophony of voices as she drew in a deep and staggered breath, falling backwards and into the waiting hands of someone. Who was grabbing her? Who was shouting in her ear and asking her things? It was all a rush of different noises at the moment and she didn't know the first thing she was supposed to do. Yet her vision started to clear and color flooded into her eyes once again. Details became more vivid as seconds passed. The white of the room greeted her first. It was the worst thing that she could have possibly seen. "No!" she shouted out, pulling free of whomever was holding her. She wasn't supposed to be here. She wasn't supposed to have been sent back here, not when Senpai was still in danger. This couldn't happen to her. Not when she finally had the chance to actually be there when it mattered. Blonde hair. Ash. Charging across the room, she all but barreled into him. His hands caught her shoulders before she could get further and perhaps he might have said something. It didn't matter, she beat him to it. "I have to go back. Send me back." Except she was met with silence. Ash turned his head on her and stared her down, then thinned his lips. A world invaded cannot be invaded once more in such a short span of time. Mash did not hear the question. Only that she could not return. Her legs felt weak and she dropped down. Only the arms around her stopped her hitting the floor. She failed. She was silent. Avenger lazily chuckled the black gem across the room. The dull crack of it hitting the wall and then rolling across the ground filled the room. "The interlopers have been removed now, my former master." Avenger's tone was almost conversational. Though perhaps she should have had more sense than to speak of such things more openly when in my company, but it served the same purpose. I would have sought to deal with them first and foremost but. He spared his wounded arm a glance, then raised his head back to them. "Your task has been made all the easier. Her talent as a shield might be lacking, but her weight as a dulled blade is not quite so." Stolgina found her eyes drawn to the spot where Mash had been moments ago, then across to where there was a void that Sullivan once occupied. It was just her. She knew that for certain. Her steps carried her backwards into Fujimaru. He had not said a single word since it had happened and she drew her lips thin. Her eyes flicking off to the side and towards Mercedes and Gertrude. Neither one of them had done much since the fighting began. Avenger raised a hand, but the movement was not so aggressive this time. "Perhaps you shall all do me the courtesy of answering. Have you no interest in life beyond this prison? Should your master feel the sun kiss his skin, it shall be at the cost of your own lives. There is not a single thing that might change this." It was not a taunt. Or maybe it was. It didn't sound like a taunt to her but it might have been. It was having the same effect at least. Her hands tightened their grip around her axe, shifting her weight. You especially. His eyes were piercing her like spears. Surely you understand what you are, far more than I could ever put into words. A life born of others and forged with only the glimpse of memories. If you have ever a hope of existing as a heroic spirit beyond today and above that of a mere shell, would you not wish to take that chance? Have you no value in your own life or grief? Her own life. Grief. What life and what grief? Stolgina curled her lips, even if he could not see through her helmet. No, why would she bother with that? Her left hand came away from the shaft of the axe and closed around the helm, giving a single solid pull and tearing it free. I am not Olga Marie Animosphere, the director of Chaldea and the superior of Fujimaru. I know that. The helmet was launched across the room with a dull thud as it landed. I am not Stahl, the berserker summoned at the behest of that director. She took in a deep breath and exhaled. I am not even the memories of this armor, the old soul that once wore it and fought many great wars. All of this she knew. There could never be any doubt what she was. And what she was not. I was never anything more than a mere shadow at best. A dream of what such a life could have been, the vague inclinations of so many memories, and yet, even if this life of mine is little more than an ephemeral existence. Her grip on the axe did not wane. Even if I know in my heart that this is an act of suicide on my part, to defeat you and throw Fujimaru back to Chaldea. She took a step forwards. Was there something in her eye? No, it was running down her cheeks. How embarrassing. She wanted to say she wasn't afraid, but she was. She didn't want to go. She didn't want to run away. Those were memories of bravery that were not hers. She was not those great people. I am nothing but the shadow of greater souls. With a deep breath, she squared her shoulders. But even so, even if that is the case, if my life should come to an end in this place, then let it be said that this mere shadow accomplished one thing that truly mattered. A small step in the path which led to the salvation of mankind. Her lip curled upwards, perhaps some teeth were showing. The feeling down her cheeks was hotter now. Yes, she was so very afraid. Let me accomplish something that is worthy of them, worthy of praise. And to herself, she could say one thing. Please, she begged in a voice she did not know she had. Please just let me be as strong as the rest of you, just for a little while. Let me do this. Let her be worthy of the names she had taken. I am Stolgina, servant of Fujimaru Ritsuka, and by my word, in the name of my very being, I swear that you shall not live if it comes at the cost of his life. Avenger said nothing. He just stared. Then he pursed his lips. A fine battle cry that is indeed, woman. No. Stolgina, servant of Fujimaru. Avenger tilted his head to one side. Rejoice in this, your determination has indeed let you grow beyond a mere shadow. Being praised by him didn't make her feel happy. She was still afraid. But the fear of failure was just so much greater. She took a single step forwards, then turned and looked over her shoulder. Fujimaru was looking at her with wide eyes. Why was he surprised? She curled her lip just a little. Hang on for a moment, master. Did he flinch at the title? Maybe she was just imagining it. You will be reunited with Mash and the others soon enough. She had given her word. She just needed it to mean something now. One step, then another, and another. Stolgina charged Avenger down and he did not move, rather, he waited for her and she could see him brace himself. Would he take her head on? All right. Her axe was alight as it was brought up and swung down. Avenger raised a fist to meet it. A burst of light from the collision burned at her eyes, but she glared beyond it, unwilling to be the first to blind and through the haze of it all. The furious spitting of lightning and flame, she could see the eyes of Avenger glaring right back. Challenging her to break her word. She would do no such thing. Ha! She pushed onwards, planting her feet down like anchors and completing the swing. Avenger's strength cracked first, jolting backwards as the axe cleaved onwards. He sidestepped. The shockwave tore a crevasse straight down and split the wall in half right in the path of the falling strike. She ducked her head to the side as he closed the distance, hand spearing forwards. Gah! Her left eye just stopped working and she lashed out with a kick on instinct, feeling something from it and heard the grunt of Avenger. Already clutching on instinct, the sharp pain seared through her head. It hurt so much. She couldn't even see the hand that was clutching her eye, but she heard the pitter-patter of liquid dropping to the ground. Pulling away the gauntlet, she saw the pool of blood in her palm. Oh, that made sense. But even if she was missing an eye, my other eye still works fine. She didn't know where it came from, she didn't know why she said it. It was just common sense, really. And she was charging again, except this time she did something different. She threw the axe. Whether she intended it to be thrown like a hatchet or a javelin didn't matter much, she just hurled it with all the strength she could muster at the time. Avenger raised his arm to brace himself, but the tip of the axe crashed into him. It was a dull crack and a sharp cry of pain as she closed the distance in no more than a heartbeat, swinging her fist right down. There was a brief moment where she caught a glimpse of his face staring up at her. Then her fist covered that expression, his face vanished under her knuckles as she pushed forwards and drove him backwards, still running forwards and now pulling his weight behind her. She reached the wall next and swung her arm forwards. Between her fist and the brick wall, she knew which would break first. Stone cracked and hurtled past her, flakes of brick coat her arm as she dragged it back out of the crater she left behind. Avenger was there, leaned back with his head stuck in the wall, perhaps it was the only thing keeping him up right now. But she didn't care. Through the haze of pain she spotted her axe and reached across to grab it. A hand caught her at the elbow, burning brilliant blue. Oh. Pain lanced across the limb as jets of light tore through the gaps in his fingers. It was the last image she really had before her singe eyes slammed shut and she let out a scream. Her voice cracked and she tried to pull back, except the grip on her arm remained true and firm. So she kicked instead. Something broke under her foot and the hold on her arm loosened just enough for her to pull free. And she did just that, stumbling away and blinking her eye open. The tears had gotten words as she looked down at her right arm. It was just hanging there, barely attached to her body. She was just transfixed by the sight of it. Did it hurt? Was it supposed to hurt? She didn't know. Was someone saying something to her? It sounded like something impacted the side of her head from her blind spot. She pivoted on her heel into a spin from the blow, body tumbling without restraint. She didn't really feel the blow as much as she reacted to it, but that was a sense of dull numb across her entire being at the moment. Another stumble, her head came up. And there was the image of a fist hovering in her face. Then it slammed into her and she was thrown back across the room. She rolled twice over the ground. Maybe. She didn't actually know how many times she rolled, only that she kept on rolling even when her body stopped. It was a strange sensation. Everything was ringing. Was she not any good at this? The thought never occurred. Her fingers dug into the ground, her left hand splayed out as she started to push upwards. Was someone shouting? Her head hurt. She didn't want to have to do this. Not really. Her eye flicked upwards. Mercedes felt her heart clench. This was awful. It was brutal and it was awful. And Stolgina's words were perhaps the worst she had ever heard. She was. Mercedes did not understand much and she could not even think to understand what was being said. From the very beginning she had been different from the others, but to stand here and listen to how desperate they all were. How they were all willing to put their lives on the line. Did they have lives or was there just one life they were trying to save? The one living soul in this place. A life that could not be extinguished. Something within her told her that she should not let that happen. Could not let it happen. Her hands opened and closed, a thunderous crash rumbled through her ears. Stolgina was lying battered and bleeding. To see her reduced to that broke her heart all again. The woman who had done so much, told her so many kind things and proclaimed she would protect them. Could she truly stand here and do nothing? If Stolgina fell then Ritska would be next. He would never return home. He would never see Mash again. Could that happen? It could not. There was a cold clarity in her now. Ritska's life was the utmost priority. She could not allow a single life to be lost here. Avenger, the way he acted, all of this. It was like his anger was some kind of sickness. He was sick. She could not let his sickness claim more lives. Mercedes hunched herself forwards and lunged. Stolgina watched as Avenger jumped through the air and she blinked. Someone tackled him right before he could make the rest of the jump, catching him by the leg and spinning him around before he was slammed right into the ground with such force that he bounced back into the ceiling. He dropped down into another haymaker, once more bouncing across the ground and into a heap. Logically, she knew who it was. She knew who did that. But it was hard to see it and make sense of it. How? Mercedes turned around and looked down at her. It was a fleeting thing really. But that really didn't match her face at all. It was strange. Cold. Was this even Mercedes? You. Relax. Mercedes hovered above her, a hand pressed against the side of her head. Your wounds are considerable. There is significant damage to your eye. Third-degree burns cover your right arm from the elbow to the wrist and the humerus has been fractured. What? You. Do not speak. Mercedes ordered, not while I begin treatment of the wounds. When did she? Ritska was shocked. No, he was astounded. Mercedes had launched herself forwards in the blink of an eye and suddenly Avenger was busy pulling himself out of the rubble of the room. How did? No, when did that even happen? His eyes swung towards Mercedes and he gaped in shock as she just stood over Stolgina and started to do something to the wounds. The same sort of thing he had seen her do towards Gertrude as well when healing her, but this was faster. Did she remember? Or was this? Someone touched his shoulder. He turned. Jeer. I told you. She walked past him, golden light flowing through her wings. No, through her body. But she wasn't. You are going home. It was a flood of light over her body, like staring at the sun except it was gentler but also colder. Like staring at the early morning with a chill breeze. When the light vanished, Ritska was more than a little surprised by what greeted him. Gertrude turned and faced him, but she wore something else entirely. Armor. Golden armor. Rounded plate with a decorated fabric of sapphire blue covering the chest. Though she lacked aside for her missing arm, her wings. They stretched wide, the whites of the feathers almost glowed with how pure they were. She was. The helmet remained fixed on him, then turned and she started to stroll forwards. There wasn't even a hint of weakness in how she walked, it was as if she had never been frail at all. Not even the loss of her limbs seemed to give her much pause. What did he do? Command them. Gertrude held out a hand towards Stolgina, then allowed it to glow. Medical treatment. Mercedes sounded slightly bemused, but it vanished. Regeneration of damaged muscle fibers and rejuvenation of burnt flesh confirmed. Eye appears to be in working order, tracks movement and responds to light. Evidence of concussion is rapidly fading. Ritska just stared, then turned his head. Avenger had pulled himself out of the wall by now and was hunched forwards, staring at them all. Then he laughed. It seems as if our story shall end with all the players taking on their true selves, as it was meant to be. He never sounded happier than right now. Was this really what he wanted? Well, Avenger was the honest type. All right then. Ritska took in a deep breath. His eyes focused on the servant. On Avenger. One last push. He blocked the fist. Struck by light he was thrown backwards and against the wall. Ducking under the axe that would have taken his head, he countered with a stream of flame and light. Pure light intercepted the blow, the shockwave cast him backwards. He skipped away and moved for more distance, but he was granted no such thing. Not when the hulking mass of armor charged him down without even the time left for a counter, but his hand came up all the same and flames pooled through his open palm. She vanished in a flash of light and revealed what was behind her. The angel. Ah! Pure light slammed into his chest at the same time when something struck his back. He was sure that his ribs had broken as one. If he had any left, they might well have been sawdust in his chest as he was thrown forwards. Movement in the corner of his eye. He raised an arm to block the attack and felt his bones protest, the knuckles pressing down on them. Truly, this was a most vicious woman. How terrifying she could be when her innocence was cast away. All who came here held sin within them, there were no exceptions. And this woman, the pure height of hubris. He knocked the fist aside and countered with a cross to her cheek, then a kick to the shin sent her off balance. But he could do no more. he spun on his heel and cast out a blanket of flame as he jumped away. 2 attacks were avoided, the streams of light detonated against his curtain of fire while the axe passed harmlessly in the place where he had once occupied. Avenger was tired, exhausted even. Panting heavily, he could feel the blood rise up his throat and within moments, it was seeping out from between his teeth. The teeth he had left anyway. They allowed him not a moment of rest before they were upon him once more, one after another. No, not even that. All at once, Avenger took a running start and kicked off the ground. Light trailed behind him as he surged across the room and charged the one who mattered most. The master. Ritsuko was already starting to turn as he closed the distance, fingers poised to spear them through the chest. A thunderous echo boomed outwards and he pulled his hand back. Not a moment too soon, he watched the wall to his direct right explode as bullets crashed into it, throwing himself backwards and whipping his head around. Streams of light fell upon him like rain, he ducked and weaved as he avoided being caught by them to the best of his abilities. But it was not enough. Not nearly enough. And yet, he truly did feel very alive right now. Avenger coughed and hacked as light burst through his body, blood pooled around down by his feet. Not yet, though. His eyes snapped as he launched himself forwards. Without need for mercy, he moved faster and faster. Even the world itself slowed. As though he was moving in a stopped time. I follow the path beyond love and hate. He slammed a fist into the side of Stolgina's head and launched onwards, making a hard turn and kicking off the ground. His leg caught Mercedes in the back of the neck and he pressed onwards. Back and forth he went between them all. Blow after blow landed before they could respond. Avenger threw himself back into the fray. His arm coiled back, in fur Chateau d'Yves, and thrust it forwards. The many after images of his attack joined in the shared blow and launched streams of light into the epicenter. It was an attack which should have killed at least one of them. And yet, to think it was her of all servants that would throw herself towards him. Avenger braced himself much too late as Mercedes struck him in the face with a fist, even as her body was set aflame and covered in blood. She could still move like a ferocious beast. His back slammed into the ground, rolling with such force he was on his feet. Her open palm struck his chest and shoved him back another distance, this time until his back touched crumbling brick. She was still going, however. The distance was closed once more. He needed only 2. Light flooded around her. A mystic code from Master, was it? How expected. Avenger placed his feet on the wall and threw himself forwards, thrusting his hand. It pierced her chest, she made no move to avoid it. And her fist smashed right into his own chest. Avenger choked as he could feel his heart explode in his body. Hey, to think that the woman he gave the name of Mercedes to. And she still looked up and met his eyes. It was different. ... Edmond Dantes. He stiffened. He could hardly manage words, but Mercedes, the woman who had her name, closed her arms around him and held him there. What a strange embrace it was. ... You who gave me a name, who guided us to this point, you are not a creature beyond love and hate. He looked down at her. And I wish to save you as well from this place, Edmund, for it is much too cruel for you. Truly, Avenger grasped out the words as she started to stumble in his hold. You are much too kind for this place, a fool to the end, woman. Yes, she admitted it readily. It surprised him. But I am selfish, I cannot let a single life be lost so, please, live. He knew what she wanted. But such was impossible for him. Yet, Avenger held her there until she vanished under golden light, but he staggered not a moment later and dropped down to one knee. How long did he have left? Minutes? Seconds? It did not matter. ... It seems. Avenger looked up. ... That you have won. Ritsuko looked back at him, then shook his head. ... Mercedes won, I think. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Avenger only hummed, but it is true that you are the final survivor here. But it was a shame. Or was it? Avenger tilted his head. Ritsuko was walking close to him, even as he must have known it was madness. Avenger, Ritsuko looked down at him. Are you satisfied with this? Yes. Avenger said after a moment of thought, it is strange indeed, but I am satisfied with this contest. To guide you until the very end, to watch you overcome the obstacles that stood in your path and to see such a resolve that could not be broken by despair. He could not help but laugh. I wonder, if this is how Abi Faria felt as he saw me move on, knowing that he would be claimed with death. Avenger pushed himself up, unwilling to die on his knees. I have been given a role, the guiding hand, just as your allies took up roles of their own. He looked to the others who kept their distance. Stoljina. You are no mere shadow, a right and proper knight who fought against fear until the very end, and the imprisoned angel who would take up her mantle to banish away living soul rather than seek salvation for herself. Such curious companions indeed, and yet, hey, 'tis not such a bad feeling to die like this. His eyes found Ritska as his body cracked away. Yet here, he never felt more alive. A victory shared indeed. Perhaps there is no loser in this contest after all. Go forth, Master of Chaldea. I am certain that as an accomplice in this jailbreak, you shall save the world of man. Ritska smiled at him. How strange indeed. Thanks for helping me get this far, Avenger. It should have been a farewell that ended there. But it did not. Will we see one another again? What an odd thing to ask. Avenger could not help but feel true surprise at the request. After all that, he would ask to meet with them again. Who can say, Master? Avenger remarked, shrugging his shoulders. For such a thing, you need only wait. And hope. Ritska finished his words well. Avenger closed his eyes. And knew no more. They vanished in peace. Ritska watched until every last trace was gone. It wouldn't be long now, he figured. But there was something he needed to do. He turned and darted forwards. Before the chance was lost, he bounded right towards Stoljina, who looked a little shocked by the speed at which he closed the distance. And he threw himself forwards and wrapped his arms around her, pulling tight and holding her in a hug. It was a lot, but... Thank you, Ritska whispered to her. You were the best knight a squire could have. She said nothing, but he heard a sniffle. Was I really? She really was. Yeah. Was his own voice wet now? You really were, you really did a great job here, Stoljina. The very best job possible. No one could have done it better than you. He just wanted to keep saying it. She needed to hear it. He wanted her to hear it. There was another wet sniffle into his shoulder. He tried to pull back, but she held firm around him now, unwilling to let him go. I don't want you to see. Ah, right. Of course. Ritska let out a faint chuckle and turned his head away from her a little, right towards Gertrude. She had approached with silent steps, reaching out with her lone hand and placing it atop his shoulder. Ritska flashed her a brilliant smile, even if he didn't know she would see. Gertrude, if you ever come to Chaldea, I'll have a comb ready for you. He heard a small noise from within the helmet, a puff of air. Almost like a laugh. Thank you as well. He wanted to thank Mercedes also. But, really? Ritska sniffed. You really saved me. She huddled forwards and wrapped her wings around the two of them. Ritska chuckled a little at the group hug. Even as he felt himself start to become lighter and lighter. I won't forget you, never. Stoljina exhaled. Thank you. They said little else. Ritska did not close his eyes. He didn't want to miss a single moment of it all. His eyes fluttered open. Was he staring at the ceiling? And was that shouting? Ritska felt a groan slip out as he brought a hand up to his head. Too noisy. He rumbled, and thankfully, there was a silence. For all of a few seconds. Then he was crowded by a heck of a lot of faces that were all barking at him at once. Ritska leaned back into whatever was the soft thing under him and squinted upwards. Come on, come on. Was that Romani he could hear? Give him some space. Yep, the doctor loomed over him now and peered right down. Fujimaru-kun, can you hear me? Yes, Romani. Ritska replied, I can hear you, am I back? Romani let out a breath, then smiled at him. You are. Welcome back, Fujimaru-kun, you gave us a real fright for a moment. Yeah, he figured. Mash, he called out, turning his head a little. The crowd of silhouettes parted as she was there. Ritsuka reached out a hand towards her, soon enough it was held firmly in her own. Senpai, I. Ritsuka was fine with this. Just for now. Mash, she had tears in her eyes. Was she worried about him? He didn't mean for that to happen. Thanks for coming to my rescue. Her lip wobbled a little. I'm back. Thank goodness. She breathed out, lowering her head. Thank goodness. Ritsuka closed his eyes and leaned back onto his bed. He didn't feel tired. Actually he felt pretty good. I'm kinda hungry. Someone let out a scoff in the room. We shall find you something suitable. Thanks, Esser. I beg your pardon. Whoops. Sorry. Ritsuka found himself saying, but then caught a glimpse of something in the corner of his eye. Sitting beside his bed, it was Stahl, facing forwards and away from him. Force of habit, director. Olga let out another huff but then stepped into his line of sight. Well, it is a relief to see you awake. His eyes flicked up to meet her own. I had some help. The very best help. Do you want my report? She shook her head. Later. For now, I think it would be best if you got out of that bed and started doing something. Maybe. Hey, Ash. Ash looked down at him, arms folded. Ritsuka, you don't look all that shocked. He got a tilt of the head in response. I trusted that you would survive. To think that there was so much confidence. Thanks, Ash. And he meant it too. Can someone help me up? My body feels awful. Well, Romani said from somewhere. You have been lying down like that for about a day. Really? Felt like a week. Gertrude, the heavenly daughter. Servant. Caster. Height. 160 centimeters. Strength. D. Endurance. D. Agility. B. Mana. A. Luck. C. Noble Phantasm. C. Cage of Heresy. C. Anti-unit max target. 1. Max range. 20. The Cage of Heresy where she was imprisoned. Within this cage, they shall suffer the abuses that she endured at the hands of the scholars. The cage indeed is something that punishes those who stray from the tenets of the faith. The more one strays, the greater the abuse they shall be forced to endure. Though it is a prison that was never broken out of, it can be broken into with greater ease. Messengers of the heavens, wisdom shared by the angels. B. Anti-army max target. 100, max range. 0 to 40. The wisdom of the angels is impossible to decipher save for Gertrude herself, for all others they were scrawls at best. Yet this wisdom reveals itself to her in ways which benefit her and her master, the gathering of information and the assignment of faith. One shall become enlightened upon the message which has been provided to them. Either in the form of revealing a hidden truth or by granting knowledge which was once unknown. For the master, this can be the identity of an enemy servant or the abilities of their noble phantasms, and not just for them, but for all hostile servants in range of this noble phantasm. For allied servants, it marks them as warriors of the angels if they choose to accept said faith and allows for Gertrude to empower them further than she would have otherwise been capable of doing so. However, only for those who accept this faith as their own. Though they can acknowledge it as legitimate, the resultant bonus will be negligible at best. Class skills. Territory creation. B. Item construction. C. Divinity. A. Daughter of the heavens. Guinevere's daughter. Magic resistance. EXB. High magic resistance from her unwavering piety. However, it is merely the case that magic spells will alter their path to avoid her. If attacked with a wide-reaching area of effect spell, then her magic resistance is reduced to B rank. Personal skills. Divine light. A. Her holy magics, taught to her by the angels and are considered a great heresy within Lothric. To those renowned for their faith, she is considered their natural enemy, allowing her to inflict and receive greater damage when dueling with them. Founder of the faith. A. The founder of the faith of angels, such a faith that it upended Lothric itself before the fall. She is forever protected and can call envoys to her side at a moment's notice to protect her from harm. Bereft of sight and speech. E. Gertrude is both blind and mute, relying upon other methods of communication. Revelation from the heavens. B. Visited by an angel, and despite being bereft of sight in her tongue, she was still able to note down their teachings which founded the angelic faith. Summoning. Smiles. Dialogue 1. Humming politely. Dialogue 2. Tilts head questioningly, then hums affectionately. Dialogue 3. Gestures to eyes and mouth, then shakes her head. Dialogue 4. If you have Guinevere. Smiles encouragingly, then nods her head in greeting. Dialogue 5. If you have the twin princes. Wears a sad frown, then turns her head away from them. Dialogue 6. If you have Priscilla. Confused tilt of the head, then questioning hum. Dialogue 7. If you have Caffrey. Affectionate hum, then gestures to damaged wings and sighs. Dialogue 8. If you have Caffrey. Ascension 3-4. Passionate hum, then wide spreading of her wings and small twirl. Dialogue 9. If you have Jean. Polite smile, then friendly nod of the head. Dialogue 10. If you have Marie. Expectant smile, gesturing to her hair and revealing several braids. Dialogue 11. If you have Amakusa Shuru. Thoughtful humming, then affirming nod of the head. Dialogue 12. If you have Edward Teach. Surprised expression, then bemused frown as the writer easily understands everything she wishes to say. Dialogue 13. If you have Florence Nightingale. Puffs out her chest in pride, showing off the nurse's cap she now wears. Dialogue 14. If you have Jean Alter. Smiles widely and waves out to the Avenger servant, then frowns at receiving a rather dismissive response. Pouts. Dialogue 15. If you have Asterios. Rapidly approaches the berserker servant when she spots them, smiling lightly as she does and humming. Dialogue 16. If you have Nursery Rhyme. Tilts head and sits patiently as the caster begins reading a story. Dialogue 17. If you have Sully von Lily. Sully. Sighs and folds her arms, indicating mild frustration at being attended to so frequently, then smiles and giggles. Likes. Frowns sadly, then gestures all around her, indicating everything. Hates. Deep and disapproving frown, humming and signing out a strong distaste for suffering. Wish for the Holy Grail. Light smile and turn off the head. Thoughtful pose, then a coy smirk, indicating a secret. Bond level 1. Affectionate hum and nod of the head. Bond level 2. Surprised hum, but still affectionate. Bond level 3. Joyful expression, followed by a tinge of sadness. Bond level 4. Light smile, then nod of the head. Placing a hand upon the shoulder and patting it twice. Bond level 5. Smiles and tilts her head, leaning forwards and waiting patiently for a pat. Birthday. Smiles and gives a pat on the head. Birthday. Ascension 3-4 and Bond level 5. Smiles and provides a hug, embracing with wings included. During an event. Inquisitive hum and tilt of the head. First Ascension. Noise of surprise and turns, feeling at her change in clothes. Now less dirtied, though her wings remain damaged. Second Ascension. No change in clothes, shrugs her shoulders and exhales. Third Ascension. Inhales softly as her clothes vanish under golden armor. A loud sigh comes from behind the helmet at the now lively wings flutter slightly. Her arms cross over her chest and she gives a more exaggerated puff of confidence, then hums softly. Fourth Ascension. Removes her helmet and looks forwards, showing a short bow and clasping her hands together in prayer. A single word rings through the mind: protection. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.